Welcome to the Sibling Rivalry podcast. My name is John. I'm here with my sister Michelle,
Hello.
and this is a podcast about how me and my sister we race every year to see who can beat the most games. Now, technically, we haven't officially raced, um, because the first couple years we did it, it got to the point where it was like, okay, we're just beating a bunch of BS to
Yeah.
to stack our numbers up. But still, I know we're looking at each other, eyeballing each other, like, okay, beat another one, huh? I gotta catch up. So we're going to go through every single game we've beaten, mostly in order. But there's a couple of things out of order, but um, still, Michelle, how are you?
I'm good. I think we've beaten a lot of games so far this year.
You know what? We really have. And a lot of that is due to some events that took place in the middle, and we'll get to that. But how do you think the year's gone for you just in general? Like, how would you describe this year?
I think for the most part, it's gone good. I have beaten some games that I intended to beat, um, like that were a part of my goal to beat so far this year, but there's still quite a lot left, and everything that's left is quite long. So,
It's good. Can I tell you, for me, even though I beat a lot of games, I'm actually pretty disappointed in my performance this year. Um, Not because I didn't beat a lot of games, I did, right?
mhm.
But more because I did not beat the games I intended to beat. You may not have noticed, or maybe you did. How many games do you think I beat, Michelle, that weren't from this year? Like
Oh,
since maybe like the last winter sale.
so you mean stuff that you didn't buy this year?
Right.
Um,
I'll tell you.
10,
No.
really?
Try three.
Oh man. See, 10 wasn't terrible. That was like sort of in the ballpark.
Right. Like I have done nothing but buy games, play them. Now that's good, right? When you buy a game, you want to play it. You don't want it to linger, right? Although I
Hmm.
have had some of those too. Um,
But
but
that means you're not delving into the actual backlog. You're
right,
simply adding on top of it and beating those
exactly.
games.
So in a lot of ways, I'm very disappointed in that aspect, but that's okay, right? And what I don't want to get into too much about the rest of the year, but it's not looking good. Unfortunately. Um, I in the middle of the year, I did build a new computer. That's the I haven't built a computer since 2016. I had that supercomputer with the 1080 in it, and it was fine. There was no problem with it. But I was in the middle of doing an Excel training course for my work. I was doing it, and I went to save the file. I said, "Hey, save this file," and then open up a new one. I went to save it, and Excel crashed. I was like, "Oh man, I've never seen Excel crash," but okay. And my mind like instantly went, it crashed while it was saving. Uh-oh, this is bad. It's gonna work next time, right? Open up Excel, went to save it again. It actually crashed the whole computer. And then when I went to turn on the computer, it said, "Hey, which which boot drive would you like to utilize? Would you like to utilize your solid state, or would you like to not do anything because the other one doesn't exist, the hard drive?" And for whatever reason, when I built the computer, it was all jacked up, and part of Windows was on the solid state, part of it was on the hard drive. It was very annoying, but that's just sort of how it was. And in that moment, even though the real simple answer was just reload Windows onto the solid state and put a new hard drive in, I was like, hey, this is a sign, right? It's time to move on. Um, I can't even put Windows 11 on my computer. I can't put all the games now are requiring the new solid state drives to run better. I don't have that. My computer wasn't capable of that. I said, okay, it's time, right? So I built a new computer. It's got a 4070 in it, 4070 Super, um, and it's going pretty good. Have I played anything necessarily of value to utilize it? Yes. We'll get to that later, but not that much really, because really all I needed it for was to do my Excel training. um, so I have Excel downloaded, right? But I have a new computer built, so that's a big thing that happened for me this year. Um, but other than that, it's been going okay. Like I said, we beat a bunch of games. Um, I a lot of the games I bought this year, there's a handful of them that I bought not because I was interested in them, but because Michelle was interested in them, and she was not buying them for herself. She was like, "Wow, this game! Can't believe they brought this over. Oh, are you gonna buy it? No, I'm not. Okay, what the hell's wrong with you? Now I have to support it so that way I can show that we need cool games too, right? Um, but anyway, so let's go ahead and get kicked off, right? We're gonna go back and forth. Mostly, I did end up beating a few extra games than Michelle, so we're going.
A few,
Um, you
at
know what?
least
To be fair,
like 7, and then DLC.
but to be fair, it's not that much more. So I will talk a couple times in a row, but otherwise it should be pretty back and forth.
Also, I
Uh,
think there was another topic you wanted to talk about before that as well.
oh yes, I'm sorry. Um, you know what? Backloggery got updated. Backloggery is the website we use to track all the games that we play throughout the year.
That I
And
have used for 14 years, and Johnny's used for 15 years, and it has looked almost the same the entire time. I think it's
right,
had one minor update since we first started using it, and that's it.
right. And I think I back when I started using it, like a few months in, they said, "Hey, we're gonna update this whole website. We're working on
Hmm.
it." And here they are. They finally updated it, and it's weird.
Yeah, it's very, very different. It's very mobile friendly now, but I'm not used to that because I mostly view Backloggery on my computer.
Right, right. Me too. And I think I've gotten used to it.
Yeah,
Um,
same.
and there's some features I really like. The right off the bat, the thing that comes to mind, the review section for games,
Yes.
incredible. The way the old review section was, it was just extended comment. And what's funny is the comment section originally used to be like you could type in like two sentences, right? And then they
Yeah.
expanded it and you could type in like a whole paragraph, but not much, right? It's kind of like a tweet you could put about the game. And now you have 5,000 characters and you can type basically all you want to type.
Hmm.
And that is incredible.
Just updating in general is a lot faster since you can just click on something and it pulls open that window right then for you to update it instead of going to a separate page to update it.
Yes, you know, I didn't even think about that. I've just been doing it.
Because it
That's
just feels so natural. Feels like it always should have been that way.
right. Also, they've changed the star rating. So now they've added zero point 0.5 stars. It used to be
Ouch.
one out of five
Which has
star.
just been confusing for me now because I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what to rate things anymore.
I'll say it does mess up like everything else that I've ever
Yeah.
rated. So
Because now
I'm
you're like, I would have given this 3.5 stars instead of three. Or
right.
you're
It
like,
doesn't necessarily bother me for like old stuff. I'm just like, well, whatever it is, what it is, who cares? But it does mess stuff a little bit up for this year because like
yeah.
because at some point I went like, oh, this game was a 3, right? But in my heart it was probably a 3.5. But now if I give something a 3.5, I'm thinking like, oh, that's above that, but it's not really because they both would have been 3.5s originally or whatever,
Um,
you know.
See, I'm terrible anyway. My ratings can't be trusted because like even since the start of the year, I went back and adjusted a couple ratings for games because one of them in particular, while it was a really great game, it threw off my top 10 and made me uncomfortable with how I listed it.
Oh,
So I was like, I gotta bring it down,
Michelle,
bring it down.
there was a game that sat in my top 10 for a long time and it'll probably make you happy it was there, but it was like I put it there and I put something behind it and the thing behind it had some issues, but nothing could beat it. And so I was like, okay, I really like this game, both of them, but I there's no way they're just sitting in my top 10.
Yeah.
Like what the hell is happening? And it just wouldn't leave. I was like, oh my god. And just now, just recently I got it out, but it wasn't like a goal, but it was like, god dang. Um, but yeah, Backlogger changed the star ratings, changed the way it looks, changed the review section. The
Changed a lot of functionality just as a whole, the way the multi-tab works, how you update, how you DM people. That was annoying to figure out.
Right, there's like a whole wall now, kind of like a Facebook wall that gives you everyone's updates. It's a little messy right now, but it's
Your history is pretty cool because I noticed it shows a summary of all the years, or a lot of years anyway, the
yeah.
past like 5 or 6 years.
You can also add your own little milestone. So like if there's something that's not beat, not complete, and you were like, hey, I need to put it in, like, hey, I beat this part of the game, you can add that. A good
That-
example is things that have like epilogues that are like get like
yeah,
yeah, we'll see games like that. But I think about F. Tales of Grace's F had the whole main game that was on the Wii, but the PS3 version had a future arc, so you could like separate that because it's not technically DLC, but it is like clearly its own thing. So you could add that if you wanted. Kind of cool.
there's also a list feature where you can make a wish list, or you can make a like a best of list. Is what some people have used it for.
Right, and I've actually considered using it for this, right? Listing the games we
Hmm.
beat, right? It's kind of a nice place to put it,
That's true. Yeah.
but I just didn't want to do it yet because we've already started doing it. But maybe next year.
Yeah,
And
I do
also,
like just seeing it off to the side as well, though, all the time on the front page of our backlogs too.
yeah, yeah, that's true too. But it does look a little bit more messy on mobile now, but that's
Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
Um, but yeah, overall, at first I didn't really like it, but now I'm growing accustomed to it, and it's
Yeah, you
okay.
just got to get used to everything.
And you know what? I think something that helped me. The I forget who's the creator of the website. Um,
Drumble.
Drumble. He put out a message that was like, "Look, we know new is bad, right? But give it a shot." And I was like, "Okay, you know what? I'll give it a shot, right? I'm not gonna be a little whiny bitch about it, because it's just a website, you know." But
Yeah, it's just we were so used to it because we've literally used it. I've used the site for almost half of my life,
yeah,
John. That's crazy.
and part of its appeal was that it was old looking. Like that was part of the
Hmm.
appeal. So it's a little weird, but it's okay. Um, but okay, let's get into the games we beat this year. Um, First game I beat, I got it for Christmas. It was actually, in case anyone doesn't know or remember, the way I work for Christmas is I basically go to local Walmart, point at all the games that I don't own and wouldn't absolutely hate to own, and then my family buys them for me accordingly, right? Because otherwise they don't know what I have, what I haven't had, what, like, it's
Hmm.
just a terrible choice. Now I'm very like loose with it, right? I look at the Lego game, I point at it, I go, hey, maybe Lego, I don't know. Like I don't really want that, but I'm not gonna hate it, right? So it gives them
You got to
like,
have some you got to throw in some random cards there.
right. So there's some room for like some surprises, right? And that's what it's about. Otherwise I would just buy my own games, right?
Yeah.
But I happened to pop in and they had a section for a game that, as far as I know, I'd never even seen in person because they sold it in such limited stock when it originally came out, and that was Metroid Prime Remastered. I played Metroid Prime on the GameCube. I actually got it from you, Michelle.
Oh, did
Yeah,
you? Yeah. Oh, maybe that's because I just get rid of it? Or
it was when you did the great PS2 trade, remember?
was it really? Because I played it like after that. I guess it was still yours then, but I have beaten it.
Yeah, I don't know. You gave me the game and I gave you the PS2. I'm
Maybe
pretty
I
sure.
need to go and look at. Do I actually own this game?
I don't think
Maybe I
so.
do. I don't know.
I mean,
Well,
maybe
it's
I'm
bad when you don't even know what you own anymore. I mean, you may have gotten it from me, but I wondered if I rebought it later, you know?
maybe, or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I didn't get, but I'm pretty sure I did.
No, no, it doesn't say that I have it. It's really weird.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure because you gave me like a lot of your GameCube games and stuff
Yeah,
like.
it's because of GameCube shit, so.
Oh, well, so I played Metroid Prime and I got all the way to Phazon Mines, which is towards the end of the game. Actually, I didn't realize, and I got online and said, "Hey guys, when does this game get good? I'm in the Phazon Mines. It's okay. Like I'm enjoying it. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not really feeling it. And people said, "Oh yeah, it got good about a couple hours ago in the last section of the game, which is the best section of the game." And I was like, "Okay, something's wrong, right?" Um, I clearly am not grown up enough. I'm clearly not smart enough. Like this is a classic game that everyone loves. I'm not respecting it. So I just stopped. I said, "Okay, I'll come back to it in a couple years whenever I get some time." Whoops. Took a while. But they remastered it in this weird limited quantity for the physical version. You can just buy the digital version whenever you want, but on the Switch. So now I'm playing the Switch version of Metro Prime, and it one looks incredible. It's probably like one of the best looking Switch games there is, which is weird because it's a super old game.
Yeah.
But they really put a lot of effort into remastering it, and it's kind of shocking to see like a Switch game and it's running at a good frame rate, and you know,
And it's like only Nintendo seems to be able to do that.
yes,
It's like they're
that's
not giving their secrets out to all the third party companies.
yeah, that's what someone they're just announced Metroid Prime 4 for the Switch, right? Or they didn't announce it, but they showed footage of it.
Hmm.
And people were like, "Man, this has to be Switch 2. It looks so good." And I was like, "You know what? I could see that cuz it does look really good, but
I mean, why
also
don't they just release it on both consoles at once, just like they did with Zelda? They should
that
do that.
that's my theory. But at the same
Hmm.
time, like just cuz it looks good doesn't mean that Retro Studios didn't just like pull it out of their ass and make it work that way, you know?
Yeah.
Cuz they do have that talent. But anyway, so this time playing around went a little bit differently. I really like it. Um, since then, I've actually played a lot of Metroidvanias. At the time, it was the only game I played like that I didn't understand.
Hmm.
But since then, I've played. Funnily enough, the first Metroidvania I played that like made me get it was Batman Arkham Asylum. But since then, I've played other Metroid games, and I was happy to get back to this one. um, and understanding like getting the groove of like, oh, there's a place to jump up to. I want to come back to it later, and that's exciting, you know.
And see,
Um,
what's weird for me because I did play the original game all the way through. I actually really liked it more until you got towards the end of the game because then it kind of like the pacing was kind of bad. It was kind of slow towards the end and it was just taking forever because this is not a short game at
some
all.
someone mentioned that something about the GameCube era in general. They just loved like doing a world tour at the end of all of their games, like Metroid Prime. Hey, you're at the very end of the game. How about you go back to every single area in the
Uh-huh.
game and find these random MacGuffins, right?
Yeah, and
Um,
it's like it's not like I hated it. It's just I was kind of burnt out by that point, and that really starts to ruin a game for you.
but I actually knew that was coming, right? So, and along the way, you can kind of go find a lot of them early. Um, so I ended up finding a lot of them early, and there was only like one. I was like, "Where the hell is this thing?" And then it was like, "Oh, you got to go here and here." And I was like, "Oh, okay, I see. I forgot about this." Um, Zelda Wind Waker did that too, right? It was like, "Hey, you want to find the Triforce pieces, right?" Um, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, same thing, right? Hey, how would you like to explore the entire world one last time? Um, but yeah, if you played a Metroid game, it is that except first person. You collect powers. You can use those powers to access new areas, things like that. The world is very beautiful. There is a lot of backtracking that's just built into the genre. Although with this game in particular, I will say like because it's not a 2D game, it seems like it takes a little bit longer to get through areas, but still I find it enjoyable. I thought the bosses were cool. And the remake is obviously incredible. I know some people are complaining about a couple effects missing, but I think that's just sort of things you got to get over, right? Because it is
Hmm. People are always going to complain.
sure, right? I do hope that they release 2 and 3 because I didn't play those, and I know
Oh, I'm sure they will. It'll make money. So,
yeah, and I know the
and then
trailer for 4 came out, and there was like a character in it, and I was like, yeah, I don't know who that is. Like, I want to play it, but also like I would like to play 2 and 3 first. So we'll see what
and
happens.
instead of them releasing it as a trilogy like they did before, they're going to release them all separately remastered.
Of course.
Just yeah, because on the Wii it came out as a trilogy, and I never bought it, even though it was at our Walmart for a long time. I was just like, nah, I'll get it one day, and then I just never did.
Not only did I not buy it, but I had multiple opportunities to buy it, Michelle. In the like literally in the closing days of the Wii U shop, you could buy it still, right? You could get the Wii port, but I was like, nah, they're gonna re-release it for the Switch, and here we are. So, they just
I
gotta
mean, it took
release
a
the
little
rest of
while,
them.
you know, but you got it.
Yeah, but luckily, due to all the games in the backlog, I'm not in a rush, right? But yeah, I think it's pretty awesome, and actually, it was my number one game at least until the next game I played, right? Um, I'm just joking, right? Because it's the first game I played, but yeah, it actually sat in my, it might still be in my top 10, but it was a pretty incredible little experience.
Well, your year started off a whole lot better than mine because my year started off with disappointment.
Really.
Yes, I played Blue Reflection,
このくらいすぐ終わるね。どうしよう。総務大臣。
which is a game I saw my friend Nikki play a long time ago. She used to work at GameStop and she got a discount on it, so she bought it because it's a very, or at least at the time, seemed like a very beautiful looking game. Very it's like these magical girls on the front, and they're wearing these really frilly feminine outfits. And this game is made by the same people who make the Atelier games, so they're kind of known for their look that they usually give to games and characters. And I'd always been curious about it since I'd played a little bit a long time ago with her. And I started off playing the Japanese version on the Vita because it actually came out in Japan on the Vita as well as the PS4 and PS3. I'm sorry. I don't think it was just PS4. I think it's PS3. And I started out playing it on the Vita, just checking it out, and I was like, you know, I think I might want to buy it. And then it went on sale on Steam for the lowest it's ever went on sale for, which was actually still kind of expensive in my eyes. It was like $17. I was like, I'm gonna get it and play through it. And I actually had a pretty chill time throughout the first half of the game. This is routinely, and I didn't know at the time, but it's routinely mentioned as a cozy RPG, kind of like the Atelier games.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting in how its mechanics work. You like this magical girl, and you'll get a wish. It sounds like Madoka Magica now that I'm thinking about it. You'll get like a wish, and your wish at the end is going to be to heal your leg because you used to be a ballet dancer. You injured your leg. You can't do ballet anymore. So you're going to go and fight for the sake of the world and go into these fantastical areas and, you know, fight enemies and get items to help people and things like that. And eventually fight these bosses that are going to come to the earth. They're like almost more like aliens descending down on the earth to save everybody and get your wish and everything. And you go into these fantastical areas and you do missions and stuff, but when you're not doing that, it's very Persona in that you're talking to classmates and going out and doing things with them to get certain stats up, which sounds kind of cool, especially if you haven't played Persona, which at the time I had not. And I'd say the first, because it's only about a 16-hour long game, the first 8 hours is fine. You know, you go through the areas, you fight some bosses. The areas kind of don't look all that different. There's like 3 or 4 different kinds of areas, and that's about it. And then there's a school, which is the hub for everything, basically. But I was like, this is all fine. You know, I fought some of the bosses. They look really cool. And then it really kind of like pulls a Digimon World 3 in there, and it's like, okay, see all these things you just did? We're basically just gonna do all of that same exact stuff again. Like, exactly. You're gonna fight all these same bosses, these 5 bosses, again. And then we're gonna give you a new boss to fight at the end that's gonna be like the final boss. And I was like, oh, okay. This first 8 hours was actually fine, and if it had just stopped here, it would have been like a 3-star game because it wasn't anything terribly special, but it wasn't bad. But then the next 8 hours, I was just like, there's way too many RPGs on this planet for me to be playing this game. You know,
It's one
like,
of those. I'm looking at it right now. It does look good, right? But it's funny because
Hmm.
like it's one of these games where it's like, how have I never heard of this before? Like,
I mean, I had heard of it, and I know that there's a second game, and I had really wanted to play the second game, but you want to go in order. And then I
mhm.
was like, I really am not going to buy the second game because it's like over $20 even on sale, and I just can't. I just have so many fantastic RPGs to play that I can't do that.
Isn't that kind of weird sometimes? They're like, you clearly want to play the second game because you're
Yeah.
interested, but you know in your heart it's not going to be that good.
It's going to be like 3 stars instead of the two that I gave Blue Reflection. And I only gave it a two because the RPG, JRPG market is so saturated with stuff that you don't have to settle for like something that's not amazing.
Right.
You
And
really don't.
JRPGs in general, right? And maybe this is just us, but to me, like those are typically games you're looking to be closer to the 5-star range.
Yeah,
And
especially if you're going to spend a lot of time on them. So at
yes,
least in this case, it wasn't long. It was only 16 or 17 hours, which really wasn't that bad. It's oh,
those short RPGs like that are very nice though, because you can just boom knock them out in like 2 or 3 days. Like, um,
yeah, like I said, the first 8 hours was actually pretty fun. It was very chill time, and it's just when I had to do all the same stuff all over again, and I just felt like, I mean, the game could have ended 8 hours ago, and it would have been fine.
yeah. One thing that I did notice was interesting about this is like, so it's the first game you beat, but actually I think you had started it like way back in November or something, right?
Yeah, I think, well, or December. I think I was on my Christmas break. Like I had started it right before Christmas, I think,
Yeah, you've been playing it for a minute, so
which is funny since it was only like 17 hours. I could have, like, if I had had more time and wasn't just like playing after work, I probably could have beaten it a lot faster.
because I just think about because I'm thinking sometimes about like, oh, we all beat a bunch of long games this year, but like
Mhm.
some of them are counted, but like and not so much this one, but the next one it's like, okay, yeah, but you started playing that in like August, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
but
exactly.
you just happen
Like
to finish it. But
I just happened to finish it within our gaming year from
yeah.
Christmas to Christmas.
Yeah, I'm looking
Um,
at it. I do kind of want to apologize. I don't know which footage I'm going to show on the screen. I know you played on the Vita. I might end up
well, I
showing the
played
PS4
it. I
footage.
started playing it on the Vita. I ended up actually playing it on Steam because the Vita version is
Oh,
only in Japanese. It did
oh,
not come out in the U.S. in English. I just wanted to check it out for free to determine if I really wanted this game or not. John, I had a chance. I had a chance to back out, and I was like, "Nah, this seems great. I want it."
oh.
And I didn't know that it was just going to be okay.
Whoops.
Also, this game is stupid easy most of the time. The bosses get a little bit more complex. They mostly just take a long time to beat. They're not that hard, which is kind of a shame because it's got kind of a cool battle system. It's got like the active timeline where you and the enemy are going towards the center of the timeline, and whoever hits it first goes first, kind of a situation. And they can knock you back on the timeline. They can stun you and things like that to keep you from getting your turn. It's cool. Atelier does something similar, except maybe a little bit better. But it's just because the game was so easy on normal, like you just don't have to actually be that strategic with anything you do.
Yeah, very interesting.
So kind of a disappointing start to the year, but that's okay. That's gonna get remedied pretty soon.
Uh, so one thing that we do every podcast, we buy each other a game to play. Like, hey, I played this previously. I would like to see you play it, right? And this year it fell on Christmas, right? So there was right thing that whole thing going on. But Michelle had bought me Shin Chan, Me and the Professor on Summer Vacation, The Endless 7-Day Journey. That is the full title for the name in English. Shin Chan, obviously anime. I know what's crazy. I didn't realize how little Shin Chan there was in America,
Oh yeah, like almost nothing.
but that shows like clearly how iconic that show is, because when I think about anime, like you showed me Shin Chan, I was like, yeah, I know Shin Chan. I don't
Yeah,
know
yeah.
I don't know the show, but I know who that is.
I know it plays on Adult Swim at midnight. I know it's the start of the anime hour.
Right. Like I guess it's just because it's such an iconic look, right? You see 1,000 animes like on a like a highlight reel commercial, you're like, yeah, okay, there's another one, right? That is that Bleach? I don't know. It looks like it.
Yeah, yeah.
But when you see Shin Chan, you're like, I don't know what the fuck all that is about, but that looked different.
Yeah.
So you bought me this game. I do know that this is part of the what's the name of the series, Michelle?
The Boku Natsu series
Boku
or the My
Natsu.
Summer Vacation series.
Right. It's technically like
It's
a little spin-off of
a
that.
little spin-off crossover game, which
Right.
is really weird that they even did this at all.
Right. I will say I have not played those games at all, so I don't necessarily want to compare them. Uh, but some of the things you've told me in the past about those games, and correct me if I'm wrong, Michelle, this is like a more simplified version of those games.
A little bit, yeah. It's a little different in that it actually has a main story. You're not just playing through his summer vacation.
Right, because in those games, right, your goal is to just do things, right?
Yeah,
And
to fill up your summer vacation as much as you can and do as many things as you can.
and whether you do or you don't is whatever, right? But in Shin-Chan, you will fill in your whole journal by law.
Hmm.
You can't miss anything, except for maybe one. But for the most part, you're a kid. You're going on your little summer vacation. You play as Shin-Chan. He's goofy. You'll see him in the footage every time he's running around. He has his ass all in the air, bouncing around for some reason. I don't understand that joke, but that's okay. Speaking of which, the game is trying to be funny.
Yeah.
And I think it nails it in like I'm never laughing, but I am like, okay, I get it, right? And although some of the jokes are, hey, Shin-Chan is annoying, and that is kind of the joke, right? Like he'll say
Yeah.
something weird or something abnormal, right? It's like a kid's humor, right? But what's
Hmm.
interesting about
It's like potty humor,
right,
really. Yeah.
what's interesting about Shin-Chan is it's like it's also like sometimes real dirty. I don't know, like,
Yes.
and I know
Yeah,
some
the
of
anime is very inappropriate, so
right, which is like
it's
I
weird that
don't
they picked
know,
it for such a wholesome game.
like I get it. Um, to me, it's not that big a deal. I know some people will probably freak out at some of the jokes, right? But it's not that big a deal. So, or your goal every day, just explore the town, walk around, talk to people, catch fish, catch bugs, um, do little like quest things.
Battle dinosaurs, pretty standard summer stuff, I'd say.
Yeah, at some point you run into the professor, and he is bringing back these dinosaurs somehow. Um, and they try to be like, oh, who's bringing them back? Why are they coming back? It's like, well, I don't know. It's probably the one evil scientist in town. Um, and sure enough, it is. So every couple of days, like something will happen, and you'll see a cutscene. He'll bring a new dinosaur back in, and everyone's like, "Oh no!" And then like it just happens to be walking around town, like it doesn't actually hurt anyone, unless it's the T Rex later on. He'll like bite at you, um, but yeah, it's sort of it's like you literally just live it, and every 7 days you're supposed to go home, but the week will just repeat. So it's not like a true summer vacation in that sense, right?
Hmm.
It's not the full 2 months, but it will be once it's all added up by the end. Uh, I will say, so the main story is very simple, right? You just sort of go through, it happens, you are interested to see what happens, but it's not like it's going anywhere like crazy, right? Like, yeah, it's eventually we're gonna stop the dinosaurs from coming in, or we're just gonna decide to live with them and be happy, right? Um, the time in between you're doing all this stuff, you're like exploring the new areas. I will say I put the timer on slow because I was nervous, right? The way time
Hmm.
works in this game, once you leave a screen, time moves a little bit forward,
Yeah.
and that
It's
worried
not real
me.
time. It's based on how many screens. You have a certain number of screens you can move before your day
Right.
is over.
So if you fuck up and accidentally like pop in between the screen like 4 or 5 times, you just feel terrible because you're like, God, I wasted so much time because the camera transitioned weird and I walked
Yeah.
back and forth like 3 times on accident. Like in front of your house in particular, there's like a couple weird
Oh
spots
my gosh, yeah, there are.
where you pop back and forth and you're like, God damn it, I'm just trying to talk to these people. Um, but besides that, for me, a lot of times in this game, you're fishing and catching bugs. Because for me, every screen I go on, I'm like, well, I should catch every fish I can because this is my chance, right? Otherwise, the screen transitions, I waste time, right? Um, so putting it on slow mode was not necessary. I didn't realize that, but I was so nervous about the time
Yeah, I
aspect.
think not for this game at least. I think some of the other Bokunatsu games, it's a lot more important to set it to slow
Right,
if you want to see everything.
right. I mean, granted, if you're trying to 100% it, maybe, right? So you can guarantee that the fish pop out because it is semi-random, right?
Yeah.
You can kind of figure out where they are for the most part, the rare ones, but you have to, they have to spawn, right? Um, but let's just assume you're going through just trying to catch as much as you can, just having a good time, right? Just play it on regular. It's okay. Because there were a lot of times where it was like, okay, let me just transition the screen a couple times because I am ready to
Mm,
go.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's by my own design. I will say I did catch almost all the fish. I was so annoyed because I didn't realize on the top of your house, eventually, at some point, there's a locked door. It becomes unlocked at some point, and you can walk to this other part of the building, and there's a book in there that tells you like where the last couple rare fish are. And I was like, oh well, here it is, but it's like one day to go, so whoops. I guess I'm not gonna get those last fish, but um and you talked about the dinosaur battles. It's a very simple. It actually kind of reminds me of some. There's like some similar mini games in Yakuza where it's very like rock paper scissors, right?
Yeah.
And you can get really good at it. Um, and they're like these little tournaments you can go through and have a good time with
And
it.
in the regular games, these are beetle fighting, which is a big thing with Japanese kids in Japan.
Yeah, Pokemon, if you will. Uh, but yeah, I liked it. And one thing that was weird to me because to be honest, Michelle, this is not my kind of game, right?
Hmm.
And you knew that, right, before you even bought it for me. But we were like, hey, give it a shot. You'll find it interesting, right? Um, this is that game that I was talking about. Obviously, it's number two right now. The second game I beat for the year, right? This game sat in my top 10 almost the entire year, right? And
Nice.
and I was thinking like I like the game, don't get me wrong, but like, how is this in my top 10? But like, there would just be like other games I played where it'd be like, oh, they were really good, but they have problems, right?
Yeah.
And this game doesn't really have problems. Um, it's doing what it set out to do. It's doing it well,
It more just has it's just preferences, you know.
right? Although I will say, when I was playing it, it made me think like, man, I bet the regular My Summer Vacation games are even better. Like, I
Mhm.
bet they're really, really good. I guess we'll find out soon because I think you said the newest one is apparently coming over in English,
It is
allegedly.
indeed on August 6th
Yeah, we'll
on
see.
Steam.
We'll see how that all pans out.
As a
But
matter of fact, the Japanese version just dropped, I think, today. Yes, and it's 10% off on Steam. And don't think I haven't thought about buying it already.
and we'll talk about it more a little bit later. But yeah, that game looks really good too. But yeah, this game looks cool. The humor is hit and miss sometimes, but I still think it works. I think Shin-chan, the way he runs is funny. The fishing and bug catching can get a little monotonous, but you don't have to do it if you don't want to, right?
Hmm.
Um, and I think it has a decent flow, right? You know what you're doing. You have goals every day that you set for yourself. Oh, this part of the town opened up. I'm going to go there first, or maybe not. Maybe I'm going to go somewhere else, do the thing I meant to do yesterday, and then run over here real quick. And if you play it, it is available on Switch, right? I recommend and Switch and Steam. I recommend not putting the time up unless you really want to do 100%, but still,
Yeah. And it should run well on both because I did play it on the Switch and it runs perfectly fine. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's a fun game. Totally different experience than anything I've ever experienced before. It's weird, right? It's just a weird game.
and next I actually also played a crossover game. I played Doraemon Story of Seasons 2 Friends of the Great Kingdom.
And this
I
is the
didn't-
one you had been playing since
Yeah, a while.
like
Because
October or
months.
something.
Yeah. I did not play the first Doraemon Story of Seasons because I played the demo kind of when it came out, and it just seemed very slow and plotting and kind of boring. So when this game came out, I kind of looked into it more, and I was like, I bet they got it down with the second game. Because a big draw to this game is just the look of it. It's got almost a watercolor kind of aesthetic a little bit to it, which just looks really interesting. You're like, oh, this looks like it could be a good game. And then the first game seemed like kind of a letdown. So I waited and waited, and this went on sale on the Switch. And I went ahead and picked it up. And I'll be darned if this didn't just immediately go. I mean, granted, the only other game I played was Blue Reflection, but this stayed in the #1 spot for a hot minute.
Yeah.
Definitely the best farming game I've played since Stardew Valley, which is saying a lot. I think it takes the standard Story of Seasons gameplay, like what I played in Trio of Towns, which is actually pretty fast paced. There's quite a lot you can do in a day, even though it takes a long time to finish larger goals. Your day to day is very fast paced, and that's kind of how this game is. You play as Nobita, who's the main character, aside from Doraemon, in the Doraemon anime. You play as him and his friends, and you end up on this other planet. Because Doraemon, he like makes inventions that Nobita ends up using and stuff. That's kind of how the anime and manga work. They get all this kooky trouble with his inventions. So the trouble here is you've ended up on this other planet, and you're kind of stuck there. And this boy offers to let you stay with him for a little while and kind of help him out on his farm while they figure out how to get you back home. And then that's kind of when the story starts unfolding of this place is come in danger, and you learn about that. And you meet up with the queen and learn who she is and learn who the boy is who's helped you out so far. And I wasn't sure what I was expecting with this, but like there's always that relationship mechanic in Story of Seasons games, and sometimes it's pretty good. It was pretty good in Trio of Towns, like I did actually care about characters. But it was so much worse in this game in that I cared about them too much. Like I wanted to see each character's story because each of them have their own story, and as you get their friendship levels up, you will see more of that story. And some of them are really, really sweet and endearing and interesting. So along with like having really great farming mechanics, you have these really great relationship mechanics. You want to see everything. You want to see everybody's story and what's happening, and you kind of have to make it to a certain heart level with everybody before you can beat the game anyway. Before you can assemble your ship to leave this planet to go back to Earth. And man, by the time I finished the game, because they were like, all right, time to say your last goodbye to everybody. And I was just like, oh no. I was like, this is going to go terrible. And, by the time I had to leave, by the time we had saved this planet and built our ship and went back, I was just like ugly crying. I was like, I have to leave everybody behind. I don't want to do it this time. I actually care about these characters. So yeah, I'd say it's such a high production value game, and I'm really surprised that people don't really talk about it, especially in the farming game sphere, and I just don't understand why. Like,
I assume it's because it's on a licensed property, and maybe people weren't as familiar with that. So
yeah, or they played the first game and was like, it's probably not that great.
yeah,
You
maybe
know, like, the fact that it even came out in English at all, once again, kind of like Shin Chan, is just a surprise.
yeah. This one, even though I also recognize this one less so than Shin Chan.
That's true. I will say that. I only read a little bit of the Doraemon manga after I got this game, because I happened to get a Japanese copy of one of them at a thrift store, which was that's really weird in and of itself to get around here. But that's the only reason I even knew that he did inventions and stuff. Or otherwise, I would have been kind of lost as to why that was the case in this game. But yeah, it's definitely not a popular property over here, even though it's literally extremely massive in Japan. It's may as well be like Pokemon or anything else that's that,
Right.
well known.
So you're
I guess
saying
along with Shin Chan too.
so you're saying this is the best farming game you ever played, besides maybe Stardew.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
You can do all your farming. You can use little gadgets in this game that Doraemon gives you to help you with stuff. And kind of a lot of them are kind of useless because they're like, this one will make you invisible to bugs, so you can sneak up on them. I'm like, dude, you can just walk up to them and just catch them with a net. I don't need to go through all this. I don't need to run up to them invisible and it's just not necessary. But okay.
This is really saying a lot considering you have played, some would say, a few farming games, right?
A few
A
for
few, right?
sure.
Definitely not
I
all
know
of them, but
I've played some of the big ones. Um, the only thing that's kind of weird about this game is probably the mining. The mine is literally just uh, like square floors, like a single square room with a bunch of squares you can hit on it, and then you'll get a ladder going down when you hit the right square. But it's not like a organic looking room.
I
You
see.
know, it's kind of a little bit odd. But I didn't really mind that. I ended up getting the heart levels of almost everybody all the way up. Like really burned this game into the ground before I beat it.
That explains why it took so long.
Yeah, I think it took me like what 46 hours or something. Yeah, 46, 43. So, and it really could have taken me even longer because towards the end, they're like, you now have 7 more days to spend on the island before you have to say your goodbyes. And I was just like, I played through like the first 3 days, like doing everything that I would normally do. And those last 4 days, I was like, all right, time to be done. And then when it came time to be done, I was like, no, I don't want to be done. Never. I changed my mind. Go back.
It's too late.
Yeah. But definitely is worth getting. I think it goes on sale for much cheaper than what I even bought it for. I think I paid like $40 for it, which was kind of steep at the time. But I had played the demo in Japanese on Steam, and I initially wanted to play it in Japanese. Thank God I didn't do that because I did not know how long it was. But on the Switch, digitally, it does not have that option, that language option. It only has like Spanish and French for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're looking for more language options, definitely buy it on Steam instead. But yeah, I was pretty stoked about playing this year. Very, very pleased that the second game I beat was, worthy of my top 10.
That is good. Although it starts to make you nervous sometimes. You play something too good in the beginning, you're like, is the rest of the year gonna be disappointment?
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll see.
Uh,
Um
maybe.
uh this is not really DLC, but I wanted to add it just to talk about it real quick. Uh, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet had put out 2 DLCs last year. I played them both, and they were like, "Hey, just so you know, we're also gonna release this one last thing called the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero Epilogue, Mochi Mayhem." Right? And I was like, "Oh, cool! Like it's like gonna tie in the stories and like because there were like some little things at the end that didn't need to be explained, but I thought, hey, it would be pretty cool. And there was this mythical Pokemon that we knew existed, and we were like, hey, what are they gonna do with that? And here's what they did: nothing. They did absolutely nothing. It's like maybe an hour of your time, maybe like even less, like 30 minutes. You pop on, they say, hey, there's this weird mythical Pokemon, and then you walk over to it, you get in a fight, you catch it. That's the end of it. I never even used it. Um, on one hand, cool that they put the mythical Pokemon in the game like normal. Like you don't need to do like some weird download event or go to Toys R Us or anything weird. But just a little lame overall. And also the main thing that bothers me is the story for the mythical Pokemon um is not in the game. After I beat it, there was a YouTube video posted on Pokemon's channel that was like, here the backstory for the Pokemon. And I watched it. I was like, oh dang, like this is actually fairly interesting. I wish this was in the actual game. In the game, you don't hear anything about it. You have no idea why it exists. It's like taking over people using its mochi, and you're like, I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what your story is. But they explain it, you know, it like came to the town and a long time ago, and everyone was it was using its powers to control things to be its friends, and it's all tragic, right? And that was very interesting, but I didn't know it, you know. But it's okay. It puts a little pin in Scarlet and Violet. It looks like we're not getting a new Pokemon game this year, which is nice, right? A little break.
Yeah, I guess because it's at the end of the Switch's life. I mean, they're probably not going to bother.
Yeah, we'll see, right? That it always gets weird with Pokemon because even like on previous consoles, they keep releasing Pokemon games on the old console like a year after for whatever reason. Like Black and White 2 came out after the
Yeah.
so stuff like that sometimes happens. We do know that there's a Legends game coming out in January, February, something like that. So we'll see. I'm actually looking forward to that. But Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I liked it overall. They have a lot of issues to iron out, and hopefully they'll do that next time. But considering it'll probably be on a new console, I don't have my hopes too high, right? They're probably just gonna be figuring out how to game design again. But after that, another game I got for Christmas. This one was a surprise to me because I pointed at all the games and I was like, well, they're not gonna get this for me. But either way, I'm not too interested. Final Fantasy 16. Michelle, when Final Fantasy 16 was announced, I want to ask you, did you care?
I think this time I was actually a little bit more interested when I saw footage of it because it reminded me a little bit more of Final Fantasy 12.
Okay, I could see that. I'll say for me, when I saw it, I was like so like, I don't know, whatever. Like because Final Fantasy 13 it came out, and I like Final Fantasy 13, but I don't know, right? And then 15 it came out, and I didn't play 15, and but it also just looked kind of okay, right? And when 16 came out, they were obviously going for a much darker tone. And it was rated M. I think it's the first Final Fantasy game mainline that's rated M. And I was just like, I don't know. I'm not interested. Uh Maybe one day, right? But they had bought it for me, so I was like, okay, this will be interesting to go through because I do have the opinion I have about it. Like I'm not interested in it.
Yeah.
So let's see what this is all about. And Michelle, the best way I can describe it is Final Fantasy 16 is like a weird mishmash of a modern game and a PS2 game. Because at first, when you're playing it, like you're going through, it's first of all, it's an action RPG. You have no party at all. Later on, some people will come with you, right? But they're just in the background. they're not actually doing anything. Well, I mean, they're doing stuff, but you're not like controlling them. You're not in charge of their equipment or anything. You don't do anything with them. They just start tagging along. Um, and you're going through these sort of linear levels fighting enemies. And I'm like, okay, this is what I expected it to be, right? It's got a decent combat system, right? With it is a square button type of game.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Right. Square. Every now and then type triangle for magic. You can combo it together by holding and delaying your timed hits, and you have some special attacks, right? And it looks really good, right? Um, well, looks really good. Okay, it looks good, like technically, like
Hmm.
it runs like dog shit. Um,
Which is kind of a shame, you know.
I'm talking like you move the camera left and right, Michelle. We're talking 20 frames per second. Um, and I'm
Mm.
talking this is on performance mode too. So whatever, right? But you get your eyes adjust eventually. You get used to it. Uh, so you play as this guy. He's a prince. We can't even go into anything about the story because it immediately hits spoiler territory, right? But let's just say things go awry for our young gentleman, and next thing you know, you're a much older gentleman with a big chip on your shoulder, um, and you're trying to figure all that out, right? Um, it's got good combat, but one thing that kind of changed my perspective on the game, at some point, you enter this large grassland area, and I was like, wait a second, do we have an actual area, like an actual level? It's not just like a hallway connected by weird like little
Yeah.
things I have to shimmy through. And sure enough, it was a huge like area, and I was like, hey, go explore. And is there a lot to find? Not necessarily, right? But there's side quests and things you can do. And I was like pretty shocked and pretty like, dang, this is pretty good. And I was having a real good time going through the area. Like, oh, I walk over here and oh, there's a bigger enemy. Like he's just over here. Like I can fight him or I can not fight him. There are hunts, Michelle, as you talked about Final Fantasy 12. There are hunts, just like Final Fantasy 12. So
Hmm.
you could pick up like, hey, we hear this is a really strong monster. It's an A rank hunt. So you walk over there, you find the monster, and you're basically doing like a big boss fight with it. And it's really good. And the story goes places. I think I ended up spending about 50 hours playing the game. Um, it's some really interesting places. It's well acted actually, which is not something I typically say about Final Fantasy. I know, all due respect to like the Final Fantasy 7 remake cast, they're not doing a bad job, but it still feels like unnatural. This one feels
Hmm.
natural for the most part. Like, hey, these are just actors talking the way you expect in like a Western game. I know they had a lot of Western influence. I know people compare this game like, hey, look, it's Final Fantasy meets Game of Thrones. I see that.
Yeah.
I know why they say that. Overall, I was surprised. I think I was not expecting the game to be as good as it was. The main kind of flow is go to an area. We need to destroy the mother crystals, and at each of the mother crystals, there's a I forget exactly what they call them, but they're basically like the keeper. No, that's not right. I They have a summon, right? And they
Hmm.
call them icons in this game. Um, but Aeons, Eidolons, right? They have the power
Yeah.
of that, right? You have Ifrit and the other people you'll come across. So in general, right, if you're familiar with Final Fantasy, you'll be like, oh, here's this guy. And then all of a sudden you realize that person is Odin, and you're like, oh, fuck, Okay, so I had to deal with this guy with a 1,000-foot sword. And those boss fights are kind of gimmicky, kind of cool. You at the end of most of the boss fights, you actually turn into the icon, and it becomes like a big kaiju battle. Basically, those are kind of janky, to be honest. Right? They're not like this real high quality, but it doesn't matter because it's just the aesthetic, the coolness of doing it. Right?
It's just interesting. It's just fun.
Yes, exactly. I'll say game blew me away. I did also play both DLCs. The DLCs are weird because you have to play them before you beat the game. and that makes sense once you beat the game. You're like, well, I can see why we couldn't play the DLCs after. Um, so at the time I started playing it, Echoes of the Fallen.
Hey, over here.
Echoes of the Fallen, there's like someone who's making an artificial mother crystal, which is kind of a cool concept, right? Because the mother crystals provide energy sources for everyone. So like, oh, if we can make an artificial one, this is good. But if you remember, I said we were destroying the mother crystals in the game. So obviously they have some negative parts of it. So the fact that someone's making one artificially is not good, right? And it's just like one tower. You go up, it's one dungeon, takes like 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, and has the hardest boss fight in the game at the end of it. And it was really cool because it is not old. Michelle, Final Fantasy 7, you're playing it. What's the weapon?
What do you mean? What's the weapon?
Omega weapon.
Oh, I don't know, dude.
No, that's what it's called. Omega weapon. The one that attacks Midgar. Not in the remake because that doesn't happen yet, but in the original game, right? It comes from
that's where
right.
That's where you confused me. My mind was on the remake.
I'm sorry. It comes from the water, but you remember that, right?
Yes, I remember it. Yeah.
Yeah, and weapon is in a lot of Final Fantasy, so it's Omega weapon at the end of this one, and it was like, it was hard. It took me a bunch of tries, and thankfully the game is like a baby game, right? So it gives you checkpoints in the middle of boss fights sometimes, which is kind of nice, right? I'm not trying to be there all day, but it really did push me to the limits, and like I had to manage my magic and stuff very well, or manage my it does have like, the games do have like a stagger system, which I think is just like the way Final Fantasy is going to do it from now on, I guess.
Yeah.
And I kind of like it. One thing that was unfortunate, though, I said you had to play it before you beat the game. At this point, the Rising Tide had not been released.
By the founder.
It's just as I thought.
Jill, does this ether not feel
The Rising Tide was the second DLC. They said, hey, it's coming in spring. I'm beating this game in like January. And I was like, fuck, I wish I had started playing this later. Because really, I thought, I'm not going to play the DLC. I probably won't even like this game that much. I was so wrong. So much later on in the year when the Rising Tide came out, I did play it. There's a missing icon. It's Leviathan. You end up going to this secret society, basically. You run into Leviathan. It's an interesting story. This one's much longer. It's like 5-6 hours. It has a little area with a bunch of side quests you can do as well. Some of it feels a little bit patty, a little bit tacked on. But the main story's fine. I actually think I like Echoes of the Fawn a little bit more. But the Rising Tide was good. I think if you're buying it, you buy them both, and you'll have a good time with all of it. But just to put it in perspective, at the time, I'm not going to say where everything ranks every time that I talk about a game. This game actually immediately jumped into my number one.
That is surprising.
Above everything. And it stayed at number one for a long time. Because it was just, I was just shocked. Like, I was like, holy shit, this is good, actually. Like, had an interesting story. The characters were interesting. You felt for the characters. Like, there's a couple of little side quests towards the end of the game where you like go talk to the characters and you're like, we're about to go to the last battle, right? And it was like, shit, we are. Like, like this, I feel something, So yeah, like, good on them. They did a good job. And I know there's some worries about the sales right now for it because it's a PS5 exclusive. But hey,
I mean, it won't stay an exclusive though.
Exactly. Maybe it'll run better if you put it on something else, right?
I'm not gonna lie, I was already looking to see if it was actually on Steam already or not, because I just, since they had the DLC out, I was like, maybe, I don't know.
Not yet, unfortunately, but probably, hopefully soon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good time.
All right. So next up, I turned to a curiosity that released on the 3DS related to the Fatal Frame series that I'm really surprised John found any footage of at all.
Oh man, and the footage is not going to be like good, basically.
It's a very hard game to get any kind of footage of. It is Spirit Camera: The Cursed Memoir. And this was a really cool game that utilized the AR effects that the 3DS had. And one of the only games that I think actually did this, and certainly the only game that probably has it as its main mechanic, where in the physical copy of this game it came with a book, the Book of Shadows, and you would have to open up to certain pages of the book and scan them for events to happen.
I remember
So like,
I asked you, I said, Michelle, how the fuck did you play this game without the book?
and of course, all this stuff is archived online now. So you literally just need the pictures of the book, which are all uploaded. I think they were actually uploaded officially by Nintendo.
Yeah.
So you can still play this game even without having it physically, because I just have it downloaded on my 3DS. And it's I heard really terrible things about it back at when it released. Like, awful things about it. Like, it was one of the worst games ever made,
Right.
basically.
It was that game that you go to Walmart and it's always there. Like there's a big
Yeah.
stack of them in the corner for $5. No one's buying. I wish I would have bought it now. I feel dumb.
Yeah, I actually have held this game in my hands before in a store, and I was like, literally $4 or $5, and was just like, nah, I won't get it. And I kind of wish I had, because I feel like one day it'll be really expensive because it's such a weird thing to get.
I didn't even know it had anything to do with Fatal Frame at all until Nitro Red pointed it out to me.
Yeah. But honestly, this was a lot of fun. Like, I think if you're going into expecting it to actually be a Fatal Frame game, well, you done fucked up, because it's definitely not going to be to that extent. It's almost more like a tech demo in a way. It's only about 3 hours long, and you can scan things in the book. And as you scan them, sometimes like effects will happen, like ghosts will come out of the book, or glass will shatter, or something like that. And then you'll be where you can look through the camera on the 3DS as you're kind of painting around the room and find the ghost and press, LR button to activate the camera to take their picture. And it actually works very well. I mean, I think Nitrorad made it sound like it was very hard to get it to work. I don't know if he was just in a really dark room, but when I pulled up the book on my phone, it's really bright. And it was able to read it very easily. I saw everything in my house easily. I was just in my living room playing this. And, the camera works exactly as it should, I think it's more Fatal Frame 2 or 3 style, where it kind of charges up, basically, the longer you're on the ghost, and then you can have a deadly shot kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what 2 and 3 did, more of that kind of thing. Now, the main story itself is bad. I wish I could kind of even explain it, but I don't even remember exactly what the main story is. You are trying to help this woman, though, and the problem is she kind of repeats the same things to you over and over again throughout the story, and I don't know if it just didn't translate well. Like, whoever translated it didn't get the nuance in how she was changing what she was saying, so it just all kind of came out sounding similar in English. But it was really weird. I was like, yeah, I know. We've already went over this. Just get me to the next ghost. Let me help you find the next ghost, like, free your soul or whatever we're doing. I don't remember. There's also moments that are kind of cool, because you'll actually be, instead of like in your house seeing the ghost, at the very start of the game, I believe you're walking down a hallway in a room, and you still have that kind of stereoscopic effect where you can move the 3DS around to like look around the room or look around the hallway. And I really wish they had done more of that, because that was really cool. Like, they could have still made the game without it taking place in your own surroundings. Like, it could have still been an actual like game, an area. And I think that would have went over a lot better with people.
Part of me thinks that this and Fatal Frame 4, that's the only reason they bought the Fatal Frame franchise, because they were like, we can use this, like the camera thing, for our gimmicks. Like, it'll work good with the Wiimote. It'll work good with the the 3DS thing. Later on, they used it for the Wii U gamepad, and that's why we haven't seen one since then, because they were like, I can't do anything gimmicky with the Switch with it. So
Yeah. Which is funny because Switch does have the gyro controls built into it. Nothing uses it though. Like
yeah,
very, very little.
it's small stuff, right? Like you go to zoom in on aim, and you have like a little bit extra control sometimes, but that's it.
But just the novelty of this game made it a really fun thing to play. I mean, I was just spinning around in the middle of my living room taking pictures of ghosts that didn't really exist. It was pretty, I mean, not that ghosts exist anyway, but
What?
you know what I mean. You know, it was fun. It was like 2.5, 3 hours of just a good time. And, you know, if I had paid $5 for this, I certainly wouldn't be mad at it. I feel like novelty games like this are age really well actually, because they're a lot more special and fun when, you know, you look back on them and you realize there's nothing else like them anymore. So I really appreciated it for that, and I encourage everybody to play it. It's not like an amazing game, but it's fun to play, and it's certainly a very unique game on the console.
Who knows? Maybe it's at your local Walmart still.
You never know.
Probably not.
That would be awesome, though. That would be so cool. I would totally buy it if it was at my local Walmart.
Me too. Next game I played, Gravity Circuit. Speaking of Christmas, a friend had bought me this game, Gravity Circuit. It is kind of like a the way to explain it is, to me, it looks like Mega Man X a lot of ways. A lot of people compare it to Mega Man Zero, actually, the way the combat works and things like that. I did enjoy it quite a bit, but part of my reason for playing it right now was this guy buys me games a lot on Christmas, right? Like every year, like he buys me something. I almost never play it, right? I just don't have time for it. Like, and it wasn't like something I planned to buy, so I was like, okay, I'll get to it, and never end up playing it. And he does the same thing for me, so I don't feel bad about it. But this time I was like, man, let me just play this, right? It's actually the same reason I played the game Michelle bought me, because I was like, let's just get them out the way, right?
Let's just get him out the way. I don't want to play this stuff, but
Well,
yeah, I guess I better.
Well, because otherwise, like, I'll never get to it, because I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's
I want to
true.
play the game I bought for myself, right? So I was like, okay, let me go ahead and play this. It is like Mega Man, I guess Mega Man Zero, right? Because there's not a buster, you're punching instead of that. But for what it is, right? You can see the footage on the screen right now. It is exactly what it looks like. Side scroller. You fight enemies. You earn some power ups along the way. You can collect some costumes if you do the levels good enough. And that'll help you get play the game a little bit differently. I never ended up changing because I found the one that works pretty easy early on. And the story's pretty simple, pretty basic. To be honest, there's not too much to say about it, right? It was good. It actually, in a weird way, because right now everything's in my top 10 because we just sort of got there, right?
Yeah.
This game actually sat in my top 10 for a while because it was just like, yeah, that was just a good game. That was just a really solid time. Like if you're looking for something like Mega Man that feels like Mega Man of the time, right? The X's, the Z's, but you just don't want to play those games anymore. Like this is gonna satisfy that easily. I don't know if that's what I was looking for, but I did have a good time with it, and it is way more forgiving than those games, which is kind of nice too. Because otherwise you're in a painful experience, right? But I think I went through it all in one night. Good time, worth playing if you're looking for that kind of experience.
All right. Next up, I played a little Zelda-like, kind of Zelda Ease-like game called Faerun. And I've heard a little bit about it. Released on the 3DS. I think it was eShop only. I could be mistaken about that. But you got the little screen by screen kind of that Zelda has. Um, and you'll be going throughout the land trying to level up ease style by just walking into enemies and hoping that you kill them before they kill you.
Oh, it uses bump combat or whatever.
Yeah. Where you just like have your sword out and you just walk into stuff and you get hurt and it gets hurt.
Like
And
ease or whatever.
yeah, like ease, exactly. But you'll go around kind of more like Zelda and you'll find items to continue your progression through the land to get more items, to do some minor puzzles, to go through the areas, to save the land. It doesn't really have boss fights except for the final boss, and it's kind of like this bullet hell type situation. It's pretty cool. I sucked at it, so the game was like, after I failed like 4 times, it was like, do you want to switch down to easy? And I was like, I guess.
Oh god.
I was like, sure. I think I just didn't learn the pattern in those 4 times. I was just screwing myself up. This was a really fun little game. Definitely good if you like Zelda games. A little confusing if you have not played a game with ease style combat, for sure. Because you might be like, how do I swing my sword? How do I attack anything? You don't. You just walk into it. I wish there was a little bit more to say about it, but it's kind of like if you like Zelda and you're looking for like a short little, because Zelda games are usually actually really long. I didn't even realize that until I kind of started looking back on the amount of playtime like several of them had on how long to beat. They're usually like 30 hours.
Yeah.
So,
At least the
if you're
3D ones are, yeah.
if you're looking for a Zelda-like game that can kind of fall into like the more 2 to 3 hour range, this is definitely a really great option. This is a lot better than I thought it was going to be. It's very well made, polished. It's got little secret areas you can find similar to Zelda, like areas where you can walk through trees or bushes, which is all very, very cool. And it's got secret items that you can find for completion, which I only found a couple of, and then I just got distracted by other games and stopped playing. So
Okay, question. I know there's sequels. Or
Yes,
at least a sequel. Are you
yeah,
going
there's
to
a
play
sequel. There is a sequel. I would like to play it, and I'd love to say I'm definitely going to play it, but I said that immediately after I beat this, and I still haven't played it. So, and I beat this in December. So,
those? Okay, so maybe not.
maybe not. We'll see. It's not to say that I don't want to play it and don't, plan to. Like, I would definitely want to play it, and in my mind, I'm like, yes, I'll do that, but we'll see. We'll see. I've said that before about some other games, and I literally have never went back to those series, and it's been years. So,
Sometimes that happens, though. Especially with
yeah,
a smaller game.
yeah, maybe someday I'll make it back around. I'm gonna have to fill out my game playing in the second half of the year with shorter stuff in between the really long games I'll be playing. So you never know.
Right. Okay, for me, in the background, something has happened, something has occurred, and we will get to that later on. A big game is being played, but during that time while I'm playing that big ass game, out of nowhere, Konami decides, hey, we're gonna do a little what they're calling the Silent Hill transmission, which is their little updates on all these little Silent Hill projects they're working on. And during that, they announced Silent Hill: The Short Message.
I was so interested in this when I heard about it. I didn't know anything about it. I just heard the name and I was like, oh, Silent Hill. Oh.
How can I play it? What? PS5 only? Okay. Go fuck myself, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they said, hey, PS5 coming out today, right? And I actually saw this leaked a long time ago. It was like a whole year ago. They were showing it off, and people were like, what the fuck are they doing to Silent Hill? Because one thing about Silent Hill, right? Look, to me, at least, Silent Hill, and very few horror games do this well, is subtle, right? It will never just like outright say things or really like clue you in, like, oh, this is clearly what happened. No character would be like, he hurt me and that's why I'm this way, right? Like
Yeah.
that shit really bothers me. So when I saw this game leaked, what the main thing was this girl, and she had like all these like notes around her, and they were clearly like a bully had wrote some notes and like, you're fat, you're ugly, I hate you. And it was like, okay, like you just told me the whole story. You just
Yeah.
told me the whole, like everything
You
about
just
this
told
game.
me your whole trauma. Thanks.
Right. Like, but I was like, okay, the game came out, it's free. Duh, I'm gonna play it, right? It is first person horror game. The idea is that you are in this a building and you're trying to look for someone, I think. And that goal sort of changes over time. You get text messages, hey, meet up with me here, right? You can already tell it's not gonna go well. And a lot of it's just walking, looking at items. At some point, this monster comes out and they attack you, right? It's a chaser sequence where you have to run away from them. At first, these start off very easy. Later on, they become a little bit more annoying because basically it has like a couple wrong ways to go, and those wrong ways will always loop back in a way that you can get back on the right track. But sometimes you're trying to run away so much you don't know what the hell's going on. It can be a little annoying, especially the final area, because in the final area, not only do you need to run away, but you need to like find like 3 or 4 items. And the chaser is not like a chaser, like, hey, if you get away from it, it's just gone. It will just like pop up behind you again. So it's like,
Oh, it's annoying.
it's like a constant threat.
It's like the nemesis, just it's always there.
Yeah, it's very annoying. It's got a cool design, admittedly, right? It's got all the paper all over. It looks kind of cool, right? But my fears about this game are just flat out true, right? Is zero subtlety at all, right? It wears every single thing it wants you to know about it, like right on its sleeve, right? Like everything wants to be Silent Hill 2 so bad, but they don't want you to be confused that what it's trying to do, right? Like Silent Hill 2, I don't want to get into it because it's such a big spoiler. Just play it, but you don't know what's going on until they tell you at the end of the game, right? Like, and when you replay it, you're like, damn, it was there all along, but like I just didn't see the clues. Like it was so subtle, it was so well done, and it makes the second playthrough even better. And then you watch someone else play and you're like, oh, you just don't see it. Like that feels good, right? This game, it's like, oh, I get it, someone's being bullied. Yeah, oh, it's probably her. Or maybe, or your big plot twist, she's the bully, right? Or and it's just like, okay, right? We saw that with Guilt last year.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought of the second you talked about the bullying.
And like, to be fair, from just your generic horror, first-person horror game, with mostly walking elements and chaser elements, it's not like terrible, right? It does what it's supposed to do. It does it fine. It looks really good when it's in the first-person mode. Like it looks incredible. But it has the name Silent Hill, right? So, and look, I'm actually pretty open to it, right? I don't care. Do whatever you want. You don't even have to take place in Silent Hill. I don't care. But the game better be good. And if you use the name Silent Hill, you have 2 choices. You either are Silent Hill or you are just wearing the name on your sleeve and making a different horror game, right? But if you're trying to be a different game that has nothing to do with Silent Hill, and you're like, well, how can we tie this into Silent Hill? And you pull some bullshit, it's gonna piss me off, right? There's one reference to Silent Hill in this game. You're walking around this apartment building, this abandoned apartment building, which is not in Silent Hill. You find a newspaper on the floor that says, oh wow, a lot of spooky stuff's been happening. There's a bunch of fog everywhere, huh? This reminds us so much of what happened a couple years ago with the Silent Hill phenomenon. And I was like, it actually made me so mad. I like stopped playing. I was like, I don't even know if I want to continue, right? This makes me mad because it's so stupid. Why would you say this? Why does the newspaper know what the fuck is Silent Hill is? Why is it called the Silent Hill phenomenon? That's stupid. I don't know. It honestly, like, I know this game had been done probably for a long time, and they were just waiting to put it out to be closer to when all the other games are coming out. They should not have started with this game. This should not have been the
Yeah.
first thing they put out. If they put this out
Yeah.
after another good game came out, okay, right?
You just be like, oh, it's a little blunder. Yeah, whatever.
Right. But right now, where we're
Now it's
at,
like a setup for failure.
right now, I'm worried. Um,
Yeah.
and to be honest, I was already a little worried about Silent Hill 2 remake, which is the next game coming
Yeah, because
out,
it's Bloober Team, right?
right? And Bloober Team, you know,
They're mostly a
also,
visuals kind of people, not necessarily storytelling.
well, yeah, well, they do a lot of storytelling, but they do it not good. They also
Yeah.
have no idea how to be subtle at all. And even like the trailers I saw, like I saw Angela in it, and just some of the words she was saying, a different line she was saying, was like, "Please shut the fuck up." Like,
Mhm.
where they're like, "Tell him to get away from me." It's like, stop it, stop saying that. Like, that's supposed to be like obvious to you, the player, but it's not supposed to be like something Angela's telling you. Like, you're
Yeah.
just supposed to be like, "What the hell is wrong with Angela?" That's weird, right? Like, I don't know. But anyway, we'll find
One
out.
interesting thing that I noticed about this game from the footage is they have like real footage in it, like
Oh yes, I'm glad you brought
acted
that up.
footage, and they also have a bunch of phone looking bullshit in it, which reminds me of like another lost phone and like those kinds of games. Kind of
Okay.
weird.
Okay, so the
K-
phone stuff is only just like you receive some text messages,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and they'll say, "Hey, come here," and you come here, right? That's not a big deal. The live action stuff is very cool, right? Because you don't see a lot of that where we're mixing live action with gameplay.
Yeah.
To me, the live action stuff is actually probably the best part of the game, because it just looks cool, right? And those parts actually, like, you'll watch a couple of them, and she's like talking to some girl, right? And at some point you'll like start seeing more and more of those little paper things in the background, like on the walls, and you're like, okay, like that's kind of cool. Like, I didn't notice it the first couple times, and then a couple like screen transitions happened. I was like, oh shit, like there's a bunch of paper on the wall. And it's like, okay, like that's cool, right? Because I know where that's leading, right? That's subtlety, right? That's doing it right. But that's not the way the rest of the game works. um but I don't know, like, it's free, right? So if you like Silent Hill, whatever, right, you might as well. And you have PS5, it'll take you one
Yeah. That's
one
true. At least
afternoon,
they didn't charge you money for this bad experience.
right? I actually am a little worried that maybe this is meant to be a tie-in to Silent Hill F,
Ooh.
because Silent Hill
Oh.
F had a bunch of flower people, and there is a big flower motif going on in this game where the girl is like painting flowers all over the walls and stuff. So
Hmm.
I part of me thinks maybe that was what was intended as one time. It is different developers, so I don't know, but makes me a little bit worried. But yeah, fuck this game. And if they fuck up Silent Hill 2, I'm gonna be real mad.
I'm gonna just wait for you to buy it and kind of like before you even finish it, I kind of need to know part of your opinion at least because I am interested in
Okay,
getting it at launch.
well, I'll
So I'll
let you
wait until
know.
you get a few hours in, and then you can tell me like it seems like it might be okay.
I'm buying it day one, and if it's as long as the first game, I'll probably beat it the first day. So
Hmm.
we'll see. We'll see what happens. Oh, it's my turn again. This is the one time I get to talk again twice in a row. Next game I played, just happened to be my wife was watching something on the TV. I just needed something. Oh, it was like a weird time where like I just had like a few minutes on my hand. I had to stay awake. I work night shift, and sometimes I had to stay awake during the day. So there was some weirdness going on there, and I was like, I just need like something to play because I'm just sitting here at my computer. And I was like, oh, let me play Unpacking. Unpacking is the unpacking game where you move into an or it's not always an apartment, a room, a house, and you just have all your things. You have to unpack it. Everyone's talked about this game like a million times. Michelle talked about it previously.
Yep.
Um, and I'd seen it a couple times. I've never like really wanted to play it, but I knew it was gonna be a simple game. I knew it was gonna be a short game, so I was like, hey, let me give it a shot, right? It is like simple, right? You just unpack the stuff, and then there's a storytelling element while you're unpacking this stuff. Like, even like some simple things, like they're very clever. Like there's a point where like you have to unpack your stuff, and they designed it so well where like you have like I think it's your degree or something. There's just not room for it on the walls.
Uh-huh.
So you have to basically put it under your bed. That's the only spot. I watched a couple other people play it, and there's like that's the only place to put it. It's like, oh, that's so smart, because you're just saying like all the things you work for right now at this moment are useless. And
Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty good storytelling. So like without any words, they tell a nice little story.
And not to mention, some of your items change over time. Like you have a bear, I think, or something that you take with you the whole time. And as you get older, the bear gets more worn out, and like stuffing's coming out of it, and it might be missing a button eye or something. Like things like that, subtle things like that, or just changes in general to what you're able to bring with you throughout your life.
I would not play this game if you have OCD, right? It's gonna drive you crazy.
Yeah.
But it's one of those games where it's like if you have it, like this is just not a bad way to spend an afternoon. It took a couple hours and it was done. And it's also one of the few games that I beat that I actually owned already. It wasn't like brand new this year. So unfortunately, yeah, that's the one. That's one of them out of the three.
Which is crazy because it still didn't release that long ago. It's only been out, what, a couple years at the most?
I feel like it came out maybe 2020, 2021. So
I think 2021 sounds about right.
yeah, it was in the COVID time. I remember that. So, but yeah, check it out if you got it.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Alrighty. Next up, I played my first Japanese game for the year, Natsumon Nijiseki no Natsuyasumi, or Natsumon 20th Century Summer Vacation. And this is the newest entry in the Boku Natsu series, and it was a big departure from their usual formula that they do where that Shin-chan did, where it's screen by screen. This game is all open world, real time, or at least time does not move on a screen by screen basis. Anyway, it's not necessarily real time, as in it's not like keeping up with the time of your console or anything. But
I just want to confirm: is this the one that's on Steam gonna get English?
yes.
Okay. This game looks incredible to me.
It is coming out in English, or at least they're adding English, is what it sounds like, to the Steam version. I don't think there's going to be two separate versions.
I see.
On August 6th. I hope so, because as we've been doing the podcast, I bought it in the DLC on Steam.
Oh, so. Jesus Christ. Like right now?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So I just couldn't wait, and it's already downloaded. So I should kind of already give you a hint as to how much I enjoyed this game this year. It's kind of like if a short hike, Zelda, like specifically Breath of the Wild, and Animal Crossing had a baby. A little bit. It's all open world exploration. You get diary entries in the same way that you did in Shin-chan, where they kind of just come up immediately as you find things, as you catch bugs, as you see things in the world. And you still have a month to play in the game. Now they do have... Okay, so I kind of know the main story, but not quite, because it all just plays and you have no control over, like... You can't play it at your own pace.
I see. So
it's just going to happen.
So you couldn't translate it live.
Yeah, I was not prepared when it started, and I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I was like, I guess I'll just kind of continue and see how things go. But I know that your family is part of a traveling circus, and you're coming to this town to stay with your relatives and set up the circus in this town and, try to, I guess, make money. You end up trying to save the circus at some point. You have to like get a certain amount of yen built up to help fund events for the circus to try and get its popularity up in the town. That doesn't happen until like halfway through the game, which is kind of weird. But basically, you go to stay with your relatives. You can pretty quickly just run around wherever you want. It took me a while to realize I could go outside of kind of the general area right around me and literally go to the whole map. Like, and you have your usual setting where you can change the day length. And this game, I changed it immediately to the longest day setting because unbeknownst to me, I was going to end up completing this game. I got a little too addicted to getting things. There's 200 insects in this game and comparably tiny amount of fish, being only 20 fish in the game to catch.
That
There's
is a small
fossils. Yeah. There's fossils that you can get to donate to a museum, as well as you can donate special rare bugs and fish to the museum as well.
Wonder where they got that idea.
Yeah. There's other goals that you can do in the game. There's not like there's it's kind of side goals and side stories, and then there's main story goals to get. And when you do these, you get energy. Like you have an energy bar for running and climbing, kind of similar to Zelda, which is really interesting. And one of the, like, for example, one of the goals, the big goals that you can do in the game is called aim for the top. And there's several really high up areas in the game that you can climb up to. And if you climb up to them, you get another thing added onto your energy, and you can eventually climb to even higher places. And you want to tick off all these certain places to finish this goal. And these really big goals that they have, whichever one you finish first depends on like the ending that you get, because all Bokunatsu games have multiple endings based on how many things you did in your summer usually, but this one is just based on which main goal you completed. So very technically, I did not complete this game because I only saw one ending, even though I did everything. It only showed me the ending for the first thing that I finished. So,
Interesting.
which was the Zashikiwarashis, which are these little ghost girls that you can find around, and usually they'll want you to do something for them, like find their missing boot or follow them somewhere, or find where they're hiding, that kind of thing.
Well, now you're gonna be able to get a second ending because you just bought it on Steam.
Yeah, and it has DLC. Dude, there's DLC. Like, that's not in the Switch one, I think.
What kind of DLC? Like,
It adds like an island that you can go to, and it adds 30 new fish and bugs. With bugs, like, doesn't matter. The fish, 30 fish, that's more than the main game had altogether.
Jesus.
This was so much fun to play. I loved a short hike for its exploration, base mechanics, and also you had the thing where you could collect the feathers so that you could fly and climb to higher areas.
Yes.
In this game, you can also fly because if you can get like a little like parachute thing that kind of makes you look like a flying squirrel if you jump off of something and use it, kind of like like Zelda and stuff. It was so much fun to just run around everywhere and do all the quests and just see everything. See, there's like a neighboring town that you can walk over to, which is crazy because that's not how any of the other Bokunatsu games are. There's no like neighboring towns. It's not a big, wide open world area that you can just go anywhere that you want in.
What's
Another
great?
thing
So I haven't ever played any of these games, so maybe this is incorrect, but this almost feels like the equivalent of like when you were growing up, like, hey, I played this series of games on the PS1, it was very good. Here's the PS2 version. Like,
Yeah.
This is like them making like a concerted effort to like evolve the formula.
Yes, it definitely is because it's very different, and a lot of Japanese people apparently didn't like it. Which at first, I was a little on the fence too, because even the look of the game changed very drastically. Normally they have all these really beautifully painted backgrounds, and this took a very different approach and a very simplistic style to it, which I imagine was partially due to the fact that it was going to release on the Switch.
Sure.
And it doesn't run great on the Switch. I'm not going to lie. The frame drops all the time. There's tons of pop-in. They definitely did like their little tips and tricks to try and kind of make it run a little better. Like at a distance, there may be fields of flowers, but it can't load up all the flowers yet. So it kind of leaves these colors on the hillside to give you like the indication that there are flowers there. since it can't load them up yet for you. So I'm really wondering how it's going to play on my computer, and if they're just not going to do that, if that's just not going to be a thing, and the flowers will just be there.
I guess.
But it really just didn't hinder my enjoyment at all. It definitely is a lot longer than regular Bokunatsu games. Those run about 10 to maybe 15 hours at the most, and I spent 28 hours on this game.
God damn. Well, granted, you did everything right, but
I did, but like if you have the day setting set to the longest it can be, each day is about an hour, which is wild. At one point, I did finally change the day setting. Once I was pretty positive I was going to get everything before the end of my summer, I was like, I can change these days to short or normal, or at least because this is taking forever, and I'm running out of things to do now, and the game is making me depressed. Like I finally, it's one of those things where you love the journey so much, but when you finish it, you're kind of just like, oh, that sucks. Well, this pretty much immediately for me took the number one spot. I was so happy to play something that was basically like a short hike, but it's a really long hike. Like it's a very big world by comparison to what that game offered.
yeah,
And
it seems
excited.
very different, very cool.
Yeah, I'm so excited that it came to Steam. I really wasn't sure if it would, but they are releasing the second Shin Chan game on Steam at some point. I'm sure they're going to come out with it in English, so I'm sure it'll come on Steam.
That's what's
This one I-
crazy. Shin Chan is to thank for this. Isn't
yeah,
that weird?
because we
That-
didn't get any Bokunatsu games in English before Shin Chan.
Yeah, that was them putting it out, and then people being like, "Man, when are we gonna get the real series?" And they were probably like, "Oh, well, maybe let's give it a shot." It makes me wonder if they'll bring over older games too. Or
I
who
really
knows?
would love that. What if they remade the older games? Like, whoa.
Oh,
Because
shit.
honestly, because they're on the PSP, and the PSP's got pretty crunchy graphics. I'm just going to be real with you. Like, the painted backgrounds still look good, but they're crunchy.
Even if they just put an emulated ROM dump with the fan translation built in, works with controllers, and called it a day, called it the trilogy, that would still be a
Oh, yeah.
better version than what we got. Maybe GOG can do something like that. I don't know, or Night Dive, or who knows.
I feel like if anything, it would be a thing that came out on Steam and not GOG, though. Niche stuff always comes out on Steam over GOG.
Yeah, that's
GOG
true.
kind of takes a long time to get niche stuff. It's just one of those things. I just found out about it a couple days ago that it was coming out to Steam, because you pull up your phone and you pull up Google and they have like articles or whatever that they're recommended to you, and usually I don't pay any fucking attention to what they are. And then I saw Natsumon come to Steam, and I was like, whoa, because I almost had clicked, off of it to go to something, and I was like, no, go back. I have to see what this is.
I will say, I think them putting out, because it's available to buy in North America right now.
Yeah.
But not having the English translation right from the bat is probably a poor decision, right? Because it's not going to get a second chance to have a day one release, so it's not going to pop.
Well, it will be on sale until July. Oh, yeah, that's right. July 10th. So, I mean, technically you can buy it now, and it says specifically English will be available on August 6th, as if they're just going to add English as an option into the game, like as an update, so you could just select what language you want and
Sure,
not
but
just like a separate game entirely.
I just know
you have to
people are
buy.
going to see it, they're going to look at it, and they're going to be like, okay,
Oh.
I'll get back to it.
Somebody else just put a review on Steam, because I looked at this page 2 minutes ago and there was only one, so people are buying it already. People were excited, and that makes me real happy. Probably mostly Japanese learners. Yep, literally the very first review mentions that. Because there's somebody online Game Gengo, who kind of reviews games that come out in Japanese and how good they are for learning Japanese, and he really liked this game. I don't necessarily know why. So if you're learning Japanese, you cannot take the text in this game at your own pace. There's no furigana. So if you do want to know, like, look up a word that they said, like a kanji, you have to hear them speak it. And the only way you can kind of go at your own pace is if you skip the audio by hitting X to make the rest of the text load, and then it'll like wait a second and let you skip to the next text at your own pace. But then that means you couldn't hear what they said. So then you gotta like whip out your phone and use fucking Google Translate to like take a picture and blah, blah, and it's just so annoying. So like language wise, the language itself isn't that hard, but there's definitely like you gotta be like N3, N2 still. Like it's not that beginner friendly. Whereas Shin-Chan was much more beginner friendly, I think, if you're learning Japanese.
Gotcha.
But yeah, immediately jumped to the number one spot, and it's still there. So
Oh wow. Okay.
it has not been dethroned yet.
Okay.
And clearly, I also want to point out that when I bought this on Switch, it really hadn't been out that long. Like maybe less than 6 months, and I paid $61 for this on eBay, and I just paid $45 for it again. Okay, they have gotten over $100 for me on this one game.
Well, if no one else buys it, at least you bought it twice.
Yeah, and I didn't buy Shin-Chan twice. I will say that because it did come out in English later, and I was like, I think I understood it well enough.
Right. All right. So the next game I played. This is the big one. This is not just big because it's a big ass game, but big like as of right now. This is technically the last game in the very long series I've been playing, and that is Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. So a couple years ago, I started the journey back in 2019 of like, hey, I'm gonna play this Yakuza game. I got it for free on PSN. It was Yakuza Kiwami, first one, and played through it, had a good time. Got Yakuza 0, played that one, and was shocked like how much I loved it. And at that point I knew I was like, I have to play them all. And I even played the Yakuza adjacent games like Lost Judgment, and I even played the little spin-off one, Fist of the North Star. It's a lot of games. And when this game came out, I was excited because I was like, holy shit, I'm caught up. I'm going to be able to play this game day one, like with everyone else, for the first time. As opposed to like, hey, I really liked Yakuza 5. Yakuza 5 came out like a decade ago, you know?
Yeah.
But one thing I want to put in perspective, I'm going to be very critical of this game because I have played them all. I've seen the best of the series, I've seen the worst of the series, and I love them all. But I also played like 6 Yakuza games last year, so this game has like a high bar to reach, right?
Yeah.
Michelle, let me ask you, knowing very little about Yakuza, but knowing Yakuza, what makes you think people like about Yakuza?
The side content.
Okay, sure. But I think people like Yakuza because it's like pretend Japan simulator,
Yeah.
right? It's weeaboo fantasy, like, oh, look at me, like I'm in Japan, right? Like, I mean, that's why I like it, right? I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
like this is cool, like nightlife Japan, like I'm here, like that's the setting, that's the world. What makes it weird is if a game takes place not in Japan. This game takes place primarily. Oh, it's not primarily, I guess, but half of the game takes place in Hawaii, and that's weird, right? Immediately, I was like, okay, cool, we're going somewhere else. It's like a fish out of water story, but it's kind of weird. Like, how's this gonna work? And in a lot of ways, to me, like it kind of doesn't, right? It feels a little strange, right? And it also gets a little bit weird with the language settings, right? I play in Japanese, but whether you play in Japanese or English, you're gonna see people that are not speaking the language they're supposed to be speaking. So in this game, they're like, yeah, thank God almost everyone speaks Japanese here. It's like, wait a second. But and at first you're thinking, okay, maybe they're not speaking Japanese, they're just making it easy for us. But then you run into people that are speaking like broken English, and you're like, wait a second. So there are people just speaking English here too. So I don't know, but
See, it's like the regular Yakuza games are like a fantasy for the rest of the world, and this game is a fantasy for the Japanese people.
maybe so, right? And this one is turn-based RPG, just like the Like a Dragon was. This the eighth mainline game in the series. I guess ninth if you count zero. And it's different, right? Because kind of things were wrapped up in the last game. Like the way the last game ends, the I don't want to go into it because it's so many spoilers, right? But basically, it closed out things really nicely. Like, okay, we can continue on with these characters, but it's what do we do, right? And kind of the way a lot of games do it, and this is how they do it too. Is like, hey, new villain, it just sort of pops up, and you have to defeat them, right? Now there is the general setup is you play as I feel bad. I don't remember the main character's name. Help me out, Michelle. Look it up. Um,
Are you talking about Kiryu?
no, the other
Or are
one.
you talking? Oh,
Yes. I feel
yeah,
so
that
bad.
guy.
Oh, I feel bad.
You've played so many of these games. How do you not know their names? I
Oh,
hate I hate that feeling so much when that happens to me. I'm like, I've played 80 hours of this game. I should know everything.
I feel so bad. Let me look it up real quick. Uh, typing sounds like a dragon. Main character. Ichiban. Duh.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Ichiban. Right. Um,
Ichiban also means the best in Japanese.
yeah. So he is looking for someone. That is why he went to Hawaii in the first place. Although in Like a Dragon Gaiden that we played at the end of last year, we know that Kiryu is also in Japan. And I would hate to say that because like in general that is a spoiler, right? But god damn it, he's on the cover of the game, Like how can I avoid it, right? And to me that's how I feel now, like playing through the Yakuza games. I must like to me it's like, oh yeah, can't wait to play as Kiryu in Yakuza 5. But like there's all kinds of times where like he's like left for dead and you're like, what's gonna happen? Well, I know he's coming back because he's on the cover of the next game, right? So in this one, it's like, oh, Kiryu's not supposed to be around, but he's on the cover of the game, So I have to talk about it, right? Um, so turn-based RPG, he is on your team for a lot of it. We do go back to the main town of Like a Dragon as well. That's like half of the game. It's sort of split between those two at some point. But a lot of it does take place in Hawaii as you look for this person that you're looking for. Run into a new cast of characters. They join your team. It still has the job system that works out good. The mini games are overflowing. Like there's a crazy taxi mini game.
See, there's a bike one.
Yeah, that bike one, that's the crazy taxi one.
Oh yeah.
There's
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not interested in playing all the Yakuza games necessarily. It may be too much for me, but I am super interested in this one. It looked very appealing to me when it came out. Like the Hawaii thing is not a turnoff for me. Maybe it's because all the other ones kind of just look the same now, and this is one that looks different,
right.
you know, and that's just appealing, and it's just pretty too. So
Yeah, it is pretty. Um I just I don't want to get twisted because I do like the game. It's still sitting in my top 10, right? But I just have to be critical because I did play them all, right?
yeah,
I
yeah,
I can
exactly.
sit here and say, man, Yakuza 3, man, that's the worst game in the series. And they're like, oh damn, I don't want to play that. I'm like, oh no, actually it's still fucking amazing. But just
That's like
happened.
when you talk about Ace Attorney games. You're like, this one was the worst game in the whole franchise, and then you're like, it was still, a
Right.
pretty solid 4 out of 5.
Exactly. Um and this game it has all the Yakuza trappings, right? But the story is just kind of general, right? Because we have defeated the big enemies, right, in the series. So it's like kind of reminds me of Resident Evil 6 a little bit, which I know is not something you've played, but um like in that game Umbrella's already beaten. So it's like, well,
Yeah,
who are you fighting? Well, I was in the background, or I was another guy. I'm trying to revive Umbrella. It's like, okay, well, this is kind of like what's going on here. So um the combat is very good, probably the best it's ever been as far as the turn-based stuff, which I know there's only a previous game, but I did improve on that a lot. The job system's very interesting. Although I will say I did use a lot of the similar jobs I used from the last game. Like I guess it's an RPG, right? I'm gonna have a healer on my team. I'm gonna have a bruiser,
hmm
someone who can do guard breaks. Like that's just how it works, right? Someone who can do magic. Um, that makes sense. I will say in this game, I what I didn't do in the last Like a Dragon, there was an optional dungeon that's like a procedurally generated game. People compare it to the Tartars, which I didn't even know what that meant until much later. And in the first game, there were 2 bosses at the end. And when I say the first game, I mean Like a Dragon, or Yakuza Like a Dragon, which is Yakuza 7. I did not do those optional dungeons. The last 2 bosses really like whipped my ass. I had to do like poison strats where I poison them and they take a little chip damage, and I was like, God, Lee, this is hard, but it felt good. That I did not have that problem in this game because I did those optional dungeons all the way through, and I beat the hell out of the final couple bosses, like just decimated them. Which is fine. I wasn't looking for them to be hard, but it was just kind of interesting the way that worked. Those optional dungeons make a big ass difference. There's still like post game stuff I could play, but I didn't play any of that. The game took me about 80 hours total. I did all the side content I think I saw available to do. Had a good time with it. I will say, as far as like the Yakuza tier, right? Like it's somewhere in the middle, right? It's not like my favorite one. It's not the worst one by any means. And I think it is just because the stakes seem a little bit lower. Like they try to make them more dramatic, but it hasn't been built up over the course of like 5 games, right? It's like, here's the new enemy, here's the bad thing they're doing, let's beat them, right? And again, it's still a great game, still worth playing. Just somewhere in the middle for Yakuza for me personally. And also it did expressly, I know you talked about like, I want to play this game. That's fine. But you are not gonna know what the fuck is going on.
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you, John. As I go through the games, it's not like I'm gonna remember what's going on anyway. For real, there's too many games in the franchise. My memory is so bad, and I don't know why. It's like my brain just pushes out anything else it doesn't care about to fit the new stuff in. It's so bad, dude.
I hear you, and I'm kind of the same way. But Yakuza has a way of like repeating itself over and over again.
Yeah.
So it'll be like when we met in Yakuza 2. Remember, you were in the alleyway, and it's like, oh yeah, that's right, I do recall that.
Thanks for reminding me continually about specifically when this happened.
Right. So this, like, I think people said, hey, Like a Dragon, that's a good place to jump in. Yes, I understand not wanting to go all the way back and playing them all, but man, you do miss so much if you don't play those other games, because this game has a lot of it, even more. In fact, a whole half of the game revolves around Kiryu, right? And all of his side content revolves around nostalgic moments where you run into characters from previous games. And it was amazing because you were like, well, here's this guy from Yakuza 5. We haven't seen him in years. And because of certain situations, you're not allowed to like talk to him. And but you get to see him and see how, and you'll hear how he feels about you, and it's really emotional, right? And the whole time you're just thinking like, man, I really would like to see certain characters, and it's very interesting how they handle that. It's really well done, but all that stuff takes place in Japan, right? So I don't know. Overall, good game, good addition to the series. And it's weird now that I do not have another game on my plate for the series. Not a spin-off, not anything. There's no new Judgment game. Nothing's even announced right now. I mean, they did just put out 3 games last year in the series, so they don't need another one. But it's weird, right? Like, I've been on this journey and now I'm done. Now I'm moving kind of on to a different journey, but like, it's kind of cool and it's kind of weird. So, but yeah, if you've been keeping up with the series, this is a good game to play, and maybe in a couple years we'll get the next one.
All right, we're really gonna change gears here because next I played honestly a really forgettable game, and really early Wadjet Eye game. They're the ones who made the Blackwell series of games that was actually pretty good. Ended up being pretty good. This game, it's really short. It's like maybe an hour and a half, and you play as, it's called the Shiva or Shiva. I actually don't know how that word is pronounced.
I'm sorry, you look so familiar, but I can't place your face. What is your name?
I'm Russell Stone. Your husband used to.
I don't know.
We used to go to the same.
You play as a rabbi in this game, and you kind of end up involved in the murder investigation of somebody who used to be a part of your congregation a long time ago. And I think the only way you're tied to this guy is the fact that you did not marry him and his non-Jewish wife like 8 years ago or something, 10 years ago, and he hated you. And that's how you're tied to this murder investigation, which makes no sense whatsoever. Why would you have anything to do with this man? They never explain this. That is the only tie, that's the only connection, is that you knew this guy 8 years ago and that he hated you because you didn't marry him and his wife. It's so hard to like talk about because there's so little of the game. Like you kind of go along, do your murder investigation. Who the killer is not a big surprise because there's only like 3 locations you can go to in this game, and there's only like 5 people, 5 other characters aside from you. You know, it's very much their style and how they would draw things, except maybe the backgrounds are a little bit more simplified than what they went on to do later on. They had a nod to the Blackwell games by having the main character, whose name I'm forgetting right now, even though I played all of those games. They had the main character of that game in like a bar in this game, which was so weird. And she like even is like kind of talking to herself, or supposedly she's talking to herself, but really she's talking to the ghost that accompanies her in the Blackwell games. It was cool. It gives on sale really cheap. I wouldn't necessarily say it's worth playing. If you really like WoW Jedi, it's definitely not. You're not going to be mad at it, you know. But it is really forgettable. I had to pull up my what I put in my review section on Backloggery just so I could remember what it was about.
Yeah, that's what happens when a game is only an hour long, right?
It's also got like a weird name that's just so like I don't know why. Like when I looked through my own list at one point this year, I was like, Shiva. I was like, what was that again? I was like, oh, okay. Not a bad game. I think it's like $1. It goes on sale for like $1 on GOG. I just wanted to kind of see a little bit of where they came from. And style-wise, it's all still there. Story-wise, very simplistic story. Very kind of akin to the first Blackwell game in its simplicity.
Okay. So a game sucked. That's your
very
last,
mid, you know?
Yeah.
Okay for an hour. If it were longer than an hour, probably would have sucked.
Okay. Well, next game I played, I knew as soon as I got done with Like a Dragon, first of all, anytime you finish a game that's 80 hours, right, you're like, I'm free. Even if you like the game, you're like, finally, I can focus on something else, right? Because every time you're focusing on 80-hour game, any other game you're playing in the background, that 80-hour game is going to take even longer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is my moment. I was like, okay, before I jump into something else big, let me play this other game Michelle had bought me for Christmas. Little Nightmares 2. So I played Little Nightmares 1, which I might be wrong, but I think you might have bought me as well. But
Oh, well, I don't know. Maybe I'd have to look back at that and see.
I don't know for sure, but Little Nightmares 1 is an incredible game. Little Nightmares 2, honestly, probably a better game. Even better, right? It's the same type of setup, right? It's this it's not side scrolling, but you do move left to right in a 3D sort of format. Puzzle platformer type of game. Couple interactions with a couple enemies in this one, but it's still more like, it's almost like scripted, like you have to kind of do it a certain way to get through them. But the main draw, just like the first Little Nightmares game, is not just the atmosphere, but also the monster enemies that I guess I call them like bosses, right? You enter an area and you had to deal with these giant creatures because you're like 2 feet tall, or maybe even like smaller than that, like maybe like half a foot tall, and they're humongous compared to you because they're normal sized people. And so like the first one, I think in this game was the long neck guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Super fucking creepy. Um,
Yeah.
and the bosses in the first game were really creepy. These ones are probably worse. Like
Yeah, I agree.
they're way creepier. And how you handle them is very interesting, and you get through their area, then you move on. Also in this game, for a lot of it, you have a partner companion with you. So that was a little different, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you play this game co-op? I don't think so.
I feel like no.
Given the way the game ends, that wouldn't make sense now that I think about it. Um, but yeah, it was very cool. The character with you is the main character from the first game. She's like your partner walking around with you, and that the way that whole story develops is very fascinating. Because if you remember the first game and you remember what happened with the character, you're like, I don't know, feel a little strange about this actually. When I think about it, but you go with it, right? Because you still care about that character.
Mm-hmm.
It goes about as well as you think, and I really like this game. This game also sat in my top 10. It might still be in my top 10 for a long time, right? I do think it's probably better than the first game, even though the first game is very good. And is the third game out now? Not yet, right?
I'm really curious. I forgot about that. That was happening. My husband and I were both kind of interested in playing it. So
Yeah, I don't know if the third game is out yet, but yeah, whenever the third game comes out, I will definitely check
it's
it out.
definitely not. It comes out next year,
Okay,
2025.
that's fine. Let it cook. Take your time. Um, yeah, that was a very good game. Very worth playing. Great follow up to the first game. So if you like the first game, you're obviously gonna like this one.
Mm-hmm.
No DLC for this one, which was kind of nice. Like
It's kind of surprising that they haven't done any DLC.
I like the DLC for the first one, but it's okay, right? Just move on, make a new game. That's even better
Yeah.
for me. But next, actually, we played a game not together, but we both played it this year.
Mhm.
We played Downfall, the Redux version.
I have no idea what I'm looking for. You'll know it when you see it, he says. Yeah, right.
Which I don't even know that you can obtain the original version anywhere anymore. I'm
You-
pretty
you-
sure they just
You can.
Oh,
in,
really?
In fact, you probably have it and you don't even realize, because as far
Oh,
as
does it come with Downfall
yeah,
Redux?
it does.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure it's in like the files for Redux.
Did you check out what the differences were?
It's like a totally different game.
Oh, really?
Like, oh no, it's not. But like the way it looks is totally different. Like
Which is crazy. Like, does it look worse?
oh,
I may have to open it up just to see, which is crazy because let's be honest, these games kind of look terrible. Like
okay.
they,
So this game looks like the Cat Lady, right? Which makes
Yeah.
sense because the Cat Lady was the sequel to Downfall. Clearly they were using like a different engine, a different art style before, right? Also, I don't think these games look terrible. I think they're going for a style, right?
oh, they have a style, but that style is also real JPEG-y looking a lot of the time, and like
Sure.
textures are stretched, and it definitely has a style, but it's a little rough. It could be cleaned up.
Okay, but to explain, right, this is a point and click game, and it's part of a larger series that me and Michelle both played completely out of order.
Yeah,
It includes two other games. One of them's the Cat Lady, one of them's Lorelei. I think Michelle played Lorelei first. Am I right?
I played the Cat Lady, and then I played Lorelei, and then I
Okay.
played Downfall.
And I played the Cat Lady last year, and this is me playing Downfall right now. And I'll play Lorelei a little bit later in the year, actually, and we'll talk about it then. But
And then there's also another game that's not really related, but basically is. So it's
Right.
I don't
Burnhouse
remember
Lane.
what. Yeah, that's
But
basically the same kind of thing.
same kind of concept, but I guess a different world, right? They're all and none of them are like sequels to one another. They're all kind of loosely tied together. But this one's interesting because they got to remake this game after the Cat Lady had been out, so they actually tie into the Cat Lady
Hmm.
very directly.
Yes, yeah.
Which the Cat Lady tied into this game, which is why I actually knew about it, because there was a whole section of the Cat Lady that basically was a big reference to this game, and I was like, what the hell was that all about? Who even was that?
Hmm.
And then sure enough, it was the guy from Downfall, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know Downfall existed. I need to play Downfall.
Yeah.
And they also referenced Lorelei in this game, which I thought was very interesting, even though it didn't like mean anything too much to the actual game of Lorelei. But the fact that they said the name Lorelei was very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
So what did you think of Downfall?
I actually really liked it.
Me
A
too.
lot more than I thought I would, to be honest with you. I was kind of surprised. For a very brief moment, this was at the bottom of the top 10. Let's keep in mind, though, I hadn't played a lot of games yet this year at this point. So,
To be honest, it's probably my favorite game in the trilogy.
really.
Yeah.
I'll say I played Cat Lady a long time ago. There was definitely a big gap in between me playing Cat Lady and this game. And it sucks because at the time when I played this, I really wanted to replay the Cat Lady and to replay this game and get the good ending. Like, I was really in that mood. And for whatever reason, like, time got away from me and I just didn't have time to play it after work for a little while. But then by the time I did, like, the feeling was gone and I was like, damn it. It's just not there. The vibes aren't there. I'm not into it now.
I think I got the good ending. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think I
You
did.
have to get everything
Oh, I
to get
did.
the
The
good.
golden ending. I remember because it's
Yeah,
called the
I
golden eye.
missed, which is crazy because like to get that on accident is like wild.
Well,
You have to like not.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say I didn't get it on accident.
And so you have to like. There's a lot of missable like little events if you do them wrong or you make the wrong choice. It kind of like steers you towards the either the medium ending or the bad ending like immediately. So
Right. Yeah, but yeah, I think it was a pretty good game. Like, I was surprised. Like, I know it's a remake, but like, I found it very interesting. You're stuck in this apartment. Your wife's being a crazy bitch, and very early on, you learn, hey, this apartment is not normal, right?
Mhm.
And then all kinds of crazy stuff happens, and I honestly don't remember what the outcome was or what we were trying to do, but
yeah.
it does.
But I
get
remember all the
crazy.
puzzles were very solid. I should probably actually have the footage up. That would help me a lot.
Right.
The puzzles were all really solid in the game. I never got stuck. They were never so obtuse that you couldn't figure them out.
Yeah, yeah. I think it was real good, and like I said, it still remains my favorite in the trilogy. Probably, maybe the Cat Lady, but
Hmm.
um, definitely this one was a good addition. Still, like they are kind of janky, right? So it ends up being pretty low in my rankings, right? But still worth playing, right? I think they're all worth playing.
Yeah, for sure.
Next, real briefly, right? They finally released Dragon Ball Z Kakarot's final DLC. It was Goku's Next Journey.
The fierce wild tiger faces off against newcomer Pan. A talented young girl competing at the tender age of 4. But don't worry, her grandfather is none other than the one, the only Mr. Satan!
At least the final one as of right now. They released a season 1. I beat all that and said, okay, I'm done. And then they released a season 2, which I did not think was going to happen. But it seems like we're done now. It would
I
be
hope
like,
so. This game is pretty old at this point. Like, Jesus Christ.
yeah, and the DLCs would be like 6 months between the DLCs, and the DLCs would last like 2 hours. So, and I know they put a lot of effort into the cutscenes in the game, and that's why they kind of take a long time. But this one covers the one part of the Z saga that isn't covered, like the one official part. I know the Garlic Jr. stuff is not in the game, but I know that's not official, right? They cover the final world tournament where he fights Oob. Do you remember that from the Dragon Ball Z? Right.
Yeah.
And, right. It's the weird part that you wish didn't exist because they never talk about it again, really. But that's okay, right? Because it is. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense, right? And it makes sense for it to be the final DLC, you know. But it is just what you think it is, right? You play the game, you fight Oob, thus it ends, right? I will say it's kind of cool. There's a new playable character. You get to play as Pan for a little bit, and that's kind of cool. It is one of the self-contained stories. So there's 2 DLCs, Michelle, that are like, hey, you get to play as your character from the main game and basically power level to like 400 or something. But in all the other DLCs, they're self-contained. Like you're gonna play as characters, they're gonna have their own level system, so that way you're not just crushing everyone in one hit. And this is one of those, so that's kind of nice too. So you're not too over leveled for it. It does continue ground battles, which was in the last DLC. Like, hey, your character can't be flying around like crazy because we're in the tournament. It wouldn't make sense if you could just fly everywhere. So I do like that as well. So it actually makes the battles a little bit more difficult when you can't fly away from them. Not too difficult, but it was cool. It was worth playing. If you have the game and you get all the DLCs at once, I think you should, because it's gonna just add to it. To me, the only great one is the Trunks one. I think that one was just actually incredible, and it's like a must play. The rest of them are kind of just okay.
I'll have to look into how much they actually cost. I tried to do that the other day, and then I realized I had to like log into my PSN account, and I was like, I don't know what this information is right now. I'm about to look back at it.
I think they're probably a little expensive, right? I think there might be like $25 a piece for the season pass. So $50.
That's still less than the DLC for Scarlet and Violet, though.
Oh, is it? I don't
It's $35. Yeah.
for each.
No, for the season pass for
For both
Scarlet
of
and
them.
Violet.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. But if you buy both season passes, it'd be $50 for.
Oh, that's right, because there's 2 seasons. Oh
Yes.
my God, that's horrible.
Right. And the first,
I paid like $20 for the game. Like.
yeah, and the first season like is kind of whack. Like 2 of the DLCs are kind of like whatever, and only the Trunks DLC is amazing. And the last DLC, all of them are okay. Or the last season. But anyway, yeah, it was cool. It was worth playing, especially if you have them all at once and you're not waiting 6 months between, and you play it for like an hour and you're like, okay, that was neat. If you just have them all at once, it'll be even better. But it's up to you. It's not like you're missing a ton. But I will say that Trunks DLC was very cool because you play through the Trunks saga, right? Like the androids coming and invading his world, what happened with Gohan, like that stuff's cool, right? Because you always wanted more information on that. But it also goes over just real briefly what happened after he went back, because you never kind of hear about that. I guess in Super they kind of cover it a little bit, but because in Super they ask him, they say, hey man, what's been going on? Because when you left, like it wasn't all like rainbow puppies and rainbows, right? Like we beat Cell, but then fucking this guy Majin Buu, he's a big asshole, just showed up and like like created a big problem. And Trunks like very casually says in Super, he's like, oh yeah, he showed up and we beat him. And you're like, what the fuck? Like but in the DLC they're gonna cover it, so it's very cool. But after that I bought a game. It actually been on my wish list for basically forever, and it was like every time it would go on sale, it would be like $3, and I'm always like, I bet it'll go $2.50 at some point. And sure enough, at some point it like did. It was like 1 extra percent discounted off, and I said, fuck it, I'll just get it, right? And that is Mirror's Edge.
I'm patching the west. You there, Sal?
What the hell's happening? I can hear gunshots, and that bird seems a little mysterious.
Fate's on her way. Get your ass ready to move.
Such a blast from the past for me. This is an early Xbox 360 game of mine.
Yeah, and that's where my memories from it are from, right? It was like at that time frame, it was like one of the very few games with color in it. There was this and the Blob. Everything else looked like Gears of War, shades of brown.
Yeah.
Right? But it was it's a first person parkour game, first person
Yeah.
platformer. There's a little bit of combat, but very little, right? It's almost
It was quite original at the time.
yeah. I mean, I guess a lot of the games have stolen from it now. Dying Light takes some inspiration from it. Actually, I just watched the Perfect Dark trailer for the new Perfect Dark, and Michelle, if you haven't seen that, that bitch is just doing the same animations, like literally the exact same animations from Mirror's Edge. But yeah, the idea is you parkour through areas, you're disrupting the system, the government's out to get us, stuff like that. And also your sister, very early on, is in trouble, right? She's like a cop, and things go wrong for her, and she gets put in a situation where you gotta go kind of like figure out where she is and find her. And it does very interesting things with color. So for the most part, not always, but for the most part, you know where to go because it is red, or
It uses color to guide you.
Right.
Similar to how a lot of games use light to guide you.
Right. And it's not perfect, but you see a red ladder, you know to climb it. You see a orange wall, you say, okay, that's something of interest. A blue wall, like it's, and everything else is like white. And has a very futuristic aesthetic. This game is actually the game that popped into my top 10, right? And it popped behind Shin Chan, right? Just by one spot, because it does have a couple of issues with it being a little wonky sometimes. Sometimes you're trying to jump a wall, it's just not fucking working. And sometimes like you don't know where to go, right? Which we just talked about how the
I'm literally watching somebody right now not where to go, and he just got shot to death and died.
And that's a real situation that happens a lot. And the checkpoints are generous, right? But sometimes you're just like, I just don't know where to go. What the hell am I supposed to do here? And that's all my fault, but that's just how it is. But pop behind Shin-Chan, and this game and Shin-Chan were like the barrier. Like nothing could get past them unless they were just outstanding games. Because I would be like, well, these games did what they sought out to do, did it well, like, and they had very few problems, right? So
they were like the weird black sheep of your top 10.
Right. Every time I would see something, I would be like, well, this game was really good, but it had a couple problems. So like, no, I guess it's not really above Mirror's Edge or Shin-Chan. So shit. But I really wanted to fill out that top 10 with different games, but it just wasn't happening very often because of that too. But Mirror's Edge, very good game, very worth playing. Even now, still today. And I want to say there was something. No, you know what? That's later. I'll talk about that later. Different game. There were some problems, but I'm going to talk about that in a different game. But yeah, check it out if you haven't played it.
Hi. Next up, so a friend of mine a couple years ago, when we were working together, just kind of gave me a bunch of Switch games, which was really weird. A little concerning at the time. He was not in the best place in life and was kind of going through some things. And then he just started, giving away brand new fucking unopened games. So I was kind of like, all right.
Yeah,
I mean,
not a good sign.
If you want me to have it, I mean, as long as you don't kill yourself, I guess it's fine. He's fine now. He's doing well. But he gave me Room Factory 4 Special, and instead of playing it on the Switch, I downloaded it on my modded 3DS because I heard that it was better. So he doesn't know that. I just told him I beat it.
I just want to I want to say real quick, I may not show footage of the 3DS version just because I could not find any, but if I can find it, I'll show it. But it, like, no one recorded that game being played for some reason without them talking over it.
It's one of those things where I heard that it just kind of aged in a way that made it feel worse to play on the Switch. And I did play some Room Factory 4 Special on the Switch, and it does feel worse because they didn't redraw everything really. It's more like they did it and then kind of use some filters to tidy it up a bit. Didn't look great. Kind of looked a little weird. It was showing its age much worse on the Switch, I guess. Ironically, it kind of ended up working against me later on that I played it on the 3DS, and we'll get to that. But the game is separated into 3 arcs, and each arc has its own set of credits, which is really fucking confusing. I was so lost. I was like, this time is way way far away from how long to beat's time on how long this game is. What's going on? And then the game just continues on, and they go into the second arc after the credits, and then the third arc after those credits. The first arc is like you trying to get these, you're going around to gather like these people and bring them out into to bring them back to themselves, because they're kind of in like a weird, their mental state is kind of trapped somewhere, so they're like villains right now, and you're trying to like snap them out of it to get them on your side again, to help the wind dragon that kind of is the life of the world, kind of, that you're in. Don't ask me exactly how that works. Not entirely sure. It's like it's the crystals, it's the whatevers that you're collecting. That's pretty much what it is. Like, you're going around to get these people, to collect them, to bring them back into the town, to kind of keep the dragon's mana flowing in the first arc.
Isn't Rune Factory a farming game? What the hell is all this?
Yeah, that's true. I guess I didn't explain that. Rune Factory is a farming RPG where you can, and it's very satisfying farming, actually. It's very fast paced. You can plant all your plants and stuff, but then when you go to pick them up, you can basically stack them. They'll just stack in this giant stack that you're holding, and then you can put them all in your pocket at once. Like, it's very convenient. And you can get up, they have a skill for everything in this game. There's like fishing, there's farming, there's walking skill, there's a, spear, sword, shield, this kind of magic, that kind of magic, breathing, probably. Like, if you want a game to make you feel like you're accomplishing things, Rune Factory has got you. You're going to feel like you're doing so much all the time.
The dopamine constantly, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why a lot of people like it. A lot of people also really like the characters in this game and the character development. I think it's okay. Like, I didn't get attached to anybody at all. You can get married in this game. I never did. I never even really tried to. I don't think that part of the game has aged terribly well. I mean, it's all right, but like, I just don't see where people are getting that attached to other characters in the game. But it's very beloved for all of that. The second arc in the game, I'm struggling to remember what actually happens in.
We played a lot of games this year. We really did.
Yeah, and the first arc was like very impactful on me, because when the credits rolled, I was just like, whoa, did I beat the game? That feels weird. I was just I remembered the first arc so well. And the second arc, so this is kind of almost cheating in a way, because I think a lot of people, like, in my mind, I was like, I need to beat all 3 arcs to beat this game.
Right.
However, there's RNG involved in the last arc actually triggering after you finish the second arc. I did not know this. It's also really bad RNG, which is not the first time not the last time, rather, that I'll encounter that this year.
Can I take a wild guess based on what you said earlier? Mm-hmm. This is not a problem in the special version, is it?
It's not.
Oh.
They did fix that issue, where it will just start immediately. The events will just start immediately. In this game, you basically have to be in the right place at the right time after you've done, like, I tried for about 2.5 hours. At first, I was just playing regularly, because I was assuming it would be like the second arc, where it would just kind of trigger after so many days in the game. They kind of like give you a little break between the first and second arcs. But I just didn't feel like it was necessary. I tried for 2.5 hours playing. I was enjoying myself, and then I just couldn't get it. And then when I looked up how much of a nightmare it can be to even get it to trigger, and that some people had tried for like 15 hours to get it to trigger, I was like, I think the game wrapped up very well with the second arc. I'm serious. Like, basically, okay, this is spoilers, but not spoilers. Like, in the first arc, you save someone that's important, and in the second arc, they die. Okay, and in the third arc, they come back to life! And I was like, that's so fucking stupid! And a lot of people also agreed. I looked online, and a lot of people were like, the third arc sucks. It's not worth playing. And I was like, oh, Okay, well, because there's only so much patience I'm gonna have with something, especially if they showed me credits twice already. Like they rolled the credits twice already in this game. Come on, backlog says the credits roll, you beat the game. Okay.
Sure, however you want to define it, right?
I'd already played. Also, I'd already played for a really long time. By this point, let me see. What was I at in hours at this point? I was at 43 hours and 49 minutes. That is a lot of time to unlock another arc. That's probably going to add another, 15 hours onto the game, is what I'm assuming, which is insane. Like, I don't know if I just maybe took my time with this and did a lot of side stuff, like initially anyway, because I feel like this game shouldn't be that long, but I finally just gave up. I was like, I'm not going to work for the RNG. I'm not going to work for them to undo the ending that just happened, the impactful ending that just happened, like, and just let them flip-flop back and forth between whether or not this character is alive or dead. Like, I feel like it's going to kind of ruin just the story for me. The story, I feel like, is aged not the best, but it's not a bad story for what it is. It's really the gameplay that's the most fun thing, though. The action, RPG combat, leveling up all your skills, getting all your farming skills up, making all these crafting stations, which you can actually place anywhere in the town, which is weird. Like, they give you a room, and you can even upgrade that room to have more space. But you can also just slap a crafting station down in the middle of the plaza if you want to, because fucking whatever. And I did that on accident once, and I just put it down, and I was like, what? You can just do this? Why? I don't know.
Can we talk real briefly though? You have not played Room Factory 5 yet, right?
No.
Why does that game look like a totally different fucking series?
They put it in 3D, the whole thing in 3D.
Like,
whereas
real...
with Room Factory 3 and 4, the backgrounds are all 2D and the characters are 3D models.
It looks totally different. And you've seen the new Room Factory they just announced, right?
I don't know if I have actually. Oh, is it that one that's like a monster collector thingy?
No.
Because they're making a. I'm almost positive is made by the Room Factory people, where you like grow monsters on plants.
No, not that one. That's a different game. That's not even Room Factory. That's something else. But this is the one called Project Dragon. It's a spin-off about dancing, and like
what the fuck?
It's got like real ass combat, and I'm like, how the when I saw it, I was like, maybe I don't remember what Room Factory was, and I looked at your Room Factory 4 gameplay, and I was like, or the Room Factory 4 gameplay, and I was like, no, Room Factory 4 was what I thought it was.
Don't mind me while I just look up the trailer right now.
Look it up right now, because you'll be like, what the fuck is this? Like this, like what the hell? I mean, it looks good, don't get me wrong, but like,
hey, look at Taku.
Room Factory 4 is like, or Room Factory Project Dragon, which I know is a spin-off, but like, man, the series is just like all over the place.
It kind of reminds me of like Pokemon Legends right now.
Sure, with,
like just
had some
the look,
some very elaborate combat. Kind of reminds me, honestly, of like a Chinese developed game. A little bit.
Oh yeah, it's interesting though. It doesn't look bad. It actually looks kind of better than their normal stuff. I mean, let's just be honest here. Not that Marvelous is bad. It's just
they're on budget.
I mean, Room Factory 5, yeah, they're kind of like, God, who are the people who make Atelier right now? Why can't I remember their names?
Kimco, right?
No.
It's one of them.
It's Koei.
The other
Tecmo
one.
Yeah, Koei Tecmo. They're kind of a little bit on a budget, and they make some games like, Blue Reflection, aka Room Factory 5, and then they make some games like Atelier, which are any other Room Factory game pretty much. So,
right.
Where it's like there's definitely a budget feel to the stuff that they come out with.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it looks like it's crazy how much, and I know Room Factory 4 at this point is kind of older, right? But it's not that old, right? And they have, it's very much evolved their franchise.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if people even like the new ones, or if it's like a weird thing.
Part of me still has an interest in Room Factory 5, but it would have to get so cheap for me to buy it, because I know it's going to be a budget feel. Like, maybe I'll see how much it goes on sale for tomorrow. You never know. It had to be like less than $20 though for me to get it.
Okay, don't look it up right now because it's cheap. Just kidding. That would be funny. If I
I'm
would've-
already on the page.
Oh, okay.
It's $40.
Oh, $40 isn't that bad.
It's not, but if you know it's gonna be like a 3 out of 5 RPG, you know, you're like, eh.
Yeah, it's not like you don't want it, but like, whatever.
You know, I'd pay like, you know, if it went down to like $18, you know, I might consider it. 20 seems like a little too pricey still. I'm a cheap person, you know.
I got you.
But yeah, I did enjoy it. I had a lot of fun with it for what I played of it. I think it shows its age a little bit, and I think I've played RPGs with better stories overall, but nothing mixes this kind of gameplay together really, and it's definitely probably the best Rune Factory game. I say that having only played Rune Factory Frontier aside from this one, but that game had a lot of problems. So you could basically like lock yourself out of being able to actually progress in the game in that one. So, which was crazy.
It's a bad choice.
This is very, very fast and furious with its combat and its farming. A lot of fun to play. Probably more worth playing on the Switch, ironically, even though it feels worse on that console just because you don't have the issues of the RNG. So,
last year, Nintendo went sicko mode, right?
oh yeah,
And
they're
shit.
pulling out all the stops for the end of the Switch's life.
Yeah, they're not even stopping now. They're out of control. They're
Yeah.
like just total lunatics, right? But they did something super crazy I never thought they would do, and they remade Super Mario RPG.
I still wouldn't get this and play it. It's just I know it's kind of a shorter game.
It's shorter. I think I don't remember how long it took me. Less than 15 hours. Maybe.
Oh, that's a lot for $60. I mean, that's, you know, $60 is a lot for that.
Yeah, it's never gonna come down in price, right?
Yeah.
So, Super Mario RPG, right? Originally released on Super Nintendo. They remade it. It was made by Square Enix back then. This is Nintendo remaking it. For the most part, same game, right? Looks obviously incredible. Looks a lot better. Better is a choice of not the right.
Yeah,
choice of
I
words.
agree with you though. There are some people who are like, "Oh, the original looks so good." I'm like, the original looks a little crunchy now. Okay, it looks a little,
Well,
looks a little rough.
I don't mind it looking crunchy. The original definitely has an aesthetic, right?
It does,
But,
yeah. I feel like this still captures that definitely to an extent, though.
Right.
For sure.
But it has cutscenes too, and those look amazing. And I know they've added action commands in this game that were not in the original. So that changes things a little bit. So it's kind of more like Mario RPG or Paper Mario now, or Mario and Luigi RPG, just to make sure
Yeah.
that's clear. And it also adds in some new little things right here and there. I was actually surprised how much I like this. Like, I knew I was like interested in playing it just because I never played the original, and I was like, hey, you know what? Let me give it a shot. And I know it's real short. Let me go ahead and play it. Like, and I had gotten it for Christmas, and I was pretty amped, right? This is a damn good game. Like, damn good. Like, yeah, the story's pretty simple, right? But it's all about like these areas you go to and these little neat characters you meet and their little town and how it's going, and there's some secrets along the way which are really cool. This one adds some new post-game content, which I did not do, but I really respect. There's a secret boss in Super Mario RPG. I say secret, it's not like hard to find. The door is right there. You just need to find a way to unlock it. And the way to unlock it is kind of hard to figure out if you don't look it up. I looked it up, got in the door, fought the secret boss. It was awesome because, Michelle, it was just a fucking Final Fantasy boss. Like 2D, like it I don't think it's from a specific Final Fantasy, but it reminded me of like Final Fantasy 4, which makes sense because it came out about the same time, right? It was just like, hey, I'm coming to this world, I'm gonna destroy it, blah blah blah. And he's super hard, right? And I beat him, right? And he said, maybe I'll come back whenever I have 3 dimensions like you and I can beat you, right? And I thought it was just a cute reference, right?
Yeah.
Well, it was in the original game, as far as I know. In this one, in the post game, if you go back and rebeat all the story bosses again, they're much harder forms. You go back to that boss and fight his ass in 3D, and
That's really cool.
it's incredible, right? I didn't do it, but I watched someone do that part. I thought it was really cool. The rest of it honestly surprised me. Like, this ended up in my top 10, and it ended up extremely high in my top 10, above games like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Oh, wow.
Right. It was so entertaining. I know you just said like, oh, I don't want to pay. I would buy it in a heartbeat. Like, if you're looking for that kind of experience, like, it was really fun. Like, it's not gonna mind blow you. It's not gonna be like emotional at times, right? It's not like that kind of game, right? But man, it's got a vibe, and you just enjoy walking around the world, experiencing the little story. It has a sense of adventure, which I think I was surprised that I always thought the Mario RPGs were more simple, right? More like, haha, we're here for the gags. But like, no, like, really, they have like this adventure feeling to them. Like, I'm exploring the world and I'm going out and I'm meeting all these characters. And I think that's very, very cool.
So, it's not actually that bad in price now. It's like $33, it's pretty good on eBay.
I know you're busy right now with 1,000 other games, but if it ever falls into your lap, I would definitely check it out.
Yeah.
And that goes for anyone. If you're on the fence about it, just get it. Like, this, it's excellent.
That's really good to know, because there are, I do tend to ironically look at Nintendo games kind of last in the games that I buy. I am just not a big Nintendo person for whatever reason with a lot of their franchises, except for Zelda. So I don't tend to play a lot of them until way after the fact.
I think I'm the same way, but like lately, for whatever reason, and maybe it's because the Switch is coming to an end, so I'm kind of feeling a little bit of FOMO. I'm like, oh, maybe I need to get it. But now I'm like, fuck, that game looks good, and I know it's gonna be good. Like,
yeah.
God damn it, Pikmin 4 looks good. God, fuck, this game looks good. That game looks, and everything that the new Zelda that they just announced, like, shit, that looks good.
Yeah, it looks good.
Maybe I have to get everything. I don't know, but I obviously can't.
And
get everything.
maybe I have to get everything and never finish my backlog.
Exactly, that's the problem too, right? Yeah, Mario RPG, super sick. Check it out.
All right. Speaking of Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah.
I played the first Theater Rhythm game, Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy, that came out on the 3DS. And long ago, I had played the demo for this. I am not a rhythm game person. I do not have a sense of rhythm. I swear to God, I am totally tone deaf. Because, like, if there's a music puzzle in a game and it doesn't just have a solid answer, like a set answer, if it's randomized, I'm fucked. I'm never going to be able to solve that puzzle. I'm not even kidding you. I ran into this issue with Myst, and I just got the puzzle by luck after a while. But I played this, the demo for this on the 3DS a long, long time ago, and it's very much like Guitar Hero, except with a stylus. You tap on the screen with the stylus, you tap and you drag up and down, long hold, that kind of stuff. I know you can use the buttons. I don't know why you'd want to do that with this, because I felt like that was the whole point of this game, was
Seems
that
like
you were playing
it would
with
make
the
it harder.
Yeah, I feel like that too. Maybe not with some songs. I feel like with really complex songs, like if you play on a harder difficulty, it might be easier with the buttons, because you have to be able to tap and slide really fucking fast. And most of the time I couldn't play the songs on like the ultra expert or whatever it was. I could just play on regular expert, which is normal mode pretty much.
But you don't need to do that to like beat the game or anything, right?
Oh no, not at all. You can play the songs on whatever difficulty you want. They'll basically give you each game set up. You can play the songs, I guess, as you want to, or you can play them in sections where they have like what were they called? Like scenic kind of songs. They'll have like the opening music where you're literally just kind of tapping kind of in rhythm with the bubbles as they go into the center, and then you'll do field music, and then you'll do battle music, and then you'll do like an ending cutscene song. The field music is obviously, I mean, it's field music from the series. They tend to be slower paced songs,
Right.
usually easier songs. Battle music, much faster paced songs from the battles in the game. And the ending scene music is from usually from some kind of critical scene in the game, and they'll have the scene going on in the background as you tap the things that are coming up on the screen. And it's honestly a little distracting because, for one, you can't look at the video happening behind it yourself because you're too busy playing the game.
That's the way I always feel about these rhythm games. Like, to someone else watching you play, it looks cool because they can see everything going on in the background. You cannot look at that shit.
Yeah,
And
you
it's-
really can't pay attention to it at all.
And it's distracting.
And they weren't really that good in this game. It's weird because I think I started off giving this a 4, and then I played like a little bit of the second game, and then I just immediately knocked it down to a 3.
Oh, damn.
I was like, I mean, it was good. It actually wasn't that good, though. The second game, I mean, we'll get around to it, but it's better, obviously. But for somebody who doesn't play rhythm games, this was a lot of fun. Like, if you don't play rhythm games, you can probably get into this, and you can get into Guitar Hero. Those are like your options. I say that, but I guess I played that Japanese game last year. That was a rhythm game with the Magic Collection game or whatever. Mahokure.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, this is obviously harder than that. Not a baby game. You do have, different difficulty options. I think normal is usually the best, though, because I feel like sometimes when you do it on the slower setting, it doesn't feel as in rhythm as it could because there's a lot of notes missing that you would normally have hit in normal mode. There's some kind of weird RPG side thing in this that you can do. They didn't really put it in your face a lot, and they don't really explain it to you very well, so I didn't do it.
Okay.
Don't worry, that'll change at some point, and we'll get to talk about it whenever I play the next game. But it's a good game. I liked it. I was happy I finally got to see, what it was about since I played the demo so long ago.
So the next game we played was actually a game that we played. I played it about this time. Michelle played it much, much later in the year.
Yes.
But they released a collection, just the craziest thing I never saw coming. But at this point, we all know if you're on the Switch and you had any popularity at all, period, you will exist again at some point. Another Code Recollection, which is a collection of the two games, Another Code 2 Memories and Another Code R, A Journey into Lost Memories. You may know Another Code 2 Memories as Trace Memory.
He left. He actually left me here. Now what?
Yeah, as it released in the US under that name.
And just to clarify, these are not ports. These are full remakes, completely differently than the ones you may be used to. I actually didn't know that when I was playing, because I was playing the first game, Another Code 2 Memories, and was like, hey, damn. Trace Memory looked pretty good. They did a good job of porting this and making it look better. And I looked up Trace Memory and I said, oh, yeah, this is...
Because it's completely different.
Yeah, this is nothing like Trace Memory. So what do you think of Another Code 2 Memory? And, I want to talk first, right? I'd mentioned to you that, hey, it almost feels like this is one game. Like the way they designed it, like it's like two arcs into one game. There's no credits to separate them. You cannot start with the second game. You cannot just pick the second game. You always have to play the first game first. Did you get that feeling as well? Like,
I think I did not, and I think for me it's because I literally played them separately to begin with, the original games. So in my mind, they were just still separate games, but they definitely tied the art styles in completely. So
it just felt like for new players, they didn't even intend for it to feel like two different games, right?
It's weird because I really think the first game did have credits, John.
No, it didn't.
Are you
is-
positive?
Yeah. It came up with the
Because Another Code R has its own credits that definitely don't include stuff from the first game. Like they have all the little scenes from Another Code R in it, all that jazz.
Another Code 2 Memories End, and it says like chapter end or something like that, or
Or like, and they're like,
story end,
or does it? Question mark.
story end or something like that, and then like immediately it's like X number of years later. But anyway, I just thought that was a weird choice that you couldn't just select which game you wanted to play. You always had to play them in order. But what do you think of Two Memories?
I thought it was a really good remake because when I first played Trace Memory on the DS, I was pretty underwhelmed by it. It's made by Sing, which for one, that's crazy. I will be I don't know. I hope more of their stuff comes out on the Switch. That would be cool if Hotel Dusk did. Except I don't know how that will work with Hotel Dusk. Seems kind of impossible. I guess they would just do it like they did this game, right? With the little
Change it
the bubbles
completely?
next to each other when people talk. So I wasn't really impressed with the original Trace Memory because I had already played Hotel Dusk by Sing, and Hotel Dusk was like,
a better game.
their magnum opus for me, So I was like, oh, Trace Memory, like, whatever, it's not that great. And I still think it's kind of a simple story, but the way the game is now and the setup feels a lot better. The layout of the mansion makes a lot more sense. It feels like a mansion. It actually has multiple floors. In the first game, it had like a basement area, but it didn't actually have multiple floors. And in my mind, mansions are multi-story buildings. So they completely changed the layout. The rooms they have the same rooms in there though. And a lot of them actually do look the same, which I found interesting. They kind of kept the original design and just updated the graphics with most of the rooms. And I didn't think that they would do that because I didn't remember how the original game looked. I actually went back and played it because it's so short, which that's another thing. The original game is about 3 hours, maybe a little over 3 hours. And this game is like 6. So...
Yeah. And probably just virtue of it being the 3D movement, you're moving through bigger spaces. That's all.
You're moving through bigger spaces. There's voice
Cutscenes,
acting.
Yeah.
That wasn't there before. It did not feel too long. It didn't feel like they padded out the game a ton to get that length up. And I really enjoyed it. I think I enjoyed it more than the original game. Like I appreciated the original game more after I played this one, which is weird. But I do think this is the better of the two.
I really liked Two Memories as well. Like the story's simple, right? You're you dropped off with your dad or whatever or something like that.
You're going to visit your dad or meet up with your dad for the first time since you were a child on Blood Edward Island.
Right.
He has invited you to the island to meet him,
Right.
as you haven't seen him since you were like 3 years old or something.
And then within the very shortly after Bing Bang Boom, you run into a ghost, right? And the ghost
You
is
run
your
into D, yeah.
Right, and he's your friend. And D is excellent, very cool character. Because
They kind of do his memory flashbacks a lot, though. I will say that.
yeah, but it's like I don't know. I was interested in learning what had kind of happened to him, right? And I feel bad for him sometimes, right?
One other big thing in this game is that you automatically get the good ending. That is not the case in Trace Memory. In Trace Memory, you have to get enough of D's memories back. Like you have to interact with enough things that he has memories of for him to remember what happened to him and how he died.
Oh, I didn't even
So
know.
when I originally
I got all the things anyway, so I wasn't sure.
say, and they were missable. They're not missable in this game at all. Like you can't not get them all. It doesn't matter if you see them all or whatever. You will always get the good ending. In original Trace Memory, you could miss looking at certain things that D would be like, "Oh, I remember this." Like if you looked at a painting on the wall or whatever. And that is one element of interactivity that's really gone. Is you can't just inspect everything in the room. Like there's pretty much certain things that you can look at and that's it.
Right.
It's not like old school point and click like Trace Memory where you can examine everything that's not nailed down.
I'll say one thing I did not like in this one, which is kind of like a sticking point for me a little bit. There's a twist, right, if you will, right, involving your dad and all that. The second you run into that man, there's no subtlety at all about it. Like it's just like very clear. Like, oh, okay.
What's funny is I was
something
like, wait a
isn't-
minute, isn't this not, isn't this not him?
Right.
I took me a second. I was like, oh yeah, I think that's what's going on. Yeah, and then I was like, oh yeah.
It is important to note too that they've shuffled and changed story elements in this game, and particularly the second one as well. But we'll get to
And
that.
the second one a lot,
Right.
pretty extremely. This one's a lot more subtle.
Right, just some small differences, but yeah, I really like Two Memories a lot. And if you don't have anything more to say about it right now, Another Code R, A Journey into Lost Memories. That is the second game. It follows up a couple years after the first game. The game was originally released on the Wii, and it was like a weird side scroller thing.
Yeah,
very
and
unique.
it only released in PAL regions as well.
That's right. It never even came over here. That game's different because now it's been a couple years. D is gone, right? And you're going to like a summer camp to meet your dad,
You're going to go camping with your dad.
which I know seems like weird because didn't you just find your dad? But turns out he's a bad dad. And
Yeah, you spent like 6 months together, and then he went off to do more research on memories because that's in the first game what he did. What your mom got killed over was research on memories that she was doing.
right. So now you're going. One thing I'll say is the locale of Another Code R is very cool. That is.
I'm glad those vibes still come through in the second game, because oh boy, is this game so different stylistically. It's so different from the original as well. I mean, both games I guess are very different from their original versions, but I'm glad you still got that, like what I got with the original game.
Yeah, it feels. I mean, it's a camp, right? It's kind of cozy, right? Although there is a little bit of weirdness here and there, right? But like, I don't know. It honestly feels like a fun place to be, disregarding all the murder and stuff that was going on. But feels cozy. Feels nice. I like it. I like the way it feels. The main characters kind of become a little annoying.
She's a bit of a brat. She's older.
Right.
That's one thing I think I pointed out in my review is she does actually look like a 16-year-old girl in this game. Whereas it's not that she didn't in the original game, but it was a different time, and I feel like kids looked younger then. So like stylistically, she's wearing like booty shorts now, like her little Converse and her little plaid top and whatever. And it looks all very much more like what an actual girl in real life would wear now. Whereas before she was this just wasn't her design. She looked like more of a younger girl who was wearing stuff from like Claire's or something.
Gotcha. But she also has a new little partner in this game, the boy, who I think I feel like is implied is a little bit younger than her.
He is substantially younger than her. She's 16 and he's 13. He's like a prepubescent boy. And boy,
He acts like it.
hate his design in this game. I actually do. I mean, he looks fine, but he does not look any different in age than Ashley. And in the original, he really does. He looks a lot younger than her, as he should. He really looks like 15 or 16, maybe even 17 really easily in this game.
Yeah,
And I feel like that kind of confuses the dynamic. Like when he first came up, I couldn't remember who he was because he looked so different.
Yeah, he obviously like I thought they were the same age, right?
Yeah, no,
And
yeah.
like there's like some like I thought, like they like each other. I mean, she doesn't really like him, but he
Yeah,
kinda
there's
likes her.
definitely more of a sibling dynamic in the original game.
right?
For sure.
But yeah, he's a whiny bitch, right? And
Yeah.
a little bit annoying the whole time.
And then you also find out he's gone through terrible things in life.
Yes, he has. And well, he finds them out too live, right? But it's just like, I admit I liked hanging out with D a lot more than I liked hanging out
Oh
with him.
yeah.
E is more of a burden, annoying.
He's on the run right now. He's looking for his dad. His dad's missing. It's really like this whole other quite large side story within your own story that's going on.
Yeah, there's a big mystery going on. It was, I know you said they changed a lot of stuff and we don't need to go into it because it is big spoilers, right?
Yeah,
but-
well, yeah, it's big spoilers, but I mean, we can talk about a little bit of things because
But when I was looking it up, Michelle, I was so confused. I was trying to like, okay, so what else is going on? What's the story? And I was like, I was reading for the original game, and I was like, that's not what occurred. That's what the fuck. Like, it was totally different.
Yeah, the ending is completely different, like in a very big way. And it's not that what they did is good, and I did like it. I thought it was very thought provoking and interesting. But I do like the original ending better, and the whole original story mostly better, with the exception of some stuff like with what's his face's backstory and how some things occurred to his family, I guess, were, in my opinion, better done in the remake. It's weird because when I look back at it, I watched a long play while I was at work doing like some really monotonous work. I had it off to the side. I was watching a long play of the original game because I was like, I can replay Trace Memory. I ain't got 13 hours right now to play through the original game. Man, they just cut. I mean, it's like, objectively, I feel like it's an inferior game. But I still enjoyed it so much that it immediately ended up in the top 10 pretty high up.
Oh, wow.
And you know what I realized, John? The original game was also in the top 10 that year.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I was like, that's kind of funny. I think for me, because I had played the original, playing this version that was pretty abridged, honestly. They cut out whole locations. Not necessarily big locations, but they cut out whole locations in this game. So for me to kind of play the abridged version that's a bit faster retelling of the story that hits most of the same story beats except for the ending was really nice. I didn't mind it at all.
Michelle, I want to tell you something you might think is a little crazy, but I like Two Memories better.
That is crazy to me because for me, I loved the second game so much.
And I like the
I mean,
second
I
game,
get it
but-
though. I do like Two Memories. Like I said, I do like Two Memories more than the original game itself. So
I just like the dynamic between her and D's little small story. Like, I like the setting of
yeah,
Another Code R better, but I just don't like the characters as much.
yeah.
Doesn't mean they're bad, but I just don't like that dynamic as much. That's all.
They also cut out characters in Another Code R, which was weird. It's funny because I didn't even remember that, and then I rewatched the game and I was like, oh shit, yeah, there were like 3 other people in this game that you meet that you never see. So kind of interesting. I feel like some characters are also a lot more bratty. The blonde-haired girl, I think, is more bratty in the remake. Like she's like screaming and fighting with her dad and stuff, and you're just like,
Right.
Jesus Christ.
Shut up. Yeah.
Like, this is ridiculous.
But I think, and maybe you can say otherwise because you did play the originals. I did not. I think this is worth getting for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, super.
Yeah,
good
I am very
collection.
excited. This is a very, very me game to get. And I knew when I found out it was actually a remake and that they actually remade it from the ground up, I was like, I definitely have to get this at some point.
Yeah, definitely not at launch for whatever reason. You waited a long time, but that's
Well,
okay.
I didn't know originally that it was going to be from the ground up remake or how good people or how much people liked it. And then I was going to buy it because I was like, I'll play it in Japanese. And then I didn't, because I just didn't have the patience for that right then. Like, I'm reading a lot, otherwise right now. So playing a game that I could play in English in Japanese for no reason, I just didn't want to do it.
Right. It's a lot of work.
Yeah. But very, very happy I got them. I'm worried that it'll get expensive later, you know? It's
Me too.
just like everything that I feel like everything that's coming out at the end of the Switch's life might get expensive later. So,
Especially stuff that's not going to get ported later on. So
mm-hmm.
I really wish this would come to Steam or something, you know?
Yeah, I feel like it really could. I guess we'll see later on. You never know. Maybe it will.
Yeah.
I've been surprised with the amount of things that have come to Steam, honestly. Like, Nintendo's pretty much the only one actually keeping exclusives anymore. Like, PS5, just about all the exclusives have come to Steam.
That's
Xbox, does it even have exclusives? Who knows?
No, it doesn't. That's
Exactly.
That's part of their mission statement.
So, you know. But I guess I'm next up with a long game. So my husband had bought Hogwarts Legacy. And I didn't really have a ton of interest in it, but then when he was playing it and I saw the Room of Requirement, I was like, this looks fucking cool. I want to play this. And I waited, and then it went on sale. I don't remember how much I paid for it. Probably still too much, honestly. Probably like $35 or something.
I like how every game you talk about, it just peels back layers of how much of a cheap ass you are.
Yeah. I rarely will pay full price for games. And it's funny because I complain about the price of this game, but I definitely paid a pretty hefty amount for Another Code Recollection and like at least the same amount, and I didn't complain about it at all. So
be like, this game, way too much money. $1.50.
Oh, $2 too much. And then again, you were talking about Mirror's Edge earlier and how you were like, it'll go down 50 more cents.
Yeah, but you know what? That wasn't just because I was being cheap. That was just because I was like, I don't even know if I want it that bad. But then it just like forced my hand.
So what's interesting about this time is I had played a little bit of this on my PC, and then I kind of dropped it for a while and didn't really touch it. Its performance is just really iffy and up in the air. It's definitely buggy. It's definitely got problems. Like, people have flown up through the floor underneath me. People have gotten stuck on top of objects. Like, right? So for whatever reason, I put it down for a minute. And this is a time when I did something that was a great choice. I bought a Steam Deck. I bought an OLED Steam Deck, and I played the entirety of the rest of the game on it. And because, man, being able to just sit anywhere I want with a long game really just helps me power through it. And I really, really enjoyed Hogwarts Legacy. The coolest thing about the game is the Room of Requirement, which, if you remember from the books or the movies, is a room that appears with what you need when you need it, like only when you need it. Mm-hmm. And it's basically your cool little hideout hub area that you can just go into, and you can collect creatures from out in the world and store them in these themed areas. Like, one's a beach and one's a beautiful set of fields, like during golden hour, you know. That to me is the absolute highlight of the game. I loved that part, even though there's only like 8 creatures that you can actually get. That was great. The rest of the game is like pretty, almost like your standard kind of open world game, you know? You got all your quests, except it's all, you know, Hogwarts, Harry Potter themed. You have your wizard, you can learn all of the spells from the books and the movies. There's Hogwarts Castle with the paintings that will move aside. It's fucking cool, you know? Like, you can walk into the Great Hall where the candles are up above you and you can see through the ceiling, and you're like, this is awesome.
So you would say this is better than Harry Potter Sorcerer's Stone on PS1?
You know, just a little. I think it just makes it past that point. I would be astounded if they didn't make a Hogwarts Legacy 2. I really actually hope that they do, because there were some things I didn't care for a ton in the game. I am not always big on a lot of combat in games, because this is basically an RPG. And and the combat is a little clunky. You have these different wheels you switch between that have spells on them, and I feel like there just had to be a better way to do that. Like, combat kind of felt very repetitive and not necessarily, if it's not challenging combat, I don't see the reason to really play it on normal. It's kind of like how I was with Ghostwire Tokyo, where I played Ghostwire for quite a while on normal, and then I was like, I'm gonna switch to easy because it's just gonna make the combat go by faster, and I feel like that's gonna be more fun for me. And I did the same thing here. I played it like 10 hours on normal, and then I just switched to easy, and it actually is really helpful because not only do enemies have, like, they're easier to kill, but like you get prompts for when they're about to throw something at you that are more obvious. Like, it just shows the button prompt instead of like a more subtle cue, because that subtle cue, when there's a bunch of stuff on screen, I just didn't fucking see it half the time, and I got hit with shit, and it was really annoying. You can fly on the broom in this game. When I played on PC, that very unfortunately made me nauseous. I don't know why. I guess because it kind of can. It's not like really stiff flying. You can really kind of swoop in and out and around, and it has a weight to it. So you can kind of lose control of the broom a little bit. But I think because the Steam Deck is a smaller screen and I'm holding on to it, like, something in my brain thinks that we're more grounded, and I didn't get nauseous, thank God, because my husband was like, I will literally go to all the fast travel points for you if it means that you continue playing this game. So thankfully he didn't have to do that, but he was willing, and that's true love right there. When you're willing to go unlock all the fast travel points for your wife.
Because he played it too, right? All the way
Yes,
through.
and he loved it. He said he gave it an 8.5 out of 10. And I think I'd give it an 8 out of 10. So definitely comes recommended. If you like Harry Potter at all, really, like, you'll enjoy the game. Even if you didn't enjoy the last books or movies like I didn't. So
Cool. So something happened. It was my anniversary. We had went out to eat, and we were, trust me, we're still talking about video games. Went out to eat, and we were feeling kind of full, so we decided to go to Walmart and just like walk around, right? Look at stuff and like, let our stomach settle. And while I was there, I picked up a SD card for my Switch because my Switch had started to run out of space, and that's just annoying every time you gotta delete a game. So I was just like, okay, let me just get this SD card, because they finally had the right size for one, and it happened to be right there in front of my face. I was like, oh, let me grab this, and then I happened to notice Bayonetta.
you were in the danger zone.
Yes, I noticed Bayonetta Origins, Cereza, and the Lost Demon.
White Wolf! Wait!
After they released Bayonetta 3, and there was a demo for this in Bayonetta 3. I did not even play it. They released this prequel thing that shows Bayonetta when she was a kid, and it's this like crazy watercolor aesthetic, like looks like a watercolor children's book kind of. You have Cheshire with you, which is this giant monster that comes from your stuffed animal. He's like a demon, and together you guys walk through these crazy fantasy worlds. You're in this forest, and I don't remember why you initially went in there, but it was a mistake. You were told not to go in there. It would be a bad idea. You went in there anyway, and now you're trapped because the forest is ever changing, ever shifting, and you're asking for help from your adopted mom, basically. And she's like, I'm trying to get to you, but like you have to collect the, 7 MacGuffins or whatever to get out. So before I even played this game, I basically had zero care for it. I don't know why. When I saw it, there was one copy left. It was at the bottom of the rack, and I honestly felt bad Like I was like,
It's all by itself. I got to take it home. It's like you just stumbled upon a box of kittens or something, and that's the last one that was left in the box.
I just felt bad. Like I know this game is going to be hard to find one day, and I know this is such a different type of experience. And even if it's not good, it didn't look good. It looked like it ran poorly too. And I was like, I don't know, but fuck it. I bought it full price, you know. Um, this game is fucking incredible. Um, I was so shocked. And by the end of the game, there was it was going real hard, right? Which I shouldn't be surprised because it is platinum. Um, but it was going super hard and like bringing back, I don't know, it just had like moment after moment after moment, and I started to think, I said, oh shit, this is a 5-star game. And it shocked me. I guess it's kind of like a classic Zelda in a lot of ways, right? You go through the world, solve puzzles. There's combat involved. The combat is like a weird it takes a little bit to get used to, but basically you control your girl, Cereza, with one stick, and your monster Cheshire with the other stick, and he can attack, and you can cast little spells to sort of help him if you need to. But that is a little weird. It takes a little bit to get used to, but once you're good at it, it becomes second nature. It's not too bad unless there's too many enemies on screen, and it is forgiving as well. And it does have a little bit of a, I guess it's like a Zelda element, but some feels kind of Metroidvania-ish, where you sometimes you can use new powers that you've obtained to explore new areas of the world. So you get like, oh, the power to melt ice, and then you'll be like, oh, there was some ice way back here, and you can get like extra heart pieces, or extra magic pieces, or whatever, right? There's all kinds of secret stuff. Sometimes you can find like outfits as well to wear, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I was super impressed with this game. It just like worked out because I was never gonna play this game. I was like, I love Bayonetta. I do not want to see her like this. I do not care. I was wrong. This game jumped into my number one spot.
Ooh, nice.
It jumped ahead of everything because it was so good, so entertaining. If you were on the fence about it because you were like, I like Bayonetta, but this is just that's not Bayonetta, and you're right, it's not.
So with that said, let's say you haven't played Bayonetta, would you still recommend this game to somebody?
Yes.
Okay, because you know what? A lot of the cozy gaming community got really interested in this game, and I think a lot of people bought it because of that.
Okay,
because they thought it looked cozy and they liked the art style.
Okay, so it is cozy, but it's also not cozy sometimes.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind. It is still Bayonetta, and it does get very dark sometimes, and there's some like a lot of the main theming is, you know, Cereza self-doubts, right? She's not a witch yet, and she's basically a big loser, right? And Cheshire here is a big asshole, right? But so a lot of times it'll be like, I'm worthless, I'm no good, I'm not, you know, so some of that is counterproductive to your coziness, right? And sometimes it gets real dark, and there's some elements of like, hey, these guys kidnap people and they kill them, you know, they eat their souls or whatever, you know, it's, so there's that too. But the rest of it, very cool. And if you did play Bayonetta, there is some smaller elements that are very interesting that tie back to those games. Particularly, there's a secret boss fight that in Bayonetta 3, it's doing like a multiverse thing, sort of like, so there's a secret boss that actually ties back to that, so that's very cool. Like, you run into the boss of that game and they're like, oh, I'm here to kill you as well, right? And because he's been killing all the Bayonettas and all the dimensions or whatever, and he comes for you, and like, of course he would, because you're this Bayonetta in this dimension, right? But that was fucking amazing. That helped the score a lot, right? So it's definitely gonna help, and obviously Bayonetta's really good too, so worth playing too. But
it's worth mentioning that it's $30 to $40 right now, just for future us, so we can look back on it when it's $120 or whatever.
Yeah,
And be like, man, it was so cheap then.
I bought it for 60, and I think it was worth it. I think it was worth every penny.
There's one right now that's $24.99 with $5 shipping, and man, there's 39 people watching it, and I get so tempted when I see that to just snatch it away from all those people.
Well, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but I'm telling you, I thought
You're
it
like,
was,
I'm not gonna tell you not to buy it because
Yeah.
I kind of want you to play it.
I thought it was super good. That's all I'll say.
Alrighty, and next up, I continued a series that I had started last year, being Atelier Ryza with the second game.
なんだ余裕余裕
そこだよっとはあ
正解連続よ
そこだよっとはあライザ任せた
And the second game was good, a lot more streamlined in some of its mechanics. Like there was an actual like skill tree for you to buy skills on, which kind of a little bit unfortunately I bought all the skills on like probably 10 hours before I finished the game. So you can definitely max it out probably a little too early, or maybe I was just doing too much side content. I don't know. So you have a skill tree, which is nice and satisfying for progression to feel like you're gaining things other than just upping your alchemy level by not transmuting things, but I forget what it's called. By synthesizing things. You more like I'm trying to think about how it works in comparison to the first game, because the biggest thing about Atelier games is you synthesize items because you're an alchemist, basically. And you can synthesize all of your weapons and your armor and other items that you use for combat and stuff. It's great. In this game, they added the skill tree. They went ahead and made the way you leveled up a little bit different and made a little bit more sense. The story of this game was kind of a retelling of the first game. Basically, you kind of get this little dude that you rescue, and as it turns out, him being in your world is dangerous for your world, and it will put it like on the edge of collapse or whatever. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then they were like, because and I don't know if this is how this word is pronounced. It's kind of how it sounds to me in Japanese, and it's kind of how it looks when they have it typed out on the screen. But basically, him being in our world will cause the Falushka to come back and try to take over, which is the threat we were stopping in the first game. And I was just kind of like, I mean, okay, I guess. I mean, I would have liked something a little different, but this is fine. The gameplay was better for the most part. The progression was a lot more linear, though, which was a little bit weird. You go to these separate areas and you have a goal of obtaining a certain amount of either memories or information in that area. And then by the time you reach the end, you have to they go into the screen where they have you kind of put the pieces together. And it's kind of just annoying busy work, to be honest with you. So that part I didn't care for as much. I liked the more open feeling of the first game better, but I like the gameplay of this game better.
So which one's better?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I'd still say go for the second game if you haven't played the first game. It's not necessary to play both, but in a way I kind of like the first game a little bit better just because of the open worldness I just enjoyed more. But I've heard the third game is much more open and less linear like this, because this one felt almost a little bit shallow with how you go through the areas and just collect the information and, fight through the guys, grab shiny thing on the ground that gets slapped into this section later on where you're going to have to play the matching game. To learn more about the civilization that was there or whatever to help you in your quest to discover more about your little creature friend and where he came from. That part was all fine. It was just it was a little too linear for me and a little too busy worky for me compared to the first game, where it kind of gave you less direction. You had to look in your journal. You would do something and then you'd be like, okay, what do I do now? And you look in your journal and be like, so Ryza decided that after she talked to such and such, she would go back to her atelier for a few days. And you're like, okay, that's what I'm supposed to be doing. This game just straight up directs you much better to what you're supposed to actually be doing. But that also makes it a little bit more boring.
See, it's
So-
like an overcorrection.
Yeah. So I'm kind of with the third game that, which I don't have yet. We'll see. I could play it this year. I could not.
Gotta wait for it to be like $3, right?
I gotta see tomorrow how much it's on sale for.
That's right, the
you
Steam
know,
sale.
because it's which you guys I'm sure will hear about at some point in the middle of this podcast, because we'll be separating it into 2 days.
Right.
You know, I'm just saying though, the third game's kind of a little more expensive. I might just put it off because I have a bunch of other Atelier games I can technically play. You know, that's how I try to like stop myself from buying things. I'm like, do I need another RPG when I have like 70 already to play? I don't know. But Rise is still really enjoyable. I mean, it is definitely that kind of cozy feeling RPG. You can synthesize stuff for hours, honestly, and level up. It's just like a rabbit hole that you go down. Once you synthesize one thing, you just cause this chain reaction of unlocking other things and synthesizing those things. It's still a really fun gameplay loop. I just kind of hope the third game is like a really solidly, yes, this is definitely the best in the franchise, you know, like in the Rise series of games anyway.
So, Michelle, have you heard of Pseudo Regalia?
Yeah, I watched Nitro Red's video.
Me too. So I watched his video on it and said, that looks interesting, right? And then there was a random Humble Bundle that had it in it, and it had Guilt. And I hadn't bought Guilt yet, like I didn't own it. Because I had already played it, right? But I did want to own it. But there was also another Humble Bundle that had Lisa, the definitive edition in it. And I did not have Lisa yet either. And basically I made some type of arrangement. I was like, hey, I'll buy this bundle. I'll give you every single game in it. I just want to keep Pseudo Regalia and Guilt. And just give me Lisa. And someone had bought the other bundle and they said, hey, here you go. Duh, that's easy, right? I don't even like Lisa. But okay, so I got Pseudo Regalia. Pseudo Regalia is a platformer that's like a Metroidvania. With very deliberate controls, right? It's not hard to control, but you have to be good at it when you're platforming around. It's at first, to be honest, I didn't like it. I was a little overwhelmed because it's just open. You can go anywhere, and when you have no skills, when you're going everywhere, it's hard. Like,
Yeah.
you can't jump at places, you know, you
don't know where you can and can't really go yet.
Right, you can't do a lot of wall jumps, but you're trying, right? So like there's a struggle there. Very early on you get a slide move, and then eventually you get like a wall kick, and then all of a sudden like you can really finagle your way up a lot of things. But it does not hold your hand in that respect. Like, you have to make the jumps. You got to do it. The wall kick is very interesting because it's not like you jump towards a wall and then you press the wall kick button and you kick off of it. You kick towards the wall and then then it kicks away from it. So you have to kick at it first, and you can sort of anger yourself in some really weird ways. It feels very strange at first. But the more you get used to it, the more it just seems like second nature, right? And by the end, like, you start to finally get a feel for the world. You start to know your way around, even without the map, even though some of the levels are very, very big. And then next thing you know, you're like, you find a couple things, then all of a sudden your goals start to like become very apparent. You're like, oh, I found this thing. I don't remember what they were. There was like a key, right? And you're like, oh, okay, like this is the big thing I'm collecting, right? Because there's not very much story explaining what you're doing, why you're here, what is going on. That's all very environmental storytelling stuff. And eventually you sort of figure it out, right? You're like, hey, I found this gate, I need to open it, I have these X, Y, and Z, and man, it just flows. Like by the end of it, it feels so good to play. You get this move where you can like slam into the ground and it'll bounce you up a little bit, and you can just do some of the craziest jumps with it. You're like, boom, slam the ground, go up a little bit higher than your regular jump, wall kick into something. You can go everywhere with it, and it's not even hard anymore. It makes it feel really good. And obviously it has vibes. It's got the weird thing where your character is moving at a lower frame rate than the rest of the game.
Yeah.
That is just a very cool look. It surprised me with how good it was. This was one of these games that annoyingly couldn't get past that Mirror's Edge barrier, right? But still,
yeah, it looked interesting to me when Nitro had talked about it and showed it. It's just I know that I am not the demographic for this game. You know, I know it would like you said, it didn't surpass that barrier, and it wouldn't for me either, you know.
Right. I think for me it was the control issues, right? Just it being like a little bit complicated. And in the beginning just being so lost, and you go somewhere, you die, and you're like, oh fuck, man. But once you figure it out, it becomes really good. And the vibes, right? The vibes are out of control, right? It has a feel to it. The world is designed a very specific way. It's very interesting, right? And the price is like $6, so priced appropriately.
Yeah.
And it's probably on sale. They'll probably be just giving it away for free. But I was happy, and I'm happy I kind of got it in that little bundle deal, because I got a bunch of other games I care about. Lisa, one day gonna play it, and Guilt just to own it out of respect for the devs, right? Considering I did play it already. But if you're ever bored and it pops up on like a free type of thing or anything like that, maybe pop it in, give it a shot. Just remember, you got to give it a few hours before it like starts to click into place.
Yeah.
Not that it's terribly long. I finished it all in one night type of thing, but it feels big, you know, because at first you're so lost. But yeah, I thought it was good. Next game I played was Lorelei. We talked a little bit about that earlier because we were talking about Downfall.
One thing I'll miss from my old life is my bedroom. It looks like me, but I know it's not real.
This is the third game in the series. We played Downfall the first. I had played Cat Lady previously as a second, and Lorelei is the final game in this series. They're very loosely, or not loosely, they're directly connected, but it's not like you have to play them. You'll understand it.
You don't have to play them in order.
Right. This one's actually my least favorite.
Which is funny because I liked it quite a bit. I think it was my most favorite, but also like it once again, it's been a long time since I played the Cat Lady, so who knows, that one could be my favorite.
I feel like this one is extremely straightforward. And I know
I can see that.
The Cat Lady was also pretty straightforward, but this one even more so is just like the point and click elements have been pulled back quite a bit. Like you're gonna go into an area, you're going to grab one, maybe two items, and you're gonna place them, and that's all you're gonna do, right? Pretty sure I got the best ending in this one as well.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of
the ending is really satisfying too, actually, though. I did really like the ending of this game.
Yeah. And I do, again, I talked earlier about how in Downfall they mentioned the name Lorelei, like they brought it up, and they do reference it again. I think the main story in this game was about there's kind of like this. So there's some abusive home stuff going on in the background, and then when we go into Psycho Crazy Land, there's this basically this creature that we need to destroy or kill or whatever, and that becomes sort of your goal. how do we make that happen? How do we handle this situation before it gets out of control? But then you'll go into these real world scenarios where you're like in a hospital meeting weird characters and weird stuff is happening and people are dying, and it's all interesting, and I think it looks very cool. It's well done. We talked about the music video aesthetic.
Oh yeah.
That kind of has. I feel like this is one of the few times they have a lot of lyrical music in all of their games. They don't really work a lot of the time. They're just like, they're good songs, but like it's like, okay, why are you playing
It's like
this right
they
now?
just really like those songs and they're like, we got to put this in the game.
Right. But in this one, I think it works better than most of them.
Yeah.
Personally. But obviously, if you liked any of the other games, you're gonna like this one. And I think they're all worth playing personally.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But then, Michelle, something happened.
Yep. Here
You
we go.
said, "Hey, I think it's a Rusty Lake kind of year." And
I was like,
said,
I've always wanted to play through all of these games because I've always wanted to know what the story was about, and I know John Wolfe played them a long time ago.
"Okay, now you can't just say all the games without putting some real definitive numbers behind it, Michelle. 17 games.
Too many games. Way too many games.
So just to clarify, the developer breaks it down into two different categories. I probably break it down into three, but basically there are the what they call the mainline games, which are the free games. And then there are the premium games, which are the Rusty Lake games, right? But then there's all these other games that came out after those that are like, they are premium games as well because they cost money, but they're kind of their own thing, right?
Yeah, John has them listed as Cube Escape Seasons, Cube Escape Rest of Series, parentheses, and then Rusty Lake Premium games, and then the other several games are just listed in their own section.
Right. So let's start off, right? Cube Escape Seasons. That is the first game that ever came out in the Cube Escape series.
A pretty strong entry.
Extremely strong.
Yeah.
I had played room escape games before, don't get me wrong, right? I played a lot of them and I enjoyed them. These are Flash games, right? That were ported to mobile, that have now been ported to PC in this collection called the Cube Escape Collection, right? Really, if they were just Flash games, we probably wouldn't even count them, right? But because they've been ported, it's like, okay, well, now they're like official. I don't know. In my mind, it works.
Yeah. And what's interesting is I played, even though I own this on everything, I own this on Steam, I own this on GOG, I now own it on mobile too because I wanted to play in my downtime, like in my lunches at work. I wanted to play something and I downloaded the Cube Escape collection. So John played on PC and I played on mobile.
This game blew me away, actually.
Yeah.
Like, it's got a cool setup. You explore the room and you're trying to find the cube. You put the cube into the thing and then you get to go the next level, which is like a different time period.
And you can travel back and forth between these time periods in this room.
Right. Okay, so I'll tell you what, I didn't even realize that was the thing. Like, I knew you could go back to previous levels, but I was like, okay, why would I? Right. And then I got to the final level and the game didn't end. And I was like, oh, and you get revealed some information and you're like, wait a second, I could go use it over there. And like, it just blew my mind. I was like, oh my God, I can just do like it's so well made. Like, it seems like so much effort was put into it. It's like the ultimate room escape game.
Yeah. I definitely agree. I really enjoyed it. This story is complicated.
Yes.
I believe this is the first time we see the blonde lady. Don't we see the lady from the lake in this game? I believe we do.
Talking about the dead lady?
Yeah, I don't know why I acted like that was going to be spoilers if I said the dead lady.
She's dead from the very start, right?
Yeah. I believe we see her for the first time in this game. She's a main character. She's a key player, you know.
Just to clarify, they cite Twin Peaks as a direct inspiration. So I
I can
haven't
see that, and I can also see a Twilight Zone influence in a lot of games too.
right. So
Personally,
I didn't watch Twin Peaks, but I know kind of their attitude about it is um it doesn't really need to make sense. It doesn't really need to super tie in together, but as long as it gives
you've
you a
played Deadly Premonition. You know how it works.
right, so as long as they have you feel something, that's okay, right? So sometimes characters will show back up and it doesn't always make sense, but it's just like it does. They don't care, right?
Yeah, you make your own connections.
Right.
There's connections there, but let's be honest, there's a lot of stuff that's probably just made up by other people online.
Sure. And like sometimes you'll see other characters like from the previous games in the background. And you're like, oh, that's him. Like that's what they're doing. They're on the other
You also
side of
had-
that window.
You also end up playing as certain characters who I don't even like understand exactly who they are anymore. Like Harvey, who was a bird, and now I'm not 100% sure if he's a bird or not.
He's not. But yeah, but that I guess that's. But yeah, the Seasons has vibes, right? And it's really well done, super worth it. And obviously, you're getting it in the Cube Escape collection, right? Which is available and comes with 9 games. And they're all in this similar format. You're in a room, 4 walls. You look around, explore. Some of them expand a little bit more with some separate rooms, but that's the general gist, right?
And I think the best of the Cube Escape collection, just by itself, for me was Seasons and Case 23 probably, and
I
everything
said the
else was
same.
kind of like okay.
Cube Escape, Season, or no, yeah, Seasons. I think Seasons is my favorite. And then Case 23.
I think
Birthday's not
Case
too
23
bad.
was my favorite.
Birthday's not too bad either.
Oh, was Birthday part of it? That's right. I did like Birthday quite a bit. Yeah.
Birthday's good.
Theater was good, but a little different feeling.
Yeah, a lot of them like early on. There's like the lake, which you can finish in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And especially because that is the second game in the series. It's just like, okay, so they're not all gonna be as good as Seasons.
Yeah.
And I think that's the general path they went after this. They wanted to like develop this world, so they started putting games out kind of quickly and just
What was your least favorite of the collection? Because for me it was Arles. Arles and then the Mill were my least favorite in that one.
Let me pull it back up real quick. I have
Yeah,
my
I had to pull up my backlog to see the order.
um
Arles
the
was that weird
Yep.
Vincent Van Gogh thing, and the
Yeah.
Mill was I'm in the Mill.
Arles is the lowest one because it is, and here's my theory. Cube Escape was never meant to be a series, right? It was just like he's making flash games, they have some loose connections, it's fun.
They're kind of got some spooky stuff going on.
right, but at some point it started to come together. So the one with Arles where he plays Vincent Van Gogh barely ties in ever. They reference it a couple times, makes zero sense because he's not part of anything at all, really. The second worst one's the lake because it's like
See, I guess I have a soft spot for the lake just because I think I did actually play that one growing up at some point. It may be the only one that I played before getting the collection though.
so like the lake, Harvey's Box, the cave. These
Yeah,
are all kind of lower ranked ones. The Mill Theater.
it's interesting because the cave I'm pretty sure was a kind of one of the longer games.
Yeah, it was because it's the cave is the final one in the collection, and right, I'm not wrong about that. The cave, yeah, and,
Yeah.
It's okay, it's good, right? But it's hard when you start with Seasons, right? And everything's gonna be compared to that, right?
Yeah.
A little bit different, but I have to mention it, not in the Cube Escape collection, but Cube Escape Paradox. Cube Escape Paradox is half of it's free, the second half of it's paid. In the middle, there's a movie that you watch on Steam. That's weird, Michelle. Like, what the hell is that all about?
Mm-hmm.
And it also is like, actually, I think my favorite Cube Escape game.
I can definitely see that. I did really like Paradox quite a lot.
In fact, let me look real quick. Okay, it's not just my favorite Cube Escape game, it's my favorite game in the whole series. And actually Seasons is second.
Nice.
In
So
the
did you rank them?
Yeah, I have them all ranked.
Oh, that's right. You did tell me you were going to do that. You were going to rank all your stuff this year.
Once we get done talking about it, I'll tell you which one's in which order, right? But yeah, Cube Escape Paradox is really weird because it was part one, and then you watch a movie, and that movie had like some hints on how to solve some things, right? And it had some hints on how to get some secret stuff, which I just looked it up. But I thought it was cool because the combining of live action with game is really neat.
Yeah. Really goes with the vibes that this series was kind of trying to put out.
And then you buy the second part of the game, which is only like $3, I think. And then you play through a very similar game, but different things change. And to me, that was my favorite aspect of it. But overall, Michelle, we're gonna talk about them in a minute. I actually prefer the Cube Escape games in general to the Rusty Lake premium games.
I agree for the most part.
That they're bad, but
yes, I definitely agree for the most part, though. I just have to remember what. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I agree completely. Aside from, I think Rusty Lake Hotel was the only one that I really, really liked out of the Rusty Lake ones.
so let's
I actually did not like Roots or Paradise a whole lot.
let's talk about them, right? So Rusty Lake Hotel, I think that's the one everyone knows, right? It exploded in popularity. People have heard about it. It's like free all the time. They give it out like candy. What did you think of Rusty Lake Hotel?
I really liked it actually. I like the whole whodunit situation that was going on.
Right, that is the setup. You're like a guest at a hotel, and you're meeting up with these people. You can meet them in any order, I believe, except for one of them, and that will determine your ending. So just just look it up.
Yeah, because you're gonna fuck it up the first time and have to replay the game.
Right. Just look up which order to do it in. And make sure you tap on the fucking bat. But yeah, and then you go in there and basically just murder them. But yeah, it's a very interesting setup. Very weird and different, right? It's still point and click, and I guess technically once you're in their rooms, it kind of is just a little Cube Escape game, right? Because you have four.
Yeah.
But you're in the hotel, right? And I liked it a lot as well. But what about Roots?
I think Roots might actually be one of my least favorite in the entire franchise.
I'll tell you,
I like the art direction, and I like the backstory that they were giving to everything. The gameplay was not good though for me. Like there were parts that were okay, and then there were parts that were just like all of this other bullshit could have been cut out. These little in between things that weren't related to specific characters, this could have been cut out. The ending puzzles were bad. I don't know. I left a bad taste in my mouth. For considering how much longer it was and how much longer it didn't have to be, it left a bad taste in my mouth.
So to clarify, Roots goes through the entire like
legacy timeline of the family.
But yeah, Roots goes back through the family tree, and like at the time, so just I know you said it's your least favorite. It's actually probably my favorite premium game. And
Wow.
what's funny, at the time, I think I liked it more because it was doing something I wanted it to do.
Yeah.
But becomes less relevant as the series goes on, and that is exploring the lore.
Yeah.
It actually went into like all these characters' backgrounds, what's going on with them. It is very like bite-sized little things because you go into a level, you do like one or two little puzzles, you beat it, you move on to the next one, and there's a lot of them, so it is like probably the longest game in the series except for maybe Paradise. But I actually liked exploring that lore, even if I didn't understand it all or get it all. I liked seeing kind of like where these things came from,
Yeah,
Um,
and that was what I really liked was exploring the lore itself. It was just the puzzles I didn't like, and a lot of them, like some of them were fine. Usually they had like a bigger, they had like bigger blips on the tree that you could pick, and those usually had more complete a complete room escape little package of puzzles. But then they had these little in between ones that just had these puzzles that were just a throwaway waste of your time. That were just like padding out the game for no reason.
sure. But somehow there's in a later game there's gonna be like a thing that says, well, if you did the puzzle wrong, but you did it like this, you'll unlock a secret thing. Right? There's shit like that everywhere in this series. And then there's Paradise, which is a little weird because you go to like an island
Yeah,
and there's like some ritual going on, and
it's confusing.
it's the like the seven plagues or whatever. So like it'd be raining frogs or whatever. It's like it's good, right? I actually did
Yeah.
enjoy it.
I like the puzzles better than I liked in Roots. I'm just not entirely sure if I like the overarching story beats as much.
Right. It's taking place a long time ago.
Like
And
back in the dang Salem witch trial days over here.
right. It's a little strange, right? It's the same type of gameplay, but it is a little strange. And
They're a
there,
little too off from what the rest of the franchise was for me.
right, and it did like there was a couple puzzles I got stuck on, like pretty hard, which is not a thing that
Yeah.
happens in the series very often. But I got stuck pretty hard in a couple. I was like, okay, what am I supposed to even be doing here? And sometimes I'd be doing it right, but it just wouldn't be working properly.
Most of them I got. There were a couple that I had solutions that were obvious and that I just wasn't seeing, like with the cow and the stuff you had to click on. Like I just didn't realize how you were supposed to be grouping them, and I was like, oh, I should have seen that coming. I should have known.
But yeah, those are the premium games, what they call them, right? But then there's a bunch of other games in this series that
Yes.
kind of deserve their own little section here. Let's start off with the White Door.
So I kind of cheated with this one because I played this a couple years ago and I did not replay it because I was getting sick of playing these games. So I didn't want to burn myself out before I hit the end, and I was like, I'm gonna just skip this one.
Okay, one thing about the White Door, and everyone can see by looking at the footage on the screen, this looks totally different. This is not anything like the other games. One, it feels a lot more mobily.
It's definitely was made for iPads in mind. There's no way it wasn't.
Right, because there's a lot of like flipping pages, that kind of, and it's very different in that way. It's kind of got some cool things going on. This is when they really started doing like ARG type stuff, where like, oh, there's stuff outside the game, and
Yeah.
explore these secret websites and look for stuff, and like that stuff is cool to me if I'm watching a YouTube video about it.
Yeah.
It's not something I'm going to interact with myself just because I just don't have the time. I'm not a detective sleuth or whatever, right? But it's still cool it's there, I guess. The idea behind the White Door is you're in this sort of mental institution and you've been like, hey, you put yourself here to make yourself feel better. And obviously things go wrong, things go bad. And you sort of go back into these dream states and you're, I guess, exploring like your past kind of things that happened. And it's like, it's pretty interesting. It's definitely not my favorite or even close to it. It's probably somewhere near the bottom actually, but I don't think it's like not worth playing. I think it's still worth playing personally.
Yeah, and I mean, if you've come this far,
yeah, you
why
might as
not just
well.
keep going?
All these games, just so we know, the longest one was like 3 hours. Like I think that's
Yeah.
Rusty Lake Roots is like 3 hours long. So none of them are long at all. That's why we said 17 games. It adds up a lot of games, but they're all super short. the next game is actually a remake of a game that came out before Cube Escape even
Which
started.
is it's
Um,
funny because I didn't realize it was a remake, but I also realized it definitely felt like it was back to the original games, like
right.
in terms of style and gameplay.
And it's called Samsara Room. So they made this before. Originally, it was not part of the Cube Escape series at all. It had nothing to do with it. But they have reworked it to make it a part of the Cube Escape series. And what's interesting is because it came out before Seasons and it's remade, it has a lot of those Seasons vibes.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
it actually is one of my favorite games in the series.
I agree. Mine too.
It's like pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it like if you like Seasons, you're gonna love this game because I don't know if I like it more than Seasons. It's hard to say because I've played so many games at this point, but I think it's really good. It's the same type of thing. It's back to the Cube Escape thing where you look around a room, look for the item, solve the puzzles, right, and then try to get the cube, and you can go to another area. And sometimes in those other rooms or those other timelines or dimensions or whatever it is, you can go back and utilize the information or items somewhere else, and that's pretty cool. I will say, the question might be asked: did you play the original, Michelle?
No.
I want you to know, I did. It was in a weird time when, and this was after I finished Samsara Room, and it was like way later, and I just happened to be thinking about it. I pulled it up and I was looking at it on Congregate or something like that, and I had just taken like some ZQL to help me fall asleep, and I was like, I probably had time for this shit, and I did. I played the original, and you know what? The original's pretty fucking good too. And it's different. Like you'll see a lot of the same stuff, but it's actually fairly different, right? And the remake obviously looks a lot better, even though it looks like a Cube Escape game. You can see the improvements there.
Yeah.
And obviously it doesn't tie into the Cube Escape games like this one did, but yeah, Samsara Room is pretty excellent. But then we played a weird one.
A weird, very cool one, actually.
Because I say that I mean we together.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Michelle played The Past Within, which is a co-op game. Kind of reminds me of We Were Here, sort of, where one person's in one area, one person's in another, and we have to talk to each other and use the information that we find and tell each other. So I'd be like, hey, I don't know, I see a number pad. What do I do? And Michelle would be like, hold on, wait a second. There's a monster. Oh, he the number 563, and you'll be like, okay, got it, right? I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, I thought it was awesome too. Very and then we were trying to describe it to each other. You were like, what does the room you're in look like? Like what you're in a box, right? Or like in a and I was like, yeah. And then I found out later when we switched sides, I went, whoa, this is all in 3D. And you were like, yeah, that's what I asked you earlier. I was like, no, mine look completely different.
Right. Michelle was in a Cube Escape looking room. I was in like a 3-dimensional room. That was weird. And then we played it twice, right? Because we played it the other way around.
Yeah.
Which I thought was cool, right? Because that must mean something. It must have been good, right? Because we played it twice immediately.
Yeah. Which should also tell you it's fairly short.
Yes, that's true too. Especially when you sort of already understand the puzzles, you understand, hey, I can knock this panel off. That makes it a little bit easier, right? But yeah, this was very unique, very good, and something about like it was like a little bit creepier than usual.
It was. I like how in the 3D room you could see things happening in the background.
Yeah, that was really cool. And I think even so, with the Rusty Lake games, to be honest, you don't need to play any of them in order. They're not going to make sense anyway. But there are references to things. I think this game is probably the one where you need to know the least. It's obviously referencing stuff, right? But if you play it, you're probably that stuff's not gonna matter. And so if you're looking for like a just pretty cool co-op experience, like this is one of them, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
Um, and then last but not least, they have released a game called Underground Blossom, where you go through like a subway, and each subway station is kind of like a little cube escape thing, right?
Hmm.
Walk around, solve puzzles, same thing, right? I know we keep saying the same thing, but hey, they're not that different, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it is called the Cube Escape series, the Rusty Lake series. You know,
Right. I thought this one was good. Was good. What do you think, Michelle?
I did enjoy it. I think by this point I was so burnt out though that I was kind of like 3 out of 5, and maybe it's a 3.5 now. You know, like it was good. I enjoyed it. It didn't do quite enough different to be really memorable in the series.
Yeah.
Other than its setting, honestly, of being the train station. I did like it though.
I will say it was kind of cool the way this game's ending did relate to the Past Within's little ending a
Yes,
little bit.
yes, it did.
And I did see that tie-in, so I thought that was cool. Um, but yeah, I'm kind of on the same page as you. At this point, I was like, and I hardcore went through these. When you said, "Hey, we're going through these," I did nothing.
John was like, "I'm gonna do them all at once."
I did. I played them all back to back because I'm playing something in the background, and I actually just want to play that. I just want to play that game. But right, I want to get through these games because in my mind is like if I don't play them now, I'm not going to be able to talk to Michelle about them at the podcast, right? So, and funny enough, I beat them. I beat Underground Blossom before Michelle and everything, right? But whatever, right?
Hmm.
We're all caught up now. It seems very obvious to me. There's another premium game in the works. It's
Yeah.
probably called The Day of the Lake. Seems very obvious. And we'll see whenever it comes out how much I'm in the mood for. Maybe by the time it comes out, I'll be like, yeah, I'm in the mood for one.
Yeah, exactly. You never know. It'll probably come out and I'll be like, I'll get that at some point, and then I'll just forget about it. And then I'll be like, well, time to replay all the games and play the new one. Who knows?
Right, me. No, doubt that. But
So did any of these games make it into your top 10?
no, never.
Yeah, same. Never. Yeah,
But
never.
well, okay, so not necessarily never, but no, never. Nope,
Yeah.
never. Rush
And
Cuba
it's not that we didn't enjoy them. It's just not the kind of games that end up in your top 10. You know, they're so short
Cuba Escape
that it's
Paradox.
hard to leave an impact.
Paradox and Seasons were in my my honorable mentions for a little bit, but they got pushed out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But it's not like the rest of the games were bad or anything. But they're just, they are what they are, right? I would say playing them back to back didn't help.
Yeah.
Probably spread
No,
them out
even
a little
for
bit.
me, I didn't even play them all back to back. I mean, I played some of them back to back, but some of them I had weeks in between, and it was still just like too much.
Okay, Michelle, let me tell you my ratings for them. RLS is the worst.
Hmm.
Then the lake, then Harvey's box, then the cave, then the white door, then the mill, then theater, underground blossom, birthday, Rusty Lake Paradise, case 23, Samsara room, Rusty Lake Hotel, Rusty Lake Roots, Cube Escape Seasons, Cube Escape Paradox.
I'm really offended that you put Case 23 below Rusty Lake Paradise. Like, ew. Dude, Case 23 was like kind of similar to Seasons. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't know. At the time, I was like interested because it pushed the narrative forward, but I don't know. The one thing I've learned about ranking every single game I played for the year, it's challenging, right? Because it gets real confusing. Even like
Yeah.
I look at something like I have some games like Cube Escape the Mill, right? And it's rated above some other things, and I'm like, yeah, like it was technically, I guess, better, but like, look at this game. This game is like a 6 hour long game, and it's like a complete package versus like a 30-minute thing, right? But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not that serious, I guess, but that's how I broke them down, right? All right. So the next game I played, this is actually the second game of the year that I actually, owned before this
Oh
year.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, this is a game I've owned for a long time. So let me take you back a little bit, right? Do you remember? Maybe I forget exactly when it is, 2008, 2009, the release of Final Fantasy 13, right?
Hmm.
Sent RPGs on a whirlwind, right? Really that whole era was just a real black hole mess. Not just for RPGs, but developers in general trying to figure out HD, right? Trying to make it work. And everyone made fun of Final Fantasy 13, even though I kind of like it, right? And there was a meme floating around, and I'll try to post it on the screen if I can find it, but of a game called Lost Odyssey. And the Lost Odyssey meme was, hey, this is the real Final Fantasy 13. Now, to take it back a little bit further, Sakaguchi, who had made every Final Fantasy up to, I believe, Final Fantasy 9, he didn't make it, but he was the lead, right? He made all of them. He made some whoopsie doopsies, right? While they were making Final Fantasy 10, they said, hey, what would be super dope if you made a movie, right? You remember that movie, Michelle? Final Fantasy Spirits Within, right? I actually kind of
Oh
like.
yeah.
So he made that. Right, and he almost set the company spiraling into an early grave. And at the time I didn't realize it because I was like, "Oh, Square bought Enix." And that is not what happened. Enix bought Square, because they were going to die from that dumbass movie, right? And Sakaguchi at that point kind of got his roles reeled back, and then he was like, you know what, to hell with it, right? Left the company, made his own company called Mistwalker, and they immediately got scooped into Microsoft's hands so they could make a couple games, right? I think first they made Blue Dragon, and then they made Lost Odyssey, which Lost Odyssey in a lot of ways does feel very, very Final Fantasy, but in a more serious kind of way in some respects.
So maybe more like 12 than some of the other ones
Kind of,
before we started getting really goofy.
and don't get me wrong, it still has some very goofy moments. There's like a comic relief character, like the womanizer, right? That typical JRPG character is there. But yeah, the game is interesting, right? So it came out in 2007, so people were like, hey, like this is the real Final Fantasy 13. And in a lot of ways, I see what they're saying, right? It is a turn-based RPG, right? And you actually control all your characters. There's no auto battle. Like you pick the skills, and as like an action command system too, when you go to hit things, right? So they call it the ring system. The rings will start big and they'll get smaller. Then you have to time it for more damage, right? And you have your mage, and they can learn, their magic skills. And there's like a whole system about how to learn. Like there's a lot of mechanics that you go, yeah, these are typical RPG mechanics, stuff that Final Fantasy 13 really did not have, right? It very much reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy 10 in its format, in that you're in these areas and you sort of walk down like a linear path. You know what I mean? Not quite like Final Fantasy 13 where it's like just straight shot, but it is still like a linear path, which is kind of funny to me considering they're like, hey, this is the real one, but like they're actually very similar, in the fact that they're a lot of times linear. There is a world map, kind of like an old RPG. Eventually you get to it sort of at the end, but even compared to Final Fantasy 10, where you have like, hey, I can select these different spots I can go to and I fly there. This one you can move around in your boat or later on an airship, and fly around and do whatever you want, right? And there are optional areas to explore and things like that. It is one of those games that like the side quests come at the end, which is actually, I'm kind of a fan of that. Usually when RPGs, they can get a little bogged down by too many like pointless side quests you don't care about.
Mhm.
But yeah, a big thing is you play as a character named Kime, and the game starts, you're in like the middle of the war. You are just beating people's asses left and right, like huge machines you're taking down. And then all of a sudden the sky opens up and basically the hell apocalypse falls from the sky, a meteor, and just kills everyone. And then all of a sudden you cut to Kime walking out completely unharmed, completely unfazed, just casually walking out. And you're like, okay. And I was a little bit bothered by this. I was like, okay, so I get my guy survived, but we just not gonna say shit about this. Like, turns out Kime is immortal. He will never die. So you leave the area and you like, people are like, oh, how'd this guy survive? And Kime's just like, yeah, shut the hell up, right? Because he's already experienced this 1,000 times in his life where he doesn't die, and it's just like, okay, guys, I get it. Eventually gets recruited by the government military to go investigate this thing called the Grand Staff. The Grand Staff is like this huge magical energy beacon, and suddenly it's been going awry, and people are a little suspect that, hey, maybe it had something to do with the giant meteor that fell from the sky. So you go on a big journey. There's some obvious villains in the background. You're like, yeah, that's the bad guy, and sure enough, it is. You get a party. You can have up to 4 in the party, and then you have a bunch of background characters. You can swap in and out as needed. Interesting battle mechanics. You work with a couple different immortals, and then you have a couple non-immortals. If the immortals die in your party in the battle, if you wait like 3 turns, they will revive themselves. So, and you think that would make the game easy, and it's not necessarily hard, but it is like hard at some point. I have some footage I'm showing Michelle, and it's of a boss fight. This boss fight is one of the first boss fights you have, and you don't have a lot of tools, right? And it beat my ass. Like I lost a couple times, and I guess that's like a common thread, right? In the beginning, the game is very, very tough, and by the end, it gets way easier because you have all these, different things you can do, especially if you've been leveling up and stuff. One weird thing is this sort of came at a time when JRPGs were a little bit like taboo, right? Kind of like survival horror was a little taboo around this time. Like, hey, we don't want to do fixed camera angles, we don't want to do tank controls. Well, JRPGs were like, we don't want to grind, we don't want to do this stuff, right? It was like people, they were trying to figure out a way to be true to this RPG standards, and also like, hey, we're on the Xbox 360, so the Gears of War bros have to play this too, right? So they have a level scaling. No, it's not level scaling. It's like a buffer. It prevents you from leveling up too much, right?
Oh,
So you enter an area. The way it works is in every area there's a cap of sorts, right? If it says, hey, you need to be level 5, you will get in a battle. You'll level up almost every single battle, or like a whole half a level every single battle, until you are at that cap, and then you'll gain 1 XP every time instead of, and you can level up that way if you want, but it would take forever, right? So basically, if you're still leveling up, you're probably not the level you need to be. And that works pretty good for the most part until you realize there are a couple areas, like side areas, where their cap is much higher. So if you just go over there and battle a bunch, you will be much higher level than you're supposed to be, particularly towards the end of the game. I think there's an area that has like a 70 cap on it, and you just sit there for maybe an hour or 2, grind out, and you'll be set for the end game really, really well, because that's supposed to be like a end game area, like you do optionally. So that was okay. One big thing everyone always talks about is the story in this game. So there's 2 parts of this, right? There's the main story, which I think is like okay, right? They take it seriously for the most part. There's not a lot of twists. The guy who you think is the villain is the villain. You get a lot of party members along the way. You learn about them, learn about their backgrounds. but the big thing everyone talks about are these dreams, right? And early on, and actually when I first played this game, when I first bought it years ago, I experienced one of the dreams, and that's what actually turned me off from the game. But what it is sometimes you go to sleep at an inn, or you'll talk to someone, or you'll see something, and it'll remind you of something, because our character, surprise, surprise, has amnesia, right? And a lot of the immortals have amnesia. And that gets explained later on why that's going on. But he'll remember something, and remember, he's not just remembering like a couple years ago. He can remember thousands of years ago because he's been around. So you'll see this background of like, he'll talk about like how he used to go to wars, and he would stop at like an inn, and he would see this little girl, and she was like sick and dying, and then he would have to go away and fight another war, and he'd come back, and one day the girl's dead, and it's told in this stylized story. It's all text, right? You read it, but it can take you like 15-20 minutes to read through it all, because it's a full like short story, and there's like 100 of them in the game. Some of them are some of them are optional, and to be honest, they are like some of the best parts of the game. They're so incredibly well written. But sometimes, especially if you go back to an old town that you haven't been to in a while, you'll just bump into like 5 of them, and you're like, God, I'm just trying to save so I can go to bed. But I just like, so in one respect, I do really love them, and the other, they're like, because they feel a little
a little annoying sometimes.
Right, they feel a little detached. But overall, I think it's a very good game. It's got some problems, right? It runs like dog shit, right? That's an early Xbox 360 game, right?
Oh yeah, isn't it multi-disc too?
It is a 4-disc game. One thing that is funny about that, so I love it being 4-disc because I think that's cool, right? Final Fantasy 13 was designed the way it was because on the Xbox 360 it's gonna have 4 discs, and the way it works is we can't have a world map where you can explore every area because every area is only on certain discs. And I think Star Ocean 3 or Star Ocean 4, excuse me, had that issue where if you wanted to go back to a previous area, it made you swap disc, right? And that was crazy, right? Lost Odyssey doesn't have that problem, so I don't know what the fucking deal is, right? On disc 4, you can still go to every single location in the game. I actually didn't think it was going to be like that because they kept blocking off areas, but that was just for story purposes, I guess. Very interesting, right? Yeah, it's 4 discs, right? I feel like some of the story moments are a little unearned, right? Because we don't like, characters will pop up and they'll have like these emotional moments with people, and it's just like, I don't know who this is, or I'm not feeling it, quite right. And like I said, the villain is lame. He's like a fucking laughing at the sky, like goofy villain. He's like, oh, I'm on your side, don't worry, I'm here to protect you. It's like, yeah, okay, I bet. Yeah, right, okay, whatever, dude. But still, right, I think it's good. Is it really the real Final Fantasy 13? Maybe not. Is it more Final Fantasy than Final Fantasy 13? Yeah, I guess so, right? I am interested in playing Blue Dragon. I own it. I don't own The Last Story, which is the Wii game they made next. I wish I did, but I don't. I had the option to buy it one time. I just skipped it. And they just released, or they're going to release Fantasian.
Oh, yeah.
Which was on Apple Arcade for a while. So that seems like kind of cool. It seems like a much more lower budget game. This game seemed very expensive. So, yeah, Lost Odyssey, cool. It really needs a PC port so it can run properly. That would be appreciated. I know it's compatible with Xbox Series X, so it does run a little bit better on that. But overall, pretty cool game. Definitely not my favorite RPG of the year, but I'm glad I finally played it, got out of the way. It's a big RPG, took 50 hours, so woof, but
Yeah.
and that was the game I was trying to play when we were playing the whole Rusty Lake series, right? I like played part of it, and then I was like, "Fuck, I'm gonna do this whole Rusty Lake thing." So I couldn't play Lost Odyssey. It was just sitting in the background, but it's all good now.
All right, for my next game, I played the only other Japanese game I've played so far this year, and I actually bought this. I pre-ordered this, and it's Kuranshin-chan Subi no Machi no Shiro, or Shin-chan Shiro of Coal Town. And it is the sequel, sort of, I guess. It's not really a direct sequel. It's more just like another spin-off Bokunatsu Shin-chan game, but it's the sequel to me and the Professor on Summer Vacation.
You know what I like about this game just by looking at it? Though I like the look of it. It looks so good.
I also like it better than the first game. Like in terms of, well, just in general, I like it better than the first game, but the look of it I like better. I think in the first game they were just using such an incredibly bright color palette all the time that it kind of wasn't like the regular Bokunatsu style is. They were kind of going for a more modern Japan look with that game. And I also kind of felt like some of the perspective and some of the scenes just was off and kind of wrong. So I don't know who they had drawing some of those screens, but it just didn't quite look right sometimes. Not that it was a big deal, but in this game everything is perfect in perspective. It's not always overly saturated and extremely bright, and definitely is set in more of a rural Japan setting, like a lot of the Bokunatsu games are. And this one's a little bit different from the first one, and from other Bokunatsu games in general, because there is no picture diary in this game. Which is crazy.
So what's the point of doing stuff then?
I mean, it still tracks like all the bugs and the fish and stuff that you catch in the game and the items that you get, because you can also get ingredients in this game that people will ask for quests and stuff to make dishes and things like that. But the main kind of mechanic of this game, instead of like playing through your summer vacation, which is what you do in standard Bokunatsu games, and instead of doing what they did in the last game, which was basically repeat the same week 3 times with this weird time loop thing, there's no real time mechanic in this one. You can do everything at your own pace. Certain things will only be available at certain times of day to you. Like in the evening, a shop might be open that's not open during the day. But the main focus of this game is that your dog Shiro ends up finding his way towards a coal town, like this fantastical coal town, and you go there and they ask you for help. There's this guy who's who's like a villain but not really a villain, like the first game, who's trying to take it over for himself, basically. Make it his own way, to like rejuvenate the town in his own way that the town doesn't like. Whereas Shin is just coming in and kind of bringing business to like the local, not cafe, the local, I guess, just eating spot, and doing favors for people to kind of drum up business and interest and things like that. I think the story's a little less crazy than the first game, and I kind of like that. I kind of liked it better. The bad guy is, like I said, basically not a bad guy, really, like in the first game. It's very lighthearted. But I think, and the Coal Town's kind of cool. It looks very different than the rest of the game. They really try to do their own style and stuff, and I don't feel like it looks quite as good. And at first, I really didn't like the Coal Town a whole lot. I was kind of like, eh. But it really grew on me as I played and went around. And doing the quests really grew on me, because they're basically fetch quests, right? But you collect a lot of stuff in this game, so it kind of makes sense for them to be fetch quests. It's like you're gonna catch bugs and go fishing probably no matter what, so they figured you may as well have a use for it. instead of you just trying to fill out your picture diary.
That's nice, actually. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, because at first I was like, oh, it's kind of just fetch quest. But then I was like, I mean, I think this was the best thing they could have done for the mechanics that this game actually uses. So, definitely liked it better than the first game. Japanese wise, this is actually a really fantastic game if you're, I'm not going to say a beginner because that makes it sound like if you're like N5, N4 that you can read this, you can't. You still have to basically be at like an intermediate level of Japanese, but it's a lot of it's really easy. It does have furigana. You can take all the text at your own pace. Everything, especially in the first half of the game, is very easy to follow. And usually it's pretty easy to follow what people want you to get for them and everything too. I did kind of skip through the text of them telling me the reasoning of why they needed it, because let's be honest, I don't care. Tell me what items you need so I can go get them. Because they'll have their own little story of like, oh, my I wanted to share a meal with my granddaughter that reminded her of her mother or something. And you're like, I don't give a fuck. Just, what do you need? Do you need Japanese parsley? I'll go get the parsley for you. But it was a very cool game. I'm really glad it came, like they brought it out, and they're bringing it out in English at some point. I don't know when that is. I just know that's what it said on a Japanese site, because I just happened to come across this. I was on some random Japanese gaming website, just kind of like browsing articles for fun, and then I saw the pictures of it, and I was like, "Whoa, hold on now, I didn't know about this. I have to tell everyone."
But, oh, I see. I was gonna say, isn't it already on Steam? But it's
I don't think so. I tried searching for it and I didn't see it. I imagine with how things are going lately that it's definitely going to come on Steam.
yeah. If it comes over at all, it'll be Steam for sure.
Or like it'll be digital on the Nintendo eShop probably as well, like the original Shin-Chan game was.
Yeah. Oh man, I keep trying to look it up, but it just I keep seeing like, oh, it's coming out, and it's like, no, it's the Japanese version. Okay. Maybe one day.
I'm kind of surprised it hasn't. Well, I guess Natsumon came out last summer, so I guess it'll probably be, a few more months probably before they announce it, I would assume.
I guess that makes sense because they're releasing Bokunatsu right now, so they don't want to overload their market.
Yeah, I think they're releasing them kind of in the order, and they're taking about 6 to 8 months to translate the whole thing and put it on there. I feel like this one will be a lot easier though, since you don't have like 10,000 diary entries to slap in there.
Yeah, we'll see, and we'll see how the Bokunatsu translation even pans out. If it, I know it keeps saying they're adding it, but is it real, or like what's that? What the hell does that even mean? Let's see what it looks like.
Yeah.
All right. Next game I played. Actually, this is one of these things that Michelle said, "Wow, check this game out! I can't believe they're putting out a collection. Wow. Doesn't buy it herself. Does not.
Yeah,
buy
I
it.
actually looked at it. It's been out in Japan for a hot minute now, and I had almost at one point thought about getting the Japanese version on the Switch, not knowing that it was going to come out in English later.
And that game, confusingly, is called Touch Detective 3 Plus the Complete Case Files. And what that is, that's Touch Detective 1, Touch Detective 2.5, and Touch Detective 3. Why is it called Touch Detective 2.5? I do not know. Do not ask me questions about it. I looked it up. I thought, hey, maybe it's an enhanced version. No, it's not. That's just what it was originally called. Or I think it's called 2.5 technically.
2.5, yeah.
But maybe it's a joke about something I don't understand. But when Michelle told me about this game, and just so you know, you'll probably see footage of Touch Detective 3 only on the screen, because Touch Detective 1 and 2, I could not find anyone that was playing the Switch versions of it. I will say, I played these games in handheld mode, which is not something I ever do for Switch games, but the damn game is called Touch Detective, so I should be touching the screen, right? That makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I played Touch Detective 1 first, obviously, then 2 and 3 shortly. A little bit later on in the year, but I played those back to back. Touch Detective 1 is interesting because you play as the girl. Her name's in English is Mackenzie, and she is like a little detective, basically like a kid detective. And what's funny is the cases are always so unserious. Like it almost feels like they're playing pretend, but
Mm-hmm.
it's taken very seriously, right? So it almost always starts off with Penelope, your friend, coming to the door, and like you'll hear a knock and you'll be like, oh, a case. And then Penelope will walk in and you'll be like, maybe it's not a case, maybe it's not anything important. And she'll be like, oh no, someone stole something from me. And Mackenzie's like, it wasn't important after all. um and then you go on what's basically like a point and click, right? You go around, look for items, talk to people about those items, and eventually you'll sort of unveil the case, right? It's broken down into different chapters, and those chapters have different cases, right? The first game in particular doesn't have like a very strong through line, but the second game and the third game do, right? Where like things will happen in the first case, and then later on they'll come back up, or there'll be reoccurring villains or whatever. Michelle, you've played the first one, but not any of the other ones, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, I think Mackenzie, the character, is so funny. I think she is hilarious. Her attitude about everything just kills me, right? Because the best way to describe her is like distracted. She is so easily distracted. And she has an enthusiasm for things that comes across as like almost deadpan.
Mm-hmm.
Like someone will say like um she'll get something, then she'll say, yay, I'm excited. But like, I don't know, like it's like she is excited, but her enthusiasm is so different, right? Um, but also she'll get distracted. So someone will say like, someone stole all my bananas, and then she'll just be stuck on that. They'll be explaining the whole case, and she'll just be in her own head. You'll be seeing her
Mm-hmm.
thoughts. She'll be like, who has that many bananas? Why would they have that many? I mean, what could she be using it for? And she's like
Oh
totally
yeah.
off base. And then all of a sudden, they'll be like, okay, can you help me out? And Mackenzie will be like, I don't really want to, you know? Um, but I find,
Maybe I just didn't appreciate the humor at the time because I just checked my backlog to see when I played this, and it was like 15 years ago. So
I'll say
maybe I was too young to understand. I don't know.
it's very specific, but I find it very funny because like I guess it kind of reminds me of myself, right? When people are talking and they're just jabbing on about stuff I don't care about, and I'm just like on the inside like totally caught up on things that I shouldn't be, and I find that funny, right? Because it's not like Mackenzie's making fun of them. It's just like I don't know, it she's just lost, right? Thinking about what they're talking about or what weirdo thing they said. Um, I think the second game's probably the best game because it combines that humor and has a similar gameplay to the first game. They're all very similar to this first game, and it also has that through line of where there's like a reoccurring character or reoccurring villain or whatever throughout the whole thing that sort of pops up periodically, and that sort of adds to things. I think by the time I played the third game, I'm gonna say the third game's the worst game, but I don't know if it
Which is
really.
kind of a shame because it's the whole reason to buy this collection.
Yeah, I don't know if that's really fair to it. Um, the third game looks better than the rest of them, but also looks worse because it is a 3DS port.
Hmm.
Um, so it runs a lot smoother. Like Mackenzie moves a lot faster, and there's more frames of animation. It does have more aliasing, so there's more jaggies on it just because it ran at a higher resolution naturally. So it just looks a little bit weird when it's ported over. It doesn't have these smooth sprite kind of look. Um, and also I think playing 2 and then 3 like immediately. The second I finished 2, I started 3 because I was just like, oh, I'll just watch the opening cutscene. The next thing you know, I was playing through 2 chapters. Um, and it also just seemed a little bit more simple. One of the problems in the first two games is that sometimes to make the next event occur, you have to do kind of weird things, just like go talk to this person, and it's like, well, why would I talk to them again, or why
Which
would I
is just
show them
bad. It's bad point and click adventure game design, is what it is. Unfortunately,
Yes, absolutely. And sometimes when you talk to them, you're like, okay, I see why it's this way, but it's just like a lot of times you want to talk to everyone one time, talk to them about everything, and you should be good, right? But that's not the way it always works. But that kind of like, I don't know, gave the game more depth a little bit, because by the third game, that's all gone. So you might like that, but also like you're literally never going to be lost. So I don't know. It's a give and take. I still prefer the first two games. One other thing, the first game comes with this thing called I think it's called the Fungi Files, right? Fungi's like your little sidekick. He's like a weird mushroom guy. No explanation for that at all. But he's there to help you out on your detective journey. And this was a mobile game that had been released. And I guess they put it in with Touch Detective 1. There are other little games in the other ones, but they're more like just cutscenes you watch through. But this one had an actual game where you play as fungi and you're trying to like escape your room or whatever. And it's multiple chapters and extremely hard. I don't know what it was, but like it's like real like psycho point and click, where like you have 30 items and like good luck, you know, trying to figure out how to use them and what order to use them in. And because it was a side mode, I think it's still cool. I think it added to the experience. But god dang, it was hard. I had to look it up multiple times.
does this collection come with the dancing rhythm game?
I don't think so.
So apparently there's a spin-off dancing like rhythm game. It's on the 3DS. I've got it downloaded. I haven't actually looked at it, but it sounds so fucking weird. Like, how did we get from detective game to rhythm game? Like
the whole game takes itself so unseriously that it doesn't even surprise me. Touch Detective collection, good, worth playing. Absolutely.
You're never going to be able to buy it now. I just checked Amazon. You're fucked. It's not on Amazon. It's not on PlayAsia.
Really?
It's not on Amazon or PlayAsia anymore.
Oh
and
my
it
God.
is and it's like $80 on eBay. So
see, this is why I bought it day one. I had that
you know, I knew that was going to happen. I shouldn't expect it quite so fast.
Now, granted, I'm sure you could buy digitally, right? So if you really want to, you could just buy it digitally. But yeah, weird. And it's, to me, like a lot of games get ported, Michelle, but I know porting a DS game and a 3DS game is way harder than porting anything else, because you have to figure out what the hell do I do with that second screen? Like, how do I make that work? And I think they made it work. I think it works very well, personally. And I did like playing it in handheld mode, so I could actually touch the things. And I thought that was cool. So you can't get it now, so I'm not going to say give it a shot. Too bad. So sad. Maybe next time they remake it.
All right, so I think we've got a game that we can technically kind of both talk about at the same time, because I played Persona 4 Golden.
I never played Persona 4.
I'm aware, but you played Persona 3.
Okay, no, I can't talk about Persona 3 yet, but
well, I feel like we're gonna have a lot of overlapping content here about these, because they're both, similar anyway. Persona 4 Golden kind of brought some more conveniences to the franchise, I think, is when they started kind of really setting the pace for all the future Persona games.
All
So,
right, I was gonna say, so tell me about it.
So, what's funny is I watched the end of the last podcast, and I said I was going to go pretty much at the start of the year straight into Persona 4, and I did. And you had mentioned it probably won't even be one of the first 5 games that you beat. And boy, you were not wrong, because it was the 25th game I beat this year. It took me a really long time. It took me like almost 70 hours to beat this game.
A little
And
bit
I
longer
did not
than
get the golden
anticipated,
ending.
huh?
I knew it was going to be a long time, but I didn't realize, and I didn't even get the golden ending, which probably adds another 20 hours onto the game.
I was looking it up and I was like, man, how come she didn't go for the golden ending? But I realized like, oh, you can't just go for it. You have to know what to do. And
Yeah, you have to get
planning.
somebody's relationship all the way up before a certain point in the game. And I do kind of wish I had looked at it just to at least have the option and not have to replay the whole game over if I want to go for the golden ending, but I also kind of don't know if I wanted to play another 20 hours right now anyway. So
Sure.
I love Persona 4. I feel like there's almost in a way not a whole lot to say that hasn't already been said, but basically it takes place in kind of a rural Japanese town where murders are happening, and you and your friends from school end up involved in investigating the murders. Like one of your schoolmates gets murdered, like a girl that your friend liked, and some other people around the town. You find out that they're all coming on this channel called the Midnight Channel on TV at night. And it's only during really foggy times outside that the Midnight Channel actually shows anything, but it would show basically the next person who's going to get murdered, and they would be on TV in a very, like, almost like a caricature of themselves in a way, like a hyper version of themselves, like any of their little secrets, like one of the people that you end up going to save, because you're trying to save these people, is an actress, and in her video she's like basically acting like a stripper, and that's supposed to be part of her inner self and her true feelings. So you have to make people come to the realization to face their true self, and a lot of them don't, and they're like, that's not me. And then their true self turns into like this monster that you have to fight as the boss of like the dungeon. But to help these people, you have to go into the TVs yourself, into the other side, and go through a themed dungeon themed around the person who you're trying to save and what their inner self is, or their insecurity, or their secrets, and save them from themselves, basically. Because if they die on the other side, they die in real life. And that's kind of your whole premise. You're on a timer pretty much the entire game. You have usually 2 weeks to save somebody, and once you get past that 2 weeks, and I found out, I had to look it up because I never let anybody die. I had way too much anxiety for that. If you fail, they actually put you back a week in game time so you can try again. So you can try to get up your relationships with other characters to help out your stats, because your relationships with other characters affect abilities that they can get, their stats, their personas. Like, personas are your way to fight in the game. They're like these monsters that you can fuse together to make stronger monsters, and the fusion's a very big deal because, like, it's usually not like, you usually don't try to level up your personas. You try to just make personas that are a higher level than what you need. At least that was my experience with Persona 4.
And that plays into the relationships you have, right?
Yeah.
Because
Your relationships, there are different types of personas. There's like the justice persona and the fool personas and stuff. And each character that you have a relationship with, they're getting up their relationship will get up a specific type of personas, like bonuses that you can get when you fuse them. So the higher your relationship, the bigger an experience bonus you will get when you fuse them, which can skyrocket your level up higher than what you could make without that.
So essentially, like, if you're having trouble with a boss and you go to fuse something, you're like, wow, this persona would be really helpful for this boss. This could definitely be good. And then you realize you haven't had that relationship leveled up at all. Shit. like now that Persona's gonna suck ass instead of being like, and it's not so much that they get so much stronger. That's not like they gain a little bit, but the more important thing is the moves, right? The
Yeah,
moves.
because you can use certain abilities from the personas that you fuse together, and they can also gain new abilities based on what level they're at. So now that being said, the level actually just itself is important. If you're not like, because you can fuse a persona usually based on your actual level. So if you're level 23, you can fuse personas at level 23. But then if you have the experience bonus, it will allow you to overshoot that, which is important. Because if you just fuse a persona that's level 23 at the time, it's probably going to be too weak, especially for the boss.
I see. So one thing I'll get to it when I talk about it, but that necessarily wasn't my experience. The levels, I mean, they were helpful, right? But you only on Persona 3 at least, you gain basically 3 stat points every time you level up, and they're random, so
Oh,
it could be shitty, right? But so you could gain like 3 in speed, and you're like, great, I just wasted my time. But the resistances and what they were strong against would overrule everything. Sometimes I could come in with something way lower level, but it was null to like Zio, right? And it'd be like, okay, well, I can just win with this. It'll take a while, but I could just win. So those were the more important factors for me.
I think 4 is a little bit more balanced in that way then, because you're not necessarily trying to get a specific persona with specific abilities. At first, I really just kind of wanted a jack of all trades and somebody that could do all the most useful spells. But then I kind of started focusing on what was the most, when I was like fooling around and looking at what I could fuse, like what seemed to be the most useful at the time. Because you get a lot better at it as you go along. But I never like went for a specific persona ever. I was never like, I definitely need to get these 2 other personas so I can fuse this one and make it. I never looked up anything about how to fuse them or like what. I just kind of like fumbled around with it and figured it out. And it's very forgiving in that way. Because I was a little bit overwhelmed by that whole process at first. I was like, oh, well, how am I going to know what's good? And you'll kind of just eventually get there. And I really lucked out with some of my personas because they have resistances against certain things that, for like the final bosses, ended up being like perfect. Like, just because I found that throughout the game, those were things that seemed really useful to have. So when I made personas that were, trying to make personas that were high level, I chose those abilities to carry over.
One thing I want to talk about just briefly, because I obviously have already talked about it just a tiny bit, but I'm gonna play Persona 3 later in the year, and obviously I want to play Persona 4 now. And Michelle's talking about the golden version here. I own the PS2 version, the original version, but to me, I've always known golden was the better version, right? So I was like, okay, I'm gonna play golden, right? But I swear to God, Michelle, like the second you started playing this game, I saw this huge, like 80-page Twitter thread that was like how they ruined Persona 4 and Persona 4 Golden. And I left that thread still thinking Persona 4 Golden was the right way to go about it, but it was so fascinating to see like the changes they made. One, just adding additional story in the middle, which some people can say that ruins the pacing, blah blah blah. I don't know if it does, but some of the graphical changes were very interesting, right? Because this was a Vita game, right? And the previous game was a PS2 game. And one thing PS2 did exceptionally well was fog and like the smog of the air, right? And they were showing like areas where like, hey, this whole area is supposed to be covered with like dense fog, but in the golden version, like it doesn't quite look like that, right? It looked totally different. And I was like, dang, I see where they're coming from, but like, I don't know why people are doing this to me, but it was just very interesting to read about those changes and like, man,
And what was funny is when I started playing it and stuff, I was like, man, it feels like I'm playing a PS2 game. And then I went, I am playing a PS2 game.
yeah.
That's right, I forgot.
Although a very nice looking PS2 game.
Yeah, it felt really good because I haven't played like a PS2 JRPG in a really long time. So I was like, oh man, I gotta see what other PS2 games I can play on the Vita. This is awesome. Throughout the main story, there's obviously the mystery of who's doing the killing, who's the murderer. And see, unfortunately, there was one point where they let it, and I'm sure other people would see this now too, but maybe if I was a kid and I played this, like, growing up, I wouldn't have caught it. But they like gave away a hint and I was like, aha, it's this person. And they were like, actually, no, it's this guy. And I was like, oh, that doesn't make sense. And then later on, they were like, aha, we tricked you. And I don't think this is even a spoiler. Like, you can, if you play it, you'll see it coming from like a mile away. I won't spoil like who it is or, who these people are or anything. But I was kind of like, the twist is I ruined it because I figured it out like 20 hours ago. But other than that, I mean, the story is very good. The main story and all the bosses are excellent. It's definitely got that style. It's known for its music that plays throughout the whole game that you'll never be able to unhear, and that's just going to stay with you the rest of your life. But it's not so overly flashy because, they've done some pretty flashy games. Like, Persona 5 looks kind of fucking obnoxious. Let's be honest here.
You're making
Comparatively, this is
so
almost
many people mad right now. The game
comparatively
known for the best menus ever.
this almost has like a 70s vibe to me in some of the color palette choices and like the menus and stuff. And this is slightly off topic, but I played a little bit of Master Detective Archives recently, and they actually reference Persona 4 because you look at a TV and your character's like, I wonder, or one of the characters like, I wonder if we can go in it, and the other one's like, don't be silly, nobody can get sucked into a TV. And I was like, whoa, that's directly referencing Persona 4. It is, because it's made by the same people, is it not?
No.
Is it not at all?
No.
Oh.
You're talking about Persona 4 and Master Archives?
Yeah.
No.
Aren't they related, like, and the Danganronpa people?
No.
There's no way.
What do you mean? Spike Chunsoft makes Master Archive and Danganronpa, and this is Atlas.
I mean, for like designers and stuff, did they not have any overlap?
I don't think so. I think everyone's just inspired by Persona right now.
Gotcha. Okay. I was gonna say, because Spike Chunsoft really does a lot of that same visual flair that the Persona games like to do.
Oh yeah, they probably learned a lot from each other. It kind of is interesting. You're talking about the Midnight Channel and all that, and it's not exactly the same, but now I'm finally like getting to see kind of. Did you play Catherine by chance?
I've played some of it before, a long time ago.
Okay, so Catherine like is in the same universe, right?
Yeah.
And it's like interesting to see all that overlap there, but I think they might even take place in the same town. There's like a bar or something, but I don't know. But still kind of cool.
Yeah, Persona 4 pretty much just as good as everybody's always said it is, and I think it's aged pretty well. I believe the Persona 4 Golden, I think it also added all the voice acting. I don't know that the original has voice acting.
It does, but I know they changed some of the voice actors. So
probably to more like popular people of the time.
Yeah, I think there's some argument about all that too, but not important. Okay. So next for me, it was my birthday, and I went to this local shop that I've been to a couple times. They're mainly like a comic book store, but if you go to a game store now, you better be able to, take a loan out. So I go to this place and they're just like, yeah, we're just selling them for whatever they sell. And I noticed like if I bought a game, but they have it a little overpriced, right? Even like compared to the internet, because they're not even looking it up. They're just going, yeah, maybe this will sell for
$10 sounds good. Yeah, sure.
Or sometimes they're like, I don't know, this is probably a $40 game. I've heard of it before. And then I'll go there like a couple months later and it'll be like, okay, it didn't sell, so $10, like they're doing it like that, right? But about a handful of games, right? Particularly, I bought Gran Turismo 3 and 4, which are the last ones I want. I just wanted to have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Very nostalgic for all of them because we used to play them with our brother growing up. I'll get to them eventually, but I just wanted to own them. But I also bought 3 other games, and I'll talk about the first one. I played Dragon Rage. Have you ever heard of this game, Michelle?
I had not.
Me either. I saw it and was like, I don't know what the hell this is, but it was $5, and I was looking at it, and I went to look it up on my phone, and I just said, you know what? No, fuck it. I'm just gonna buy it. I don't even care. I don't even care if it's bad. I'm just gonna get it. Um, Grabbed it, got it. So what it is, PS2 game. You play as a dragon. You have been in captivity, and that upset you a little bit. And when you come out, you're fucking shit up, right? And I think I described this is the kind of game when the PS1 was out and they're showing videos of what the PS2 is capable of, like on a demo disc, like not even a video, just a highlight reel. You would see this and be like, wow, that's PS2.
Yeah.
Not because it looks good, but just because like you would never, like a dragon flying around, that's a showpiece, you know?
Mhm.
You play as the dragon. It doesn't control particularly well. There's a lot of auto aiming going on, particularly towards the end of the game. Your goal is just, it's kind of arcadey. You go through an area, you destroy select things, right? And you get a power up, and that power up will enable you to go through specific barriers at certain times. It's very simple. I finished it all in one night, I believe. The experience was more interesting, not because the game is necessarily interesting, but the experience was interesting because I had the revelation that my PS2 is not doing well. It is struggling right now. This game was played with the PS2 flipped upside down entirely. Um, so I struggle a little bit with that. It is a blue disc game, which PS2s hate blue disc games eventually.
Mhm.
So I really struggled with it, but eventually I got it to work. And the thing is, it's gonna be one of my lowest rated games of the year, right? But yeah, I don't know. It was all right. You know, like for what it was, for a random on a whim purchase,
Mhm.
I didn't hate it. I think there was fun to be had, and it was kind of cool just to pick something up random and just buy it.
L-
Like,
Like back in the day, how you would have
yeah,
done.
right. Because back in the day, you couldn't look it up on the internet. Like, if you had to look it up, you had to go all the way home. So now, and if you look up stuff about this game, you're gonna find like almost nothing. So,
Mhm.
I just thought that was kind of a cool thing to do, and because it was short, that was helpful too. Um, a little bit later on in the game, there are bosses, and some of them are just very annoying, and you have to. They're like sheep and animals you can eat across the map, or they're cows you can eat across the map to regain your health, and it almost comes like a survival horror game because you need to manage them. In the beginning, I just started eating them all. I'm full health, whatever. I'm just eating them because that's what I would do. I'm a dragon. Later on in the game, you cannot do that. You have to like, okay, I'll eat one. Okay, I'm almost dead. I could probably take one more hit, then go over there because the enemies are just like super locked in on you. And if you don't see them in your narrow vision, like they're just blowing you to hell. But so that was a little annoying. And there are some mechanics that I think are poorly explained. Like there's one time where like, oh no, you're trapped in a bear and you can't use any of your fire breath. And it's like, okay, so what the hell do I do? But you could pick things up with your feet and throw them. But I just didn't even know that, so I had to look it up. But um it's cool, you know. It's not the kind of game that needs to be remade, not the kind of game you need to go out of your way and play, but I thought it was cool to play something that I think is an early PS2 game and not a lot of other people have played. So it's cool in that right.
I also played a little kind of random, not really talked about game. I played it on the Vita, but it's actually available on Steam. It's really cheap. It's like $1.50 right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's a point and click a horror adventure game where you're playing as a football player and you were trying to sneak out of your house to go see your girlfriend and give her a gift. I want to point out this game is like less than an hour long, so it's got to be really hard not to spoil anything. But let's just say maybe things aren't going so well. Maybe things weren't going so well between you and your girlfriend. Maybe your character has like psychosis or something and is kind of losing his mind a little bit.
What's the name of it again?
Football game.
Football game. You know,
Football game.
you know how annoying that is to look up, Michelle? You look up football game, I know you know this is not the game that pops up.
Uh-huh.
It was like, hey,
So what's
FIFA.
really weird, huh?
Hey, FIFA, here you go. Hey,
Yeah.
Madden.
So what's really weird, I just learned this because I looked on the Steam page. These are the same people. This is Cloak and Dagger Games. They made the Excavation of Hobbs Barrow that just came out a little while back. That's supposed to be very, very good. Like, I'm kind of surprised actually, because this is a pretty like whatever little game, kind of forgettable, but kind of a neat little thing. Like they really should have named it differently. I don't know why they didn't.
Yeah, it
Like
seemed,
the name's terrible.
when I was looking up, they had a bunch of weird games. Like, just weird, like, cheap,
Yeah,
but strange.
yeah.
It was
That's
kind of
why that's why the Excavation of Hobbs Barrow in here is kind of weird. Like the whatever the Sumatra game is, Fate of Yandi actually looks pretty decent too. But Excavation of Hobbs Barrow was supposed to be really good, so
cool. A house football game.
I mean it's good. It's worth playing for $1.50, especially if you love point and click adventure games like I do. I liked all the puzzles. I kind of like the twist. I think it's better probably to play on PC because it's very dark, but it does look a little bit lighter on PC. Like it's so dark on the Vita, it's almost a little bit ridiculous. Like it's a little hard to see some things. But cool game, got a cool little twist ending. For definitely worth $1.50 and less than an hour of your time. Like I said, especially if you just like point and clicks and playing random little ones that you don't know anything about. Worth it.
Yeah.
Nothing else I can say without spoiling in just the whole game, honestly.
That's good. Okay. Next game I bought, or not next game. I guess I bought it, right? Next game I played. Sled Storm for the PS2.
Clear morning in Cedar Canyon. Let's head down to the track for a closer look.
Welcome to Cedar Canyon.
What a wicked waterfall. I have to take some babes down there for a little getaway with AJ. Hey, I wonder what
And it's important to designate it as Sled Storm for the PS2 because there's Sled Storm for the PS1, and those are two totally different games. Not just two totally different games, but two totally different ideas behind what Sled Storm was. I bought this the same time I bought Dragon Rage. And I had actually seen this game a million times, but I actually had a bias against it because I knew what it was. And I played the original Sled Storm. Michelle, do you remember the original Sled Storm? On PS1?
Vaguely.
It's like you have a snowmobile racing game.
Oh, yeah. I
yeah.
remember that much. I don't remember specifics.
Yeah, I played Rob Zombie's Dragula. Like, there's 4 songs in it. That's the one it played mostly.
Uh-huh.
I really love that game. And it's not a simulation, but it's like pseudo sim. Like it's clearly arcadey, but it's trying to have weight. It's trying to, like, there are shortcuts. I don't know, but it feels more serious than say like SSX, right?
Yeah.
Sled Storm, right? At this point, this is under the EA big label, right? So it is trying to be SSX. I think it came out after the first SSX that came out, still really early in the PS2's life cycle. But at this point, they've decided to go full into the crazy, wacky, zany SSX style with Sled Storm, which I understand, but I had a bias against that because I was like, that's not what I want Sled Storm to be. But finally, I decided to pick it up, and I'm also thinking about, I played Jet X2O last year, right, which was also trying to do a similar thing, not made by EA, but still trying to do like the crazy SSX stuff, and that game kind of disappointed me a little bit. This game did not. This game was really good. I was very surprised. The tracks are like exactly what you want it to be. The just the right amount of huge, gigantic, crazy jumps. The right amount of difficulty. It wasn't too hard to get through. As long as you hit those shortcuts, and the shortcuts were everywhere. And I thought that was very, very cool. It made me think about how, wow, I really need to play SSX 3, but you know, just one day, right?
Yeah, you really should actually, because I kind of want that copy of SSX 3.
Yeah. You know,
I played the shit. I was just, as you're talking about Sled Storm, I was like, I wonder if I can trade him for SSX 3 at some point, because I want the childhood copy that I played. it's so weird because it's probably possibly one of my favorite games of all time, actually. And I don't even like sports games. It's like this weird, odd duckling in my group.
What's funny is I'm sure I could play it and it'd probably be done in like a day or two, right? As
Oh,
far as
yeah.
like just the championship mode, but I don't know. You know what it is with SSX is the you have to use the D-pad for some type of rotation, and the GameCube D-pad's gross. So I don't know. Every time I played it, I was like, God, I just wish I owned this on something else.
Yeah, I kind of hate the GameCube controller for it, but that's all I knew for that game.
Yeah, and that's probably the best way I can play it now. Still, like I don't want the PS2 version because it's gonna look worse, right? And
Yeah.
I don't, and the Xbox version is just out of the question because my Xbox is broken. So I just had to live with it. But Sled Storm is very good. I was very surprised that it basically changed my mind about it entirely. I was like, damn, they made the right decision, right? This is an excellent game. Um, Definitely should have got it a long time ago. But another good purchase on this random PS2 purchasing spree I was on.
Right. One of the games that John bought me at the end of last year that he wanted me to play was Digimon Survive. Because he really likes to torture me and make me play Digimon games that I usually don't want to play. I don't know that at the time until I start them. But this one I did want to play. I've been kind of curious about it. It's kind of a visual novel that they have these tactical battles thrown into, which kind of is a combination that you wouldn't think would work, but I think it actually does work pretty decently. The battles don't feel like so tacked on that they're not included. Like there's quite a lot of battles, like pretty frequently in between the story beats. So
Right, and optional ones you can do as well, so that you can do a lot.
so you can grind up if you want your Digimon up. Because in this game you can recruit Digimon like from what in my mind seems like a small pool, but I guess it's actually bigger than I realized. Because in my mind I'm like, there's got to be like 50. And how many are there, John? Do you remember?
Hundreds, something like that.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel that way at all. I think I used like this less than 10 the whole game. I don't know.
There's
Maybe
117. But
God, it doesn't feel like that many at all.
yeah. Well, remember it's counting every Digimon of every line, right?
Every Digivolution and
right. So that includes like you have to go out of your way to find some of them. So
let's see what in the main story you get thrown into the digital world. How does that even happen again? You were on a school field trip.
Right.
Is what I remember.
You go through like some bridge.
Tunnel.
Yeah.
And you end up in the digital world and you're freaking out like people actually would freak out if you suddenly saw these monsters around trying to be your friends, Agumon.
Mm-hmm.
And you're kind of just trying to figure out how to get back home, and you end up roped into this pretty terrible or I guess horrifying storyline while they're trying to get back home where people are kind of just losing their minds a little bit.
Yeah, they brought their traumas with them.
Yeah, sometimes in almost a little bit unbelievable way with a couple characters, with one character.
In a very anime kind of way.
Yeah,
where
people
they're over exaggerating a little bit.
This is a very dark story for Digimon. I think in a way, I feel like in some ways Digimon has been darker before, just throughout the main, like through the anime. Not to the extent that people die necessarily, because you lose some people in this game. And, the game signals it from a mile away which people you're going to lose, because if you're like, man, I hate that character, they're dead. That's why. It's like they didn't want to kill off anybody that you were going to like.
Yeah, and
because the people who died, I was just like, it's about fucking time. I'm tired of hearing them.
Not to mention this is top secret. Don't tell anyone who plays visual novels, but like if you have like a relationship status, right? And it at some point it unlocks something, right? If you unlock something very early with a person, that means they're probably gonna die.
Yeah.
Danganronpa, spoilers, right? If you max out someone's friendship after talking to them 2 times, well, that's not looking good for them, right?
Yeah. And what's funny is there was one person who died, and I knew I shouldn't have done it, but I was looking up, can you save? And then there was a different name that came up, and I was like, oh, spoilers. I was like, I was pretty sure that person was gonna die anyway, but now I know for sure. I was like, I'm just not gonna talk to them anymore.
I hate when we do that, right? Like every time it's like, why the hell did I look that
I was
up?
just too curious, and like I knew better. I knew they couldn't just be that one person that you lost. So
and the answer is yes. By the way, you can save them in a very elaborate roundabout way. So
yeah, you can't save them on your first playthrough.
right.
Though you can skip all the dialogue, I believe, when you replay it. Correct?
Yeah, it's got the 999.
The auto skip until you get to dialogue that you haven't read before.
Right.
Situation.
Right. The second time you go through, you could probably beat the game in like 2 hours. So it's not too bad.
I say I do love this. It's interesting because this game really doesn't look like the digital world like at all. It's almost more like a alternate version of the world that you are in, or like set kind of in the either in the past or in the future. I guess everything's like overgrown, but it's all in the same. Like the school building is the same school building. It's just overgrown and dilapidated and stuff.
Yeah, I don't want to go on off on a tangent, but this is like the thing about Digimon for me. It's just like there's just zero consistency. So like, so when I think about the digital world, and maybe it's just me because we grew up with the anime, but like, the one I think about is from the anime, and the only game I've seen do it right is Digimon World Next Order, right? Where they're like, hey, there's like server racks and things like that. That's what I imagine, right? But like, even like you play Cyber Sleuth, that's not. I mean, you never see the digital world in Cyber Sleuth, but like you see like this, and that's never in the game, or that's never in the anime. And this game is a totally different look at it, you know. But I guess that's just how they do it.
It's almost like post-apocalyptic, really. It's kind of the look of it, but in like the Dr. Stone kind of way, where like nature has taken over everything. And it does have some areas I like. I really like the amusement park. Not so much kind of the sewery type areas that you end up in, because like I don't know why every single game ever has to do that. But and I like some of the characters that you meet along the way in the main story. Overall, I feel like the game definitely has some not terrible pacing issues. It's more just like there's definitely a lot of times when there's not really stuff happening, especially not stuff that relates to the main story. You guys are just kind of hanging around talking about shit that doesn't matter. And the whole amusement park section is kind of just like an offshoot sort of side story that does end up kind of tying into the main story. But at the time when you're going into all of that, you don't realize that. So you're just like, what are we doing here? Like, why is this why are we having to fight this little Digimon gang so many times? Why can't they just give up? And it's pretty cool. It definitely has its moments that like the first time they meet.
Oh, that's
I
right.
can't remember her name.
I was trying to remember like what we did. Isn't like we went and there was a girl there to save at the amusement park? Yeah, that's
it was somebody's sibling.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which I like the twist. I like the twist of all that and everything. That was cute and everything. And I like when the first time they meet. Oh god, what's the spider lady Digimon's name? I can never remember any Digimon names. I swear.
It's like Irokaki-mon.
Oh yeah, it's a weird name. That's why.
Yeah.
The first time they meet her, and that scene that they put in was really a chilling scene, and you're like, oh shit, this could be bad. Like we're in danger. I kind of wish that atmosphere, that like high tension, was kind of held up more throughout, even because, like I said, the people who do end up at risk and end up dying, it's like a little bit shocking at first, but then you're also like, I really hated that character, so I kind of don't feel bad about what just happened. Like
Man,
they made them they made them extremely unlikable. So
I still feel bad because to me, like, this is Digimon, right? And that
yeah,
doesn't happen in Digimon. So when they die, I did not like them, and they were being that annoying. We were like, shut the fuck up. But then like they die, and then I think they called out for their mom when they were dying, and you were like,
yeah,
well,
that dude
okay,
was weird though. He
well,
had like
okay,
super
dude.
bad mommy issues. It was like really
Yeah,
weird.
and I know you
He's like
didn't
a
go.
little over the top at the end.
I know you didn't go for the other endings, but they do go way into that in the other endings,
Yeah,
and
and I may still at some point, you know, I would like to. It's with other games that I played this year. I did end up playing some side content for them, so I have faith that eventually I'll come back to this. But I know one of the endings I've got about 6 hours to go through because you told me like you saved and you made a choice, and in my mind you make the choice and then you just see the ending. That's not the case. You make the
no,
choice and then you play for like another 6 hours and then you see the ending.
yeah. Well,
And I just wasn't ready to commit to that at the time.
luckily, a lot of the dialogue is the same still, so you can still skip a lot of it. But yeah, you have to, and that's how if you wanted to go for all endings, right? And that's how I did it because it was the fastest way to do all endings.
I will say the original ending like isn't really bad though.
No,
It's definitely not like a situation where like there's like this is the worst ending you can get. This is the terrible ending. It's kind of just like do we want to spoil the ending of the podcast? Do we care?
no, I would rather
Okay.
not.
Oh, you would rather not.
Yeah.
Okay. It's kind of like a little bit of a half and half thing, I guess. Where like something good happens, but then something's maybe not ideal, but it's not terrible.
You know what
I
it
don't know,
was
I thought
for
it was all right.
it was for me. It wasn't so much that I was dissatisfied, and I was fine with that. But I was like, when I finished it, I was like, yeah, but okay, but what about this girl, right?
Yeah.
Because there was something going on there, and what the hell happened? Like they didn't even go into it, but that's what they go into it in other endings. So, and then I went for the true ending too, which obviously closes out things real nicely and goes into a lot of stuff that they had brought up. But anyway, it's not super important. I understand that, right? We have a lot of games to play, and after you play Persona, you're ready to get a move on, I'm sure.
I definitely love the whole vibe of the game though. It feels kind of oddly relaxing in a way. I like the whole setting even though it's not the digital world that I'm used to. I love all the greenery and the kind of post-apocalyptic feel to everything. It was really nice to just play outside. It doesn't look probably the best on the Switch. It is a little blurry, especially like the second you zoom out from talking to a character and they just show them on the map, they're blurry. They're not super blurry, but they're noticeably blurry. So technically, I think now it's probably on Steam. That and the Steam Deck probably the best way if you want to play it handheld. But it still looks pretty good on the Switch overall, especially in all the actual like scenes that they show. It's all like crystal clear. So,
Is this the best Digimon game you've played?
oh yeah, definitely. I mean, considering the only other ones I've played are Next Order and Digimon World 3, which is pretty much a dumpster fire of a game. It's definitely my favorite that I've played for sure. And I do wish they would do more of these because I think it's a cool concept.
Yeah, we'll see. You know what? I haven't heard any whispers at all about another Digimon game, so it's not looking good. But what's funny, Digimon Survive was like in development hell for like 7 years or something.
Oh,
So
God.
it's crazy that it just
It turned out good, all things considered.
yeah. I remember Matt McMuscles made a video about it, like a what happened video, and it made me real sad. But um anyway,
And so this actually was on my top 10 for a while, and it very recently just got kicked off.
oh, that's
And I was
good.
kind of surprised that it did. I knew it was going to get kicked off eventually because while I did like it, I knew other games that I played this year were going to trump it.
Right. That's the way I felt about Shin-Chan. I was like, there's no way that but I just kept playing a bunch of medium kind of games. So
Yeah, I am surprised at what game it was that kicked it off, though. Like, I surprised myself with that. I was like, oh, shit. John's going to be mad about this later, I feel like.
well, that's okay. As long as it's not Pokemon Shield, I'll be fine. some trauma about that.
You never know. Well, that's right. You never. It could be some Scarlet and Violet DLC. Maybe I'll actually buy that and then just
Look, I
just
played
kick
the
it off.
Scarlet and Violet DLC, even though that's impossible for that to be in your top 10. Even if you could put it
Yeah.
there, it wouldn't make it.
Yeah, you're right.
Next game, I played my final little group of the PS2 games that I sort of bought all at once. Little game called Sky Odyssey.
Your mission: land at the ruins near the north edge of Corinth Island and recover a piece of the lost map. Weather is clear. Take off from the lake and fly northwest until you see a huge waterfall. Fly into
So when I bought Sky Odyssey, I bought it on a whim, and I was like, "Oh, this game's here, cool. I wanted to play this, right?" No, wrong. This was not the game I thought it was. I confused it with a game. I think it's called Sky Gunner, which is made by Atlas.
Let's be honest. Sky Odyssey sounds cool, though. You know.
Yeah. Well, I just thought it was that game that Atlas had made. I wasn't paying attention. It was made by Activision, and it's a year one PS2 game. I can't think it came out a month after the PS2 launched.
Oof.
So very early, right? It's a flying game, right? You can see it on screen right now. You have an objective, right? Start here, get here, right? Deliver a package to here. And maybe it's just like I'm having withdrawals because I haven't played Crimson Skies in a long time.
Yeah.
And Crimson
I knew
Skies
that's where this was coming.
is one of the greatest games ever made. But
That's your SSX3 right there.
maybe. But and this game had similar vibes, not just because hey you're flying a plane, but like Crimson Skies was going for that Indiana Jones kind of vibe, with like adventure, and this game does too. Not as much because there's like barely any story going on. It's just like text or a little bit of voice chatter between missions, but like eventually you do start to realize like, oh, like I'm flying here to go to these ruins. I'm flying here to look for this piece of the map, and like you can go optional routes, but they're not optional in the long run, but you go separate routes, and eventually you'll learn like, oh, I'm going this way to get a piece of a map, and if I collect all 4 pieces of the map, eventually I'll be able to do the final mission and find out where this great treasure is, right? And it's very simple. I'm overselling it for sure, right? The game is like a pseudo simulation, so it's not Microsoft Flight Simulator or anything like that, but you have wind affects you. If you go too high up, you'll stall immediately at the wrong angle. So you really have to balance your ship, and a lot of missions will start and be like, hey, you have a 15-minute time limit to reach the end, right? Michelle, it is fucking tragic to play 14 minutes, crash, and then have to restart the whole level. But even though that pissed me off a lot, I don't know, it just sold me, because that level of like intensity when you're flying, like you might see in the video, this guy's flying pretty good, but like you might be like your breath, like please be careful, right? You're freaking out, and he has the terrible camera angle on. You can get it right behind the plane. It's way better, but like it is very intense, right? Even on the final level, I got through this final level and then crashed at the end, and I was so like pissed off. But I was like, man, it's like if the game wasn't like this, if it was easy, I would actually care less about it.
Yeah, it would be more boring. It wouldn't be memorable.
Right. And there's some levels towards the end that I had to do multiple times just because I couldn't do the ending part. There's like one, I think it's actually in the video that you're watching, Michelle, where you at the end you crash, the plane's engines go out, and this is after a big long mission, and you have to guide it through water. And my God, it's so difficult. And if you don't know a rock is coming up, well, you're just gonna slam into it and die. And then there's missions later on where you're flying through the ruins, and all that stuff is very cool. This game, I think, might have been in my top 10 for a little bit. Or at least it was in the honorable mentions. I think it's still in the honorable mentions, just barely. It surprised me, and it's such a different kind of game, and you're looking at it and you may not be impressed, but I was very impressed. There was this level in particular where you have to climb a mountain. you have to go up, and you have to go slowly, right? You can't just go up because you'll stall. So you have to go weave in and out of these paths in the mountain. And man, it took me a long time to figure it out. And I was like, okay, what I have to do is from the very beginning, I have to start very slowly going up. I cannot like wait to go up. And learning that and figuring that out, and like basically looking online at people being like, how did they do it? And they're like, you just gotta slowly go up. And some people, like, you can play an optional mode where you can unlock like a turbo boost. That's not in the main story, but to me that just felt like cheating. It was gonna ruin it, so I didn't want to do that. But yeah, Sky Odyssey for like launch window PS2 game, super dope. Very surprised, very happy with this purchase. It ended up being my favorite out of the little PS2 games I bought. So yeah, sometimes buying things crazily on a whim is worth it.
All right. Next, I played the other game that John bought me, which was Moon. I think it's called like a remix RPG adventure or something, like the full title.
Well, it just depends on where you buy it from. It's just called Moon. But I think when we fan translated it a long time ago, that was tacked on to it. But
and this was a game that released on the PS1 in Japan and then didn't come out in the US. And it's done by the same people who made Tulip, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's very much, and I loved Tulip, and John knows that. So, well, unsurprisingly, I actually really loved this game as well. As a matter of fact, there is a half-finished painting on my desk right now that is from Moon.
Ooh.
Yeah, we've gone that far. So, if you know anything about the games that this developer likes to make, they are set up in a way, they're always non-violent, and they're kind of you're on a timer. You have to make it back to your home and like sleep to save, or else you will pass out. Won't you? You'll pass out and you'll
have less energy the next day.
Yeah. Oh no, actually, I'm sorry. In Moon, you just die. It's game over.
Okay.
That's right. I think Tulip is kind of the same way. So you need to make it back home. It's very important. You start off with just one bed that you can sleep in that's next to the town, but you do gain another bed later on that's further away, and you do gain some sort of pseudo fast travel options too. So in this game, your goal is it's supposed to be like an anti-RPG. You are not the hero. The hero is almost made out to be like an antagonist. He's the person going around and killing all the monsters to level up to go fight the big bad boss. And you're kind of going around and trying to bring the souls back to these creatures that he's killed and gain and help the townspeople to gain love, as much love as you possibly can. So that you can, I guess, go behind this guy who's trying to kill everything and save the world with love instead of with hate. So it's a very cool concept. I really like it. I don't know that any other game has really explored that since Moon. Maybe something like, I guess, you know what, I guess Undertale kind of, but I like Moon better, so, which I know that's a pretty hot take, but I didn't really like Undertale that much, so.
Yeah, one thing about, you mentioned it, is Undertale clearly inspired by this game a little bit, right? Like,
yeah,
the developer most likely played this game.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. So you're kind of you're going around, and as you get more love, you basically level up, and you'll be able to spend more time away from home. You'll have more stamina, basically. Your days will be longer, or you can spend more time out during the day, to the point where you'll be able to be out for several days at a time. So it's really only kind of hard at first, but you'll know that anything that you need to get love from will be in the area that you can actually get to and get back to your home in time. So like when you start off, it'll be all stuff that's right near your home, and then as you gain more love and level up, you can go out further and further to go help people and help save creatures and stuff. And a lot of the ways that you help people and save creatures, there are a lot of ways that you can figure out on your own that aren't hard. I'd say I got a majority of the love in the game on my own. But you definitely do hit a point where there are really obtuse puzzles, essentially, in this game, especially in like the Mushroom Forest and stuff. And I just would have never known what to do without a guide. And I went for completion on this, so I did end up using a guide quite a bit towards the very end to figure out all the rest of the love I was missing and these obtuse puzzles that I needed to get them. Like making the fireworks for that one guy too was like just I didn't even attempt to figure it out by myself.
Right, and you have to like time when you shoot it off or something. Yeah, I think there was a combination of like obtuse, and then there's some where it's just like, oh, I just didn't think to go talk to this person again because
Yeah. And I love non-violent exploration games, if we've already kind of established, especially with like Natsumon this year. So this is just right up my alley. I just love exploring stuff. Like I love being given a world, like because you said in your little review that this is a world they really want you to live in their world.
Yeah.
And I really want to live in their world too.
Maybe not around some of the jerks, but around
you
some
know,
of the
maybe
cooler.
not around the hero. Like I kind of is just going around and killing everybody.
But maybe around those monkeys or whatever. Yeah.
It definitely does create its own world though, and the similar in the way that Tulip does, except this one's definitely a little less themed. Because Tulip is rural Japan, hardcore. Like that is what the theming of the game is. In this game, it's just its whole own thing. It's almost kind of looks a little claymation-y.
Yes.
In some ways, and your sprites are all 2D. What's funny is I know, because I played this on the Switch, John got me the Switch copy. If you press the minus button on the Switch, it like turns off a filter that they have on to blur it to look more like it would on the PlayStation 1. And the second I realized that, I was like, I can't unsee it. I gotta keep this thing off. I need it. I need these pixels to cut me. I need this game to be sharp.
Yeah. The smoothing filters never look right to me.
Like I was like, oh, it does it does probably look like what it looked like on the PS1. And I know there are purists out there who love that kind of stuff, but the second I found it could be sharper, I was like, oh yeah, this is it. This is the good stuff right here. And that's how I played the rest of the game. The ending is weird. We won't like spoil it, but like I was kind of surprised with the ending, and I thought it was pretty cool. What did you think about it?
It was weird. It was weird to me that the good ending was not the one I thought it was. Like there's like one way to go, and the good ending is kind of sad to me. It's like, get up and go outside, you bitch. I don't know. It's interesting. Quit playing video games all day, you loser. I don't know. It was interesting. But yeah.
But then there was like the stuff after that, and in the credits, if you like look all in the credits, you're like, whoa, it's all real now.
Weird game.
Yeah, very weird game. Very memorable though, for me. Definitely. So this is actually not only made it into the top 10, but has skirted its way into the top 5. And at one point, I almost put it at number 2. I actually thought it might even end up being my number 1, but then going for completion kind of ruined it for me. I started to really burn out towards the end, and I was like, God, please, I just want to finish this game, but I can't not do everything. It's just like I was with Natsumon. I was like, I don't care how long it takes me or how many days in a row I have to like play 8 hours of this. I'm gonna do it. And Tulip was the same way. I had to complete that game the first time I played it. But I loved it. I'm very interested in other games that they've made. They made Indonesia. There's another game coming out at some point that I keep forgetting what the name is of. I should have wishlisted it on Steam. I don't know why I didn't do that.
Well, you can do that when Steam starts working again.
So it's actually working now, just so you know, if you want to browse your wish list and stuff.
Oh, okay. Well,
I just clicked on mine and it worked. So, because I was hoping I had added that other game to it, but
yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
yeah, as long as you know the rules of how their games work, and that you have to do little favors and stuff for people, it's actually like it wasn't bad for me at all because I played Tulip. Like I knew how they wanted the world to work when I went into it, but if you don't know, it's going to be confusing and probably frustrating for a while until you start looking things up.
Man, they should port Tulip.
They really should, dude. I really hope it happens. If it comes out on the Switch, I'm gonna get it.
That would make a lot of sense.
Especially because I don't have like a physical copy of it or anything. I just played it through PSN. Like,
man, they could do a really cool like collector's edition too.
God, they could. I would buy it. That's one of those things I would actually jump on in a heartbeat. You never know. I mean, fucking Moon came out. Anything could happen.
I mean, you're right.
Yeah, really, at this point.
Really, unless the Switch 2 fails, we're going to keep seeing weirdo ports of weirdo games that have any semblance of notoriety at all.
Because Nintendo knows, especially if it didn't come out in the US, fucking Moon, another Code R, Touch Detective 3, they're like, the game's already done. We just have to translate it. Like, we can make bank.
Yeah.
And
oh my God,
they
Michelle,
will.
What was that dumbass game I just bought a collection of on the Switch? Zero Tolerance.
The Zero Tolerance, yeah.
What the fuck? That game has zero. No one's ever talked about that game.
Yeah.
We just happened to own it when we were kids. And I know it's just like ROM dumps, but like, what the shit? Who puts this shit out? I bought it, so I guess it worked. And it had a collector's edition. What? Dumb. But still cool.
I'm so excited though that I have a physical copy of this one because it also this is definitely something that's going to be expensive as fuck if it's not already expensive, honestly. Like
right, because
just in the past 6 months.
Right, because when it came out, it was only digital only, and I bought it day one. You know me, I like to support games that like I feel like need the support, so I bought it day one and it was only digital, so now I own it that way on the Switch. But now it's on Steam, and there was a physical version through LRG. So, I don't know. Cool.
Yeah, awesome game, though. Loved it.
All right, so the next game I played, and this is the full English title, Shin Megami Tensei Persona 3 Fez. PS2 version. I wanted to put the full title because I understand the game's just called Persona 3, right? Persona 3 Fez. But I find it so funny that at the time they were putting Shin Megami Tensei at the beginning of every single one of their games, including Persona 4 at the time. Whether they had those titles in Japan or not, because they were like, hey, you know what, we need brand synergy, right? So everyone knows, hey, this is a Shin Megami Tensei. That's the worst name. English speakers have trouble saying that. That's such a terrible thing to put at the beginning of it, right? Now it's just Persona 5.
Yeah.
And even on the re-releases, Persona 3 is like, it's just Persona 3, right? So if you're playing Shin Megami Tensei, that's the more hardcore game. That's the more serious game. I just think that's funny. The Fez edition is the second version of the game that came out on PS2. Fez stands for Festival.
I never knew that.
Neither did
actually.
So I looked it up. Adds in a bunch of content like new personas, things like that. Some new relationships you can have with people, new bonds you can make with people, and in particular adds on the oh man, what's the name of it? Whoops, I should have looked it up. Michelle's helped me out. Look it up. What's the additional content called? It's the truth. The truth. It's not the truth. It starts with an A. But anyway,
the answer.
The answer. Okay, adds the answer, which is an entire epilogue, which I learned in Japan was added on a separate disc, which is super weird. Like you bought it at the store and it was called an addendum disc.
Oh.
And I don't know how that worked on PS2 at all. I don't understand it. But you had to own the original version to get the addendum disc. So I don't know how that all worked, but
Maybe they saw that you had like save data on your memory card from the original game, and that was how it recognized.
perhaps, right? But anyway, so Persona 3, similar to what Michelle was saying, Persona 4 JRPG, play as high school kids. In this game, one thing I noticed about the difference between Persona 4 from what Michelle described, Persona 3 is more typical RPG in its setting. Yeah, it does the high school thing, but the story is not murder mystery. The story is JRPG villain, you know? It's that kind of thing. The idea is that at midnight there's something called the dark hour, where everyone goes into a weird state where they're like in a coffin and no one knows it's happening. It's a secret hour that doesn't exist. And during that secret hour, demons come out and stuff, but everyone's protected as long as they're in the coffins. They don't even know what's going on. But at some point, you are able to stay awake during those times. And you start to realize there are these things called shadows, and you're trying to protect people from them. And early on, things start to escalate a little bit. The shadows are more out, and there's I forget how many, let's say like 13 shadows or something that you need to eliminate to essentially save everyone. The way this game works, it works kind of like a month at a time. Each month you'll go to school, do your social bonds, talk to people, and then you'll go into what's known as the Tartarus, which is a randomly generated dungeon. It has a certain amount of floors. So let's say maybe every 15 floors there'll be a boss, right? And the floors can last anywhere between, like 2 or 3 minutes. There might be some enemies that you have to fight along the way. Or it can last like 1 second if it randomly generated the next staircase right in front of you. Sometimes that happens. But you have to go through like 15 floors, and then you fight a boss, go through the next 15 floors. Later on, it becomes more like 30 floors. It can get pretty extensive. You technically, I guess, thinking about it out loud, you do not have to go through the Tartarus period outside of the first time you go there. It's all optional until the very end of the game. So I guess if you wanted to, you could just go through the Tartarus at the very end of the game, the whole thing. I'm not gonna say how many floors because it's spoilers, but it sure is a lot. It's more than you would think. You think 100 sounds like a good number. Not quite. Not even close. Not even remotely close. And there was an optional area that I didn't even go to. I don't know if this is in Persona 4, Michelle, but in this game, if you spend too much time on a floor in Persona 3, something called the Reaper will show up.
Yeah, that is not in Persona 4.
Okay. The Reaper will show up. He is level 99, and he's basically there like, get the hell off the floor, quit grinding, keep moving. And your characters have a stamina system, so they can't actually stay in Tartarus forever. Every battle you fight takes a little bit more stamina, and the more they level up, the more stamina they have. But in the beginning, you're like, you can't go too many floors. Like I was trying to do it like the typical JRPG way. I get on a floor, I eliminate every enemy, and I get to the boss and I fight the boss. But that's not how it works. You cannot fight every enemy and expect to actually get through the floor. So what the trick is there's a fast travel station in front of every boss. So I would sprint past most enemies, battling the only ones that are in my way, get to the top floor where the fast travel is, try to fight the boss, and if I lose, then I would go back downstairs, grind, hunt around for items, things like that. I think that was the best way to do it. At the end of every month, there'll be a full moon, and during that full moon, that's when the next story sequence is going to happen. You're going to go to some unique area, and you're going to encounter the full moon boss, and then you have to defeat it. And those are the very interesting parts. I like this game a lot more than I thought it was. I always heard, obviously, about Persona 4. And people always said Persona 3 was good. But they never talked about it in the same vein as Persona 4. Michelle, are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a lot of noise going on over there.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. people always talked about Persona 4 a lot, but not Persona 3 as much. And Persona 3, one of the weird things I think throws people off is you control your main character, everyone else is on auto battle. And that might be confusing to some people because you might have played Persona 3 Portable or the new Persona 3 remake that's not like that, right? But this game does not even have an option to not have it like that. You have to manage your squad. You are considered the leader. You can control your actions and you can give them like tactics.
Yeah, 4 is like that as well.
But you can control them, right? In 4, if you want, you can say, do like a tactic where you take full control, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was the big difference that they added moving forward. And then eventually later on, you can just control them at all times, right? But Fez, second version of the game, still has that auto battle thing. So at first, it's actually not too bad, right? You put them on, hey, attack, or hey, be the healer, and they do what they're supposed to do, no problem. I admit towards the end, sometimes they do get a little annoying because you'll be like, hey, do whatever you want, right? And they'll do one of the worst moves, I think, in the series. They use charge, which makes their next move do double damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like if you just attack twice in a row, that would be
exactly.
So why are you doing that, right? So some characters get a little annoying. You have to be a little bit more deliberate with their tactics. You have to say like, just attack, please, or whatever. I put 88 hours into the main game. So it is the longest game I played this year. Beating out Like a Dragon just by 8 hours. I will say, I think I probably could have beat it faster. You could probably beat it in the 70-hour range. But towards the end, they were very adamant, like, hey, that final boss, like, we need to be ready. And every time you come back to the place, it's like, hey, we need to be ready because he's supposed to be invincible. So get ready, go to the Tartars. And I think that's what changes the amount of time people spend in the game, how much time you spend in the Tartarus, right? Because the social link stuff, you're going to do that naturally. Everyone does it. But the Tartarus is where you spend most of your time. I did do most of the social links. I missed one of the main characters just because you had to level up a certain stat. And by the time I did that, I was already working on other characters. So I was like, hey, it's okay, right? And I missed a couple of the side characters as well. But for the most part, got most of them, which was very helpful for leveling up personas like we talked about earlier with Persona 4. And overall, I really liked it. This is one of the first times where the new rating system had popped up on Backloggery, and I gave it a 4.5, right?
Oh, nice.
Right. So I finally got to use the 4.5 rating because the 4 just didn't cut it to show how much I really liked it. I was really surprised by it. Some questions might be like, hey, why are you playing the Fez version as opposed to every other more widely available version? One, Persona 3 Reload came out, which is the full remake. I've seen Persona 3 Reload. The things about it, one, it's different. It looks different, feels different. There's like the battle system's different because they have a new defend command that wasn't in the original. In the Fez version in particular, you can change your main character's weapon to any weapon in the game. You cannot do that in Reload. So just stuff like that. It just felt like a totally different. I knew I wanted to play this PS2 version. Now the question might be, well, why didn't you play Portable? Because that's just this version, right? But the more available version. But no, because, and that's actually the first version I played of this game. I played it on someone's PSP. What's weird about that version is you don't get to like walk around areas. So like you go to school and like, hey, I want to walk and talk to characters. That's not how that one works. It's like a weird point and click overview of how you talk to people. And I think if I had already played Persona 3 Fez, Persona 3 Portable would be fine, right? Because I'd already experienced that walking around. And by the end, you're like, okay, I'm just trying to get to where I'm supposed to go, right? So some of that expedience would be nice, actually. But to me, it's like, I'm in the world. I want to walk around the world. I want to explore the world. It's trying to do the Japanese thing. It feels like Japan, right? And I want to experience that. I don't want to click on a character on a top-down view and then talk to them. Something is missing there to me. So that's why I went with this version. I do know in Portable you can play as a girl instead of a boy, so I'm missing that. I guess I wasn't going to do that anyway. But the Fez version comes with the answer, right? Which is the optional thing. And I was a little bit nervous, right? Because once I finished Persona 3, 88 hours, I was like, I heard one, the answer was very hard and it's very long. And that's correct. I think I spent 25 hours on it. I did play it. You play as a character from the main game, different than the main character from the main game. Play as a character. You get a new partner as well, and then some of your other teammates show back up. The ending of the original Persona 3 was very perfect, very emotional. I don't know if we needed an epilogue, but the epilogue is kind of like a nice closure for our team, right? There's actually not too much story. Essentially, a new procedurally generated dungeon opens up and it has separate levels. So it's not like one big tower like Tartarus is. It's kind of like, hey, you go in this zone and there's like 25 floors. You go in this one, there's 25 floors, and they're going down instead of up. It is on hard mode right from the start. And Persona 3 Fez was already really hard at some points. Like, if you came with the wrong monsters, or the wrong demons, the wrong personas, that's what they're called, you were fucked. If it was like, hey, this guy does extremely high physical damage to every character, and you did not resist physical damage, your ass was grass. You were done. In fact, sometimes in the original Persona, it made sense to bring a less than full party. So like, hey, one of my characters right now is weak to ice. I will just leave them behind. I will not bring them, and I'll have only 2 people, because if I attack them, they get what's called a once more. If they get the weakness on them, and then they get to attack again. So it's actually very helpful to not bring that character. But the answer starts on hard mode, so it's already way harder. What hard mode means is, one, everything takes a little bit more damage, but in particular, the enemies know your weakness from the second they see you, and they will exploit the shit out of it. So, including regular ass enemies. You run into an enemy and he knows you're weak to holy, he'll just cast the insta kill spell immediately. That's just the way it works. It's very annoying. The bosses are very hard. You really have to come into it with a strategy and the answer. The final boss, funnily enough, was easier than some of the regular bosses. I think the answer is worth playing. I think it's very worth playing, even though it is very hard. I'm glad I got to do it, because I was going to like skip over it, but that was the whole point of playing the Fez version, was to play the answer. So that would be so stupid of me, even though I was kind of burnt out on it. I didn't play it directly afterwards. I did play some games in between, but I think the answer is worth it. I know they added it as DLC, or they're adding it as DLC to Reload, so I would check that out if you could. And the question, I guess, is, am I going to play Reload? I think one day I am, because I really enjoyed this one so much. I would love to see it kind of in a slightly different light, slightly fancier little light.
Hopefully it won't take as long as it took you to play the original.
I don't know. I know Persona 3 is very long. I know Persona 4 is a little bit shorter, and I know Persona 5 is even longer than both of them. So I do want to play Persona 4. We'll see how it goes. Like I said, the only games I played in the series technically before this is Catherine, which doesn't really count. And I have played some Shin Megami Tensei a little bit, but this is the first one I think I've technically beaten that's an RPG. I would like to play Persona 4, but that's not going to be this year. I can already tell. But you know what? I'm on the journey now, so we'll see what happens.
Speaking of going on journeys, I have wanted to go on a journey for quite a while into interactive fiction, which are, and I mean like old school interactive fiction, like before we had graphics and we just had text adventure games. And some of those popular text adventure games of like the 80s were made by Infocom, particularly Zork. If you know about text adventure games, you've heard about Zork. It is the quintessential, like, you have to play this game if you want to play an Infocom game.
Right. And
so,
you might have heard of Zork because Zork is like, has a million games in this series technically, and not all of them are text adventures. Some of them are like weird recreations of the text adventure in a point and click adventure. It's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah. So I wanted to play through I only made it through the first 2 games I was actually playing these while I was at work because it's like an MS-DOS, command prompt that comes up and everything. And in my job, it just looks like I'm doing my job.
Right.
Because
No
people
one's gonna
don't
be
pay.
suspicious.
Yeah, people don't pay that much attention. So it's an acceptable hobby to have. Just like when I played the Cube Escape games, I was playing those on my phone because that was acceptable at work. So yeah, I wanted to play. I didn't make it to the third game, but I played the first two. The first game is The Great Underground Empire, and I was gonna go hardcore. I was gonna like draw my own fucking maps, and really give it a good shot before I gave up and used a guide. And then I started trying to draw my own maps, and I realized the map of Zork doesn't make any fucking sense, and you really can't even draw it out with and have it look any amount decent anyway, because you can go onto a screen and then you can go south, and then you can go north, and you think, if I go south again, I'll be back at the screen I was just at. No, that's not how this game works. And I was like, oh, I hate this. So I gave up pretty fast and just used a guide. I tried to look online to see how far other people have gotten without guides. And somebody was like, I've played for 14 hours and I haven't beat the game. How long did it take you guys to beat it? And people were like, they were like, how did you beat it in the 80s? And somebody was like, dude, we didn't beat it in the 80s. He's like, I still haven't beaten it, okay? Just use the guide. Just give up. He's like, you will never beat this game without a guide. So your main goal is you're an adventurer and you are trying to go around and collect all of these treasures. Really, that's the main goal. You're going into this underground dungeon kind of area where there's dragons to fight, there's abandoned buildings and secret passageways and unicorns and waterfalls, and it's this very fantastical fantasy world. And you're trying to go out and get all these items and do these puzzles to get these items, puzzles that are very obscure. At one point, you have to give a bird a twig or some shit, and the way that they worded it, because you have to type in everything. I was just like, how would I have ever known to phrase this in this manner to get what I needed from this bird? I don't even understand right now. How would anybody have ever figured this out? And how do we even have the instructions now on how to do this? Did somebody from the company, from Infocom, just release this information one day? Because, back in the day, it's people could not have been compiling the guides for this. Surely not.
I'm sure someone did, right?
Because there were, hotlines, you had to pay for that shit.
That's just probably where they got it from. They got it from the hotline and then, wrote it into a book.
I wrote into a book. I'm going to post this on GameFAQs 20 years from now. So yeah, you're going around trying to get all these treasures. There's a thief that can steal your treasure, or he's a piece of shit. You can get your stuff back later. I think he'll steal it and just fucking leave it somewhere. So good luck finding it ever again. The guide I was using kind of screwed up in a few places and told you not the correct directions to go in. And like I said, the directions can be very confusing. So at one point, there was one item that I forgot to pick back up because you can only hold a certain amount of weight. And it doesn't tell you what that weight is or anything. It's just you're carrying too much shit. And you're like, okay, well, I guess I have to drop some things on the fucking ground and hope I can find my way back here later. And I was so impressed that I managed to figure out that whole part by myself and go back, drop off the treasure in the case, because as long as it's in the case inside the house that you start off in, it's safe from the thief, and the thief can't steal it from you. But you have to get all the pieces of the treasure to unlock essentially the second game, really, because basically at the end of each game, you'll unlock a door or go through a secret area, and it'll be and now you're in Zork 2, and you're like, whoa, this is so fucking cool. At the time, I'm sure that blew people's minds. And that was kind of how they enticed you to go ahead and buy the next game, because you went through this, you finally got all the treasure and you unlock the secret door, and then they're and continue the adventure in Zork 2, the Wizard of Frobos, and you're just whoa, this is awesome. Even when I played it, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And in Zork 2, it's the same deal. It's a much shorter game, though. The first game was really long. It was like 4 hours. I know I say really long, but like for the kind of game it is, that was really long. Okay, like it's a confusing, like maze-like, if you skipped like one step in the guide, you're gonna screw everything up, kind of situation. And Zork 2 was only like an hour and a half, maybe. But same deal. You're trying to collect treasure, and you're trying to defeat a wizard this time. The wizard, it will take your He won't even take it. He'll just kind of like he'll do magic and like make your treasure float in the air and stuff, and then you have to wait for it to like literally by typing and wait several times until it stops floating in the air so you can grab it and pick it back up again. It's just annoying. You get all the treasure, you defeat him, and then you know, unlock a door or something at the end that leads into Zork 3, which I have not played yet. These were really interesting little curiosities. I did like them. I do want to play more text adventure games for sure. I want to deep dive into it. I want to play a bunch of them. I have one game on my phone called like Dreamhold. Like I'm getting too far into it, but are these going to appeal to pretty much anybody else who ever listens to this podcast? Probably not. But if you're interested, they were good. I see why people liked them at the time. I don't know that for 99% of people that they are worth playing now unless you are just curious about them like I was.
Yeah, probably the closest thing people would play now is like, remember there's that game, it's like called Abandoned House or something.
That's actually even worse, honestly. I feel like Zork is actually, I would put it above that.
Oh, really?
I think you're talking about Mystery House, which Sierra made. It was the first.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, what? Oh, what's Abandoned House then?
It's a modern game. But it's a text adventure.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look that up later then. Okay, I don't know why I thought you were talking about like the first. Never mind. I thought you were talking about something else.
Yeah. That may not be the name of it. So
like, so don't hold me to that. Don't look it up.
Yeah, don't look it up. In fact, I'm looking up right now, and there's like 1,000 games called Abandoned House, so it's not really helping me.
Yeah. You like football game.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, but I'll figure out what it is later. I'll let you know. But that one's like modern and has some nice conveniences, but it's also text-based adventure, but not like this. Not like this at all.
Mm-hmm.
Next game I played. Have you ever heard of a YouTuber called Grimbeard, Michelle?
I have not, and I didn't know this game you're about to talk about was free, and I actually downloaded it and everything, and then I forgot to play it before the podcast.
Okay, well, funnily enough, we had a similar situation then. I watched this guy named Grimbeard. He's funny. I really like his style because it's kind of like it's a little bit meandering at times, kind of like Thor High Heels might be sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I think the joke is, and it's semi-serious, but he's like a super turned up version of his own personality, of like he'll be like, "What's up, Goth Gamer Nation?" and like that's him, right? And he's just like fucking around, and he does all these horror games and all these dark games, all the goth games, stuff like that. It's funny, right? Oh well, Alpha Polaris is well, now it's free. It wasn't free originally.
Oh shit. What a dream.
Point and click horror game. Has some light oh man, what's the horror thing that everything uses? Lovecraft. Light Lovecraftian stuff going on. You are a researcher. You move to Alaska. Not Alaska. Antarctica, right? Somewhere cold. You go somewhere cold. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it's Antarctica. And you are with this team, and the team is not researchers. They are there like for oil and stuff like that. And you just happen to be tagging along, probably like a government thing. It's like whatever, right? And you're investigating polar bears and how their life and blah blah blah. A bunch of boring stuff, right? And then pretty quickly things go awry. When you're stuck there, things go poorly. Um, and then everyone starts kind of going crazy a little bit, start having creepy dreams, and next thing you know, people are dying, right? Um, I wanted this game, one, because it's free, right? And I actually watched him talk about it and I forgot what it was. And then suddenly I was just sitting eating breakfast one day and I was like, what the fuck was that game? What was that? Oh man, I have to download it now before I forget. And I downloaded it. And one thing it kind of reminds me of like an early 2000s point and click adventure.
Yeah, it's got that look. I like it.
Yeah, it came out in like the late 2000s, but and I hear some people giving it kind of a hard time because it basically is using a engine that's actually not supposed to be used for selling games. It's supposed to be for like school and testing games. So you're not supposed to sell games using it, which is why it is free now instead of paid, because I think they were not allowed to sell it. So you might see some reviews giving it shit in there, and it's kind of janky at times. Sometimes you click on some stuff and it doesn't exactly work. It has some weird puzzles. I admit that. Like most of it's pretty straightforward, and then there's a couple like shit that just does not make sense to me at all. Like there'll be these symbols, right? And you're supposed to look in your journal and translate them, but the journal does not have the same symbols that you see, right? So you're supposed to be able to like read between the lines and like understand like what it means if it does this. And some of them are pretty simple, like, oh, this means east, so this symbol that looks kind of similar but in the opposite way must be west, right? But the other ones make zero sense. No sense at all. I looked it up and people were like, yeah, I don't know how they expect you to figure that shit out. You just look it up every time, huh? And then there was like one puzzle that was a little bit hard involving like a tracker system. You're supposed to triangulate your signal by like setting a point and walking somewhere. That was a little weird, and I didn't quite understand it either at the time. But still, for what it is, a free game. It doesn't last very long, couple hours. Kind of cool, kind of cool. Like it has some vibes, and actually before things start really hitting the fan, it's actually pretty effective, right? When everyone, and that's kind of the way most Lovecraft things are, while people are freaking out about the unknown, pretty interesting. Once the unknown becomes the boogeyman, it's a little less interesting, right? Once it becomes the Wendigo, becomes a little less interesting, right? And the ending's a little bit dissatisfying, right? Because it's like, okay, well, how did you escape? You just, I don't know. I don't want to go into it in case you end up playing it, but it's a little silly.
Yeah, I'll probably try to play it in the second half of the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's free, right? So whatever,
Yeah.
right?
I already have it downloaded, so
Yeah. Yeah. Overall, give it a shot,
yeah, you don't have anything to lose except time, so
Right. And not that much either, just like 3
Yeah.
hours.
Right. Next up, I played the sequel to Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy, which is Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy Curtain Call. And it's the first game, but way better and a lot more songs. And they kind of got rid of those scene music stage thingies a little. I mean, they still have them, but they're a lot more optional and there's less of them and they're just better all around. They made some really minor changes to the gameplay that makes it a lot better. It reads a lot better on screen. So in the other game, you have the ones that you would just tap, and then you have ones that you would long press on. Problem is, they were all like the same fucking color. So especially when you were in those scene stages, like it slowly, gradually puts the prompts on the screen. They fade into the screen. The problem is when you have those long press ones, you see the first part come up, and you think you just have to press it, and it's a long press because you can't tell the fucking difference because everything's the same color. And it was really annoying, and it made me screw up a lot in the original. And in this game, they're different colors. Like, you can distinguish things like that a lot better, which I really, really appreciated. It was just like a really minor change that was for the better. And it was primarily when they, I think they are different colors normally, but as you go throughout the stage, like, everything will turn silver or it'll turn gold. And I think that's like you're getting more points at those times or whatever. that was when it was a problem. And now they just kind of made the gold or the silver line the existing colored things instead, which made a lot more sense. So, way more songs. All the ones you love are here. They have like all the good shit from Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy 12, some other ones that I didn't play. Most of the other games I didn't play. I mean, I played all the songs. I just haven't played the actual games that they came from.
Gotcha.
And man, God, does Final Fantasy just have some fucking great music. Some of them, I know some of the games have, really similar sounding music, especially some of the earlier games. But, they throw in the opening music from Final Fantasy X in there, where it's like that, like, more metal sounding song. And it's like the only song like that in the whole game.
Okay,
and like,
I was thinking the other one. I thought you were talking about the opening cutscene where they're looking over his Anakin. You're talking about the Blitzball song.
Yeah. Yeah.
Funnily enough, the opening scene and the final boss theme.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, not the final boss, but the
I know what you're talking about. It's just the variety that you get is like kind of crazy. And remember how I mentioned there was like that like RPG side thing in the first game, and I was like, I didn't even touch it.
Yeah.
This game has that, but they actually explain it to you and they like tell you how to go through it. It's like you have a set of levels and they have branches, so you can choose which song you want to go to, but you'll get like keys and other bonuses to unlock certain like other things further on. And when you finish the set of stages, you get like, throughout you get like these crystal shards and stuff that will give you other characters, because you can choose your party in this game and you can level them up and everything. It's like very, very technically an RPG, I guess. Not that you leveling them up matters in any way. I didn't really ever pay attention to that. I think it like affects how many enemies you can like kill while you're playing one of the battle songs or whatever, because your characters will be attacking enemies as you play the song. I don't really think any of that stuff matters, but I did like just going through the stages to get rhythmia. I didn't even talk about that in the first game.
No.
You're trying to get a certain amount of rhythmia to like save the world somehow with like the power of music or some shit.
Okay.
The story doesn't matter. Nobody cares. I don't remember any of it from the first game, and I didn't remember any of it from this game. Just know you've got to get like 20,000 rhythmia in this one to beat the game, to like fight the quote-unquote final boss and beat the game. But the RPG mode was really cool to go through. You go through all these stages and you get these crystal shards, and you're getting rhythmia along the way. And it's also a good way to get you to play songs that you may not have chosen yourself, and also on different difficulties that you may not have chosen for yourself. So I played quite a lot of that, and I played a lot of this on a trip that my husband and I were taking to Rock City. And there was a point where I don't think my husband realized, because he was playing the radio, but I couldn't hear the game anymore, like any of the music that was going on. But I was still just having so much fun and getting so addicted to just playing through the songs, even without the sound, or not being able to hear the sound anyway, that it didn't really matter. And I think that really says something about a rhythm game that you can't hear the music in, and that you're still just like super addicted to at the time. Like, you've really done something right with your gameplay. Considering the music is like the whole draw of the game.
Right.
But I got really addicted to it. I had a lot of fun with it. This was that game that I told you about before, where I said I had to lower the rating of it. I had it at a 5-star, and then I was making my top 10, and it was just way too high up, because it's 5 stars. So obviously I take my 5 stars first and I slap them in there and I put them in the order I want them in my top 10. And I was just like, this probably is a 5-star game for people who really like rhythm games, and I do like it. And I think it's a great game, and I really enjoyed it. But damn, it was up way too high. I had to drop it down to a 4 so I could put it down lower on the list.
But now you can do a 4.5, so maybe that's what it
I
needs
can. Maybe it does need to be that. Maybe I'll have to go back and fix that later. But I definitely felt a lot less anxiety when I moved it down in the top 10. I was like, whew, it was good, but also I think it could get kicked off later. But if I give it 5 stars, I definitely can't kick it off later. So
Right.
So, um, yeah, I really enjoy it. I know they have Final Bar Line now, which I don't know if that's just a combination of everything that they put out for Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy in one package. I think it is. I don't think it's a brand new game. I could be wrong.
I have no idea. Is it called Curtain Call Final?
No, Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line.
Oh, that's it, huh?
Yeah, on the Switch. I think it's just Curtain Call with more stuff. And like stuff that I don't know if there was stuff in the first game that wasn't included in the second game. That's the thing. Like songs and stuff. I don't think there was. If there was, I didn't notice. This one goes through a lot more games too.
I was just looking it up, and it's like Final Bar Line's the 5th game in the series. Am I missing some? What happened?
Oh, there's Theater Rhythm Dragon Quest that didn't come out here, but that's the only other one I know. So that's 3 games. Where the fuck is the 4th one?
I don't know. Theater Rhythm, Final Fantasy, Curtain Call, Dragon Quest, All Star Carnival. Oh, it's an arcade entry. That doesn't. Come on, guys. In the arcade.
Someone needs to edit this wiki. What the fuck?
Oh, and I guess on the side, Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory, developed by the same team, basically the same game.
Close enough. Definitely worth playing. If you can choose one or the other, obviously choose this one. Really, if you can choose both, maybe still just skip the first one. Because like I said, I'm pretty sure all of that content is included in this game, except better. So it's also worth mentioning that the videos that play in the background of like the scene music are also way better quality in this one. And I think they just blatantly did not choose games that had bad looking cutscenes in them, or like, because they had some early Final Fantasy games in there before and it just had this shitty blurry ass pixel, like, because they didn't actually have cutscenes in those games, you know. It just had like random blurry, like stretched out pixel footage. It looked awful in the original game.
It seems like from what I see with Final Bar, or not Final Bar, with Curtain Call, it seems like they remade cutscenes for the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They also only chose stuff that had cinematic cutscenes to begin with.
Well, I'm just watching like Final Fantasy 3 footage, right? But they show them flying an airship, and it's like a totally different thing, right?
Oh yeah, those airship stages are fucking cool too, because the perspective changes when you're like tapping on stuff and everything. It's really awesome, actually. I don't know. It was like a neat little surprise.
Well,
and it's only on airship stages for some reason.
I don't know how many songs this game had. I assume a lot, but Final Bar has 385 songs.
Oh yeah, this one doesn't have that many.
104 playable characters, including characters from Final Fantasy Type 0, Mystic Quest, Tactics, Crystal Chronicles.
They did have a Mystic Quest game and stuff in there.
A lot of weird stuff. So, you know.
Okay, actually, you know, Curtain Call has 221 songs.
So still a lot. So
not including DLC.
That said, it seems like the Final Bar is it's a new game. It's a sequel. So.
Okay, well that makes me feel better because at least they didn't re-release a game that I just played.
Yeah. So probably give it some time and maybe give that one a shot later.
Yeah, I've heard people are saying it's the best one, but like you have to use the buttons now.
Oh yeah.
Like the stylus, just it's so much fun. I don't know.
Yeah, something's lost there.
Yeah. People seem to love it though, so you never know. If you're interested in Theater Rhythm and you can't get your hands on these because you don't have a 3DS, just get that one. People seem to like it.
All right, next game I played. You may remember I played Mirror's Edge at the beginning of the year. At some point, Mirror's Edge Catalyst. Mirror's Edge Catalyst was on sale, so I decided, hey, might as well get it. Even though when it came out, I heard nothing but shit about it, like killed the series, etc., etc. I did not realize that Mirror's Edge Catalyst was not a sequel. It's not a prequel. It's a reboot of the series.
What the fuck? It's like, how do you rebooted a series that only had one game in it? Like, come on.
Yeah, that's weird. Because at first I was like, what's going on? Like all these characters sound familiar, their names sound familiar, but like when is this, a prequel, a sequel? And what was weird is there was like a comic book, and it's like every time
Yes.
there was a loading screen, it would be like, hey, read the comic book to figure out how she got here. And finally I was like, okay, I guess I need to read the comic book. And then I read the comic book, or I didn't read it. I watched a YouTube summary because the comic book costs money. You have to pay for it. It's a real comic. I watched the YouTube summary. Then I was like, wait a second, that still doesn't make sense. You know, how is she here? And I finally figured out, oh, it's because it's a reboot. Um, Stylized, it's a little different. Remember we talked a lot about the color in the first game. Hey, you go for red. This one has what's called runner's vision, where it just turns things red that can be climbed on. So if you're lost, you tap a button and it'll be like, oh, climb over here. Like
It also looks like it just sends a red stream like where you're supposed to go, which kind of defeats the whole fucking point of
and that'll turn
all of that.
That'll turn itself off and on periodically. And I know why they had to do this, right? Because this game is open world, right? So you can go in any direction, right? Now imagine an open world game, but you have to use Mirror's Edge like movement. So like, oh, you're just trying to get to the objective marker. Okay, we'll jump off this wall, do that. It's like highly inconvenient, actually. You can unlock fast travel points, which is always my first step when playing an open world game. Go for the fast travel points, unlock them. You can unlock them periodically. To be honest, the moment-to-moment gameplay is just flat out worse, right? A lot of the jumping and stuff is still there, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't feel the same because you can go anywhere. That was the idea. Like in Mirror's Edge 1, there was a path. You were going to take that path, and if you didn't take it perfectly, you were going to die.
Yeah.
In this game, there's all kinds of paths you can take. There's a million different paths. And there's, okay, in the first game, there was more combat because you could grab a gun and shoot people. You can't do that in this game, but you do end up fighting people and disarming them a little bit more. And I don't know, it's simple, but I don't like it as much. I don't like the characters you interact with as much. I don't like the story as much. But really it is that moment-to-moment gameplay. Granted, I will say, to its credit, it has probably higher highs than the original Mirror's Edge. Like, probably with the advances in graphics and all that, it can do set pieces way better, right? So it can be pretty crazy. Like you're trying to escape from a building that's collapsing from all around you. That's pretty cool, right? And I think it does those parts very well, and those parts were enjoyable. But to me, this was just like a wrong step, and you could tell like clearly one of the reasons that this even got greenlit is just so they could work on some of their online functionality, their technology for that, because this game is like shoehorned out the ass with like, hey, come do this, right? Online, like online leaderboard, this, that, make your own routes. And it's like, oh,
and apparently EA shut all that down now. So
yes, and the game has EA DRM built in, right? So right when you start the game, you go to the first cutscene, you watch the first cutscene, and then it tries to do an online check, right? And usually if a game can't do an online check, no big deal, right? It'll just won't let you play online modes, right? Not this game. Fuck you. Doesn't work. The game completely doesn't work, right? So I had to do all this finagling to make that not happen in the background and get me past that first cutscene. And every other time I like open the game, I had to do a little more finagling to make sure it didn't check again.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, it was very annoying. EA, man, they really shouldn't be selling the game if they can't patch that stuff out first.
Yeah, people are mad. I noticed. I looked at their reviews, and the recent ones are mixed because they're very negative and telling you not to buy the game.
Yeah, but I got it to work. And once I got it working, it wasn't too much tedium, but it was just annoying, right? Yeah, what a misstep, right? And for this to be the revival, I understand why it disappointed people. I'm not saying like it's a total waste of a game. Like there's fun to be had. There's little side quests on the side that are like totally worthless. No point in doing them. they'll be like, hey, here's the thing, run real fast. And granted, those things are like some of the more intense hard missions, but man, there's just no reason to do them, and they're so like tedious. So I did a bunch of them at the beginning, never did them past that because they serve no purpose. So the only claim that has anything good is those big set piece missions that could be very exciting. Granted, those were really good. Other than that, Mirror's Edge is dead, and we'll never see another one.
Kind of a bummer to leave out on.
Yeah. Michelle, I'm sorry. I see I do not have footage for Poochie and Yoshi. I don't know why.
How dare you?
I found it. I don't know why it's not there, but oh well.
Yeah, because the next game I played is Poochie and Yoshi's Woolly World on the 3DS. And this was way better than I thought it was going to be. It's like, it's so funny because I started out playing Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn, and then this game kind of has a similar vibe, except more with felt. And, you know, we're not going to talk about Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn today, so, you know, I got pretty attached to this game instead. It's a platformer where you play as Yoshi, and you're kind of in this very felt styled, like they were really into this at the time, world where everything's like has felt and buttons and cloth and, you know, interactive moments like that in it, and yarn to some extent. And you play as Poochie, and Poochie. You play as Yoshi, and you're going through these levels. There's a story, you know, you're going through the levels to defeat the
I like there's a story, you know, games, they have them. It's Yoshi, guys, do you care?
It's a Nintendo, you know, though, like, it's a level-based game, so the story is like not anything deep. I think they're trying to fight. Is the witch on the broom in Nintendo games? Is that Kamek, or what was that name?
Kamek, yeah.
Kamek, yeah. You're trying to fight Kamek. I don't remember why, really. They're just a villain, you know?
I mean, you don't have to explain it. She's a witch. You know?
Yeah, she's a witch. That's all that needs to be said. All witches are evil. Remember that. All of them. So you're just going through these levels. They're themed. Of course they're themed. You got, you know, your lava areas, your ice areas. You got your sweets themed area because, of course, because that's adorable. Why would you not put that in? And there are these badges that you can use in the game. The game also starts you off on this. They ask you what difficulty you want to play out on, and the default one is mellow mode, which I actually think is easy mode, which I didn't know at the time, but oh well, didn't matter. I had fun.
You didn't want to do a hardcore run of your Yoshi game?
I wonder what that would even really be like. How hard would that even be? Like normal difficulty on other games, probably. You have these badges in the game that you can purchase with the, you know, the gems that you get in the levels, that allow you to kind of have certain advantages. Like the ones two that I used all the time were the one that if you fall in a pit, it doesn't kill you. Like you'll just bounce back up, which is also really useful and kind of just like, it kind of destroys some level design occasionally, because you can just basically run through a level that has a bunch of pits in it by just jumping into the pits constantly and bouncing yourself further and further along.
Oh yeah, you played on baby mode.
Yeah, well, not all the time. It's like I had a couple times where I was like gonna lose progress because I jumped and I didn't realize that I wasn't gonna be going down further. It was just a fucking pit, and I was like, no! Open up the menu and buy the badge, buy the badge! And the idea is obviously you won't even have enough money for the badges if you're not collecting stuff anyway, but I'm an adult, I'm collecting everything. Or I'm collecting most of what's coming at me, so I had more than enough money. And occasionally they'll do a little thing where you can buy a badge for free, like whatever you want. I didn't use them. I say I used them all the time. When I used badges, those were the ones I used. like the one for falling in pits, and one that made you not get hurt by fire or lava. Because there was one level that was mega fucking annoying, and it had this lava monster dude, and he was just taking up so much screen real estate that it was really hard to not hit him like continually. So there was a few times I used that one as well. There's some other badges that aren't useful, like Yoshi can grab people and roll them up into a big yarn ball, or like Poochie will be in the level with you the whole time and he doesn't really do anything. He's just there. As a matter of fact, I think there's only a few levels that he's really in that he is utilized in the puzzles and stuff, because this is a platformer with little puzzles along the way. You can get flowers, or you can collect flowers, and you can collect you can collect skeins of yarn and the gems. Skeins of yarn, if you get all the ones in the level, they will give you a new Yoshi that you can play as, which is hilarious because I unlocked like a bunch of ones in the first set of worlds or whatever. And I didn't realize, I just wasn't paying attention that you could switch out to that Yoshi. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. I can be Halloween Yoshi, or like Rainbow Yoshi, or, whatever, Ice Cream Yoshi. And that was really neat. I was the only thing I like really hardcore was like, I'm going to try to get all of these. And I didn't, but I got most of them in the game. The flowers, I don't remember what they do. They're just like a collectible. And you have to get to the end of the level with a certain amount of coin, like a certain amount of the gems at a certain amount of health to like complete the level, so to speak. You have to have like those 4 things. And the level design here was really great. At first it didn't feel like anything too special, but then they start really utilizing those yarn and felt elements more, and like using the way felt sticks to like Velcro, and you can slide across curtains and things like that. And it made for some really fun level design. Though this game was easier and a bit slower paced than some other games I played this year. But I really didn't mind that. It was just fun. It was just a fun game to play through. And the final boss was really good. So, let's see what else. I don't know. It was just an adorable game. Like, I highly recommend it. The puzzles were pretty good without being too obnoxious. You had some auto-scrolling levels in there as well to kind of like spice it up. The first one of those that I got gave me so much anxiety because it took me a minute to realize that the screen was moving towards me. And then I was going to die, so. But it's a lot of fun. It did make it onto the top 10.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, man, I'm surprised.
It actually
like
made
you
it up
rated
pretty
it.
high.
Yeah, you rated it super high.
It's not in the top 5, but it is darn close. So.
You got a winner.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So remember, I built a computer. But when I built the computer, I was playing a lot of other games at the time, which I know I just played Mirror's Edge Casual. So that was kind of the start of it, right? But I had been playing other games, right? Like Persona. So I didn't really put my computer to the test. But then, after a million years in development, Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2, released.
Move! Why does she move? You can't. She's
And I was like, okay, well, this is it, right? This is the test. This is a brand new game. Obviously, it's a very pretty game. So let me go ahead and give this a shot. I did play the original Hellblade. I did enjoy the original Hellblade quite a bit. It's like a 5-hour game, but also very pretty. Hellblade 2 is weird. Hellblade 2 is weird. I like Hellblade 2, but nowhere near as much as the first game. And I think some of it just has to do with the journey feels less impactful to me, because the first game is all about like your boyfriend was murdered and you go to hell to get him back. Like that's a story that is very intense, right? Very interesting. This one is not that, right? This one is okay, well, the people who enslaved my boyfriend, I have to help everyone. So I'm going to kill all of them. So she gets herself kidnapped on purpose so that way she can find out the source of it and kill them all. And on she gets on a ship, and on the way over there the ship like crash lands. So everyone's lost, and basically she's looking for all these people, and she has all this self-doubt along the way about it. What she's doing, is she can she even do it, right? That's the kind of the thing with Senua. That's her deal, right?
Well, I mean, in the first game, the big deal was that she had schizophrenia. That was like the big like thing that everybody was talking about.
So I don't know if it's schizophrenia, right? That's I don't want to put
I think they specifically said that.
I don't
like
want
once people pointed it out.
I don't want to necessarily put that label on it because I don't know if that's exactly what it is. She does hear voices in her head. I think some of it's just supposed to be her monologue to herself, right? But she has differing voices, right? You're good, you're not good, yada yada, right? So she has a lot of self-doubt, right? And that plays into this, but kind of the main thing here is she already knows how powerful she is, right? And that she can help these people that she runs across because they're dealing with their own problems, but she already went to hell and survived it. So she knows in the back of her mind that no matter what she's up against, she can handle it, right? And very early on, you learn about these. I think they're giants that are plaguing the land, and they're supposed to be like the closest thing to gods, and they're immortal, and they're all like, "You can't kill a god," and Tenny was like, "Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I probably can," and she's correct. But that story is less interesting because there's less stakes, right? It's and it does go interesting places. They've also like the combat was not good in the first game, but they've streamlined it here to be cinematic. So it looks really cool when it's going on, but you'll only ever be attacked by one enemy at a time instead of multiple. And that enemy that attacks you, it always works the same way. They hit you, you parry or dodge, but probably parry, and then you hit them back. And sometimes the game is designed in such a way where it's trying to be cinematic, where even if you parry, you'll still get knocked over because it's like, oh, you can't win, you know? Which is a little annoying because it's like I'm doing everything right, but the game's just fucking cheating. But yeah, I didn't love the game. It seems like that's kind of the general consensus about this one. It's like, I don't know, kind of weird. I don't know if I liked it really. Obviously it only lasts, and again, it's like 5 hours, 6 hours. It's super short, and it is a very pretty looking game. One thing I will say is by default, and there's no way to turn it off, it's using the AI upscalers, which are so common now to use, where at zero cost of your GPU, it does the graphics in the background, right? And those are like called like miracle devices, right, for people who have lower end computers. But with this one, like sometimes you turn a little bit and it looks a little blurry because it's trying to do all that scaling shit. And that's a little weird. I don't know if I like that. I wish I could just turn it off and have it look great at all times. I also say I'm still playing in 1080p, and this game's very clearly not a 1080p kind of game, but that's okay, right? I'll say I feel bad because I know the developers, like, one, they're part of Microsoft, and my theory, right, is now that this game is out and they have nothing on the horizon, they're probably going to shut them down. That was kind of the deal when they shut down all these studios recently. They didn't have any games coming out soon. Hellblade came out, it's over, right? So we'll see kind of what happens, but I kind of got a bad feeling that this is the end of Ninja Theory. They're either sell them or whatever, but it's unfortunate. But I didn't buy it. I played it on Game Pass, so I didn't lose anything except for a couple hours of my time. But it definitely ranked a lot lower than I expected it to in my heart.
That's sad. Because I'll probably still play it at some point. It's just like when, you know?
Yeah.
Because I don't pay for Game Pass or anything.
You can always make a little email and get a free 2 weeks, and you can beat both of them.
I don't know. Knowing me, you never know. Sometimes short games end up somehow spanning months for me.
Right.
I'll like start it here and play it here and there. Kind of like I did with Kirby Triple Deluxe. Another Nintendo title. I think this is one of only like maybe 3 Kirby games I've played. And one of those was Kirby 64, and Kirby 64 fucking sucks. I played that on my Wii. I bought that back when the Wii Shop channel was the thing.
Is that the Crystal Stars one?
Yeah, the Crystal Kirby and the Crystal Shards.
Man, I wanted to play that one, but I'm glad I'm not.
Kirby's like mega fat in that game and moves like at an extremely slow pace, and it's very annoying. Like you have to try to sprint everywhere by like I think you double tap the stick in a direction and he'll kind of start sprinting that way, but his start of his sprint is faster than how he evens out to a slower speed when he sprints, and it was terrible. This game, Kirby's just lightning. He just goes. And I loved that about this game. I loved being able to like just have that better experience than what I've had before with Kirby, because I played Kirby 64 and then I played Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. I think that was an Ambassador game on the 3DS. And that was like a Metroidvania, and I learned that I didn't like that either. And this is neither of those. Kirby's super fast paced, levels are mostly linear side-scrolling levels. You know, as with Poochie and Yoshi, there's a story. And
tell us about it. Tell us about it. Let's expound.
I know that you're going through the worlds, and like as you do, you're making this magical like beanstalk grow more so you can get to the next set of worlds and then eventually get to the boss. And the boss is like a giant plant. And that's what I remember. I think it's trying to take over the world and it's evil. That's what I'm assuming. I played this game over the course of like a couple months, you know. I kind of forgot what the story was. It doesn't matter anyway, you know. It's like these games in this time of Nintendo were very level-based games, made to be like really picked up and put down a lot, if you chose to. And I'm kind of surprised I guess I just had my top 10 a little too filled out at the time when I played this, because I'm kind of surprised it never made it on there. I mean, it would get kicked off at some point anyway, but I'm surprised it didn't make it on there. Because gameplay, very fast, furious. You know, you pick up enemies as Kirby, you steal their powers, and you can use their powers later on. They kind of set it up so that like you have a lot of mid-level bosses and end bosses for each level. They almost always set it up so where there's stuff that you can grab right before that happens, like enemies you can grab, or they'll just have the abilities in a little bubble next to where the boss is about to be. And obviously, if you don't have an ability, they still have the bosses set up to where they're going to shoot projectiles, so you can suck up and then shoot back out at them. That sucks, though. Do not recommend. Will have a hard time, especially on certain bosses. Certain bosses are actually kind of a fucking pain in this game, which is surprising. You know, I had only a couple bosses that I actually had a hard time with. I even died to the final boss several times in this game when I was trying to beat it, because, you know, it's like a multi-phase fight. And that really surprised me. I was like, oh, this is no Poochie and Yoshi, huh? Like, there's actual challenge sometimes in this game. All the levels are like, each world is kind of themed. There's a sweets themed world. There's like a caveman volcano themed world. There's some that aren't really themed, and I don't know what the theming was supposed to be. They weren't bad. There was nothing wrong with them. I just don't know if they were going for something specific or not. I couldn't tell what it was. And there's some puzzles in this game. There's not a ton. There's more like optional things you can do to get more stars because you're collecting the big star at the end of every level, and usually they have other collectibles that you can get, but usually you have to go a little bit out of your way to find them. If you've played one Kirby game, you generally know how this is going to play. This just happens to be one that plays very well, though. Yeah, I don't know. Nintendo just does Nintendo stuff.
Yeah.
You played one Kirby game, you've played most of the Kirby games.
Some just happen to be better than others.
Yeah, some just happen to play a little bit better, a lot smoother, and make a lot more sense, and aren't confusing Metroidvanias like Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. So,
even though that's like I think in whatever that Super Nintendo one is with like a bunch of games in it, like that's the mode people like, the Great Cave Adventure or something like that. So they like that little Metroidvania one, but I don't know.
Maybe I'm just not a Metroidvania person. I don't know. I haven't played a whole lot of them, so
maybe not. Right? It's not for everyone. A lot of backtracking.
I played Metro Fusion was awesome, but that was about
right. That one's like specifically linear.
yeah.
That actually works against the point that you like them.
Shh, it's fine.
Next game I played at the beginning of the end of last year, I think I said something about I wanted to play the Paper Mario Thousand Year Door remake that was coming out. But I said, hey, I would like to play the original Paper Mario first. It's on Switch Online. I should play it first. And you were saying like, hey, it doesn't matter because you'll figure it out otherwise, and that's true. But for me, one, it's already available, and two, if I miss any little references that I think are cute, that's gonna bother me a little bit. And there definitely were references that were pretty cool, so I was like, I'm kind of glad I played Paper Mario the original. One thing that surprised me, I always hear about Thousand Year Door constantly. Like everyone talks about Thousand Year Door. The original Paper Mario is excellent.
Yeah, it is.
It's incredible. Like it's your very simple story. Peach kidnapped, blah blah blah. Right, collect 7 stars. But it's about these areas you go to and these characters you meet, and they have these little interesting background stories, and like you'll meet like a researcher guy in the desert, and he's always doing crazy stuff, where his name's Colorado, where you're always like, hey, you should not go this way because you'll die, and he's like, well, we gotta do it, old boy, and it's like, oh Jesus Christ. But man, I was shocked. I was so surprised. Like, this is just an awesome game that I think maybe doesn't get enough credit. Has really good music, really good music. That was surprising. Like specifically, like I think about there's the mountain where all the stars are falling. Just really incredible music. It does use a turn-based RPG system. You use action commands, same that we used in the Super Mario RPG remake. The only thing that's a little weird is you have 1 HP bar. You got 20 HP total, and that is that, right? Your partner, who you have with you at all times, does not have an HP bar. That was a little weird to me, but it kept it simple, right? You meet a bunch of different partners over, and they're all these different Mario characters that you're used to. So it'd be like a Koopa. It might be a Goomba. The Goomba in the game is just, I don't know. I like them, but you like never use them after you get anyone else. At least I did.
Yeah.
I know if you want to get all the tattles on people, which tells you like there's the enemies like stats and levels and stuff, then maybe you'll use them, but I don't really care about that. So I never used them. But I thought they had cool characters and they were interesting, and there were times where you go back to other places and do side quests. Particularly, there's some favors you gotta do for an old man. I think his name is Koopa Coop. Um, he's annoying, and he'll be like, "Hey, how about you go back to the very first town in the game and talk to this guy, get an item, pick it up for me," and you do that. So you go back to these places and talk to these characters, and everyone has different dialogue, and they'll be updated. Like, "Hey, I hear you went to the desert. Here you went to the mountain. Here you went over here." Like, it's kind of cool. And the backtracking is not that bad because even though I didn't realize at first, there's a fast travel pipe in town that once you've been to a location, you can go down there with your new abilities and you'll reach a new pipe that leads you directly to the town. I didn't know that at first. I was like, okay, I know there's some new stuff in the pipe to explore, but I want to go do these side quests first. I'm dumb. I should have just went down the pipe first because it would have made that a lot easier, but I didn't know. I figured it out later because I was like, man, I don't feel like walking all the way back again. Because one thing it does is it scales your experience. So if you go back to a previous area, and the enemies are super weak, you'll get 0 experience for fighting them, but you'll still be forced to fight them. So that's kind of lame. I think I was shocked how much I liked this game. I did not expect it to be as good as it was. Actually, I don't want to say where it ended up in my top yet because we're getting kind of close to the end, but I'll just say, whoa, way up there, up there. Very good game. Highly recommend. And I actually highly recommend you play it before you play Thousand Year Door. It is available on Switch Online. It's available. And those little references, like Colorado, they will reference that in Thousand Year Door. Worth doing,
Yeah, see, I played in the opposite order. I ended up playing Thousand Year Door first, and then later on played the original on the Wii.
Yeah. And you know what? That can be kind of cool too, I guess, in the same way, because you're like, then you'll get the references in reverse.
Yeah.
But I think you should play both because you might be like, who are all those people in the picture on Mario's desk? And well, that was the cast from the first game,
And I was even more surprised because I played Thousand Year Door first, which everybody talks up so highly of, and then I played this game and I still gave it 5 stars.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's excellent. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
All right. I have been listening to the Save Your Game podcast by Pushing Up Roses and Matt. I don't remember his name right now. I know there's a joke that he's a special boy. But anyway, they did an episode on hidden object games. And I've only played a couple other hidden object games. I don't really play them because I thought they were just dumb and they sucked. Really. But they were talking about a game called My Brother Rabbit, which apparently is like the hidden object game to play. Where there's a story of like you're this little boy and your sister's in the hospital and she's got like something really seriously wrong with her, and through the power of your imagination you're going to try to kind of save her life or cope with the fact that she's ill. So you're kind of in this fantastical world trying to find usually a certain amount of an item to be able to progress with a puzzle, to keep moving through the area to try and get her help. And she's like represented by this little plant thing, plant person, usually in scenes. And what's interesting about this game is it's not just like a hidden object game. It does have logic puzzles in it, and I really liked that about it. So it didn't just feel like a cheap, like, find all these random items for absolutely no reason whatsoever so you can progress with the game. It was like, find these specific items to use them for this thing so that this puzzle can be completed, and then, keep going through and doing that throughout, and even obtaining some of the items you need themselves or little puzzles just to get them.
It definitely has a look to it, huh?
Yeah, it does. And they talked about it in the podcast, and like this was one of the most amazing looking games they'd ever seen in their life. And it looks better when I'm looking at it on YouTube right now, and it's condensed down into a smaller area. But when it's full screen, it's one of those things where like it's not quite so crisp and clean. Like it was clearly made for a different screen resolution than what I have, like a lower screen resolution.
Is
It
it a,
doesn't look bad or anything, but it definitely doesn't look special to me
I
personally.
think it's a mobile game?
No, I don't think so.
I wonder. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, it is.
I don't.
It's an Android
Oh.
game. At least it's available on Android.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if it started out that way though, because I feel like it would be very hard to play this unless you're playing it on like an iPad or like, some kind of tablet with a larger screen for sure. If you try to play this on your phone, I don't feel like you could see shit.
You know what's crazy that I'm looking at too? It's just free too.
There's no way. I bet that's one of those things where you download it and they're like, and now pay to have the rest of it, because I've been screwed over a couple times by that.
That might be true. Oh, here it is. I see.
Yeah.
I see. Here's another game. My Brother Rabbit full.
Oh.
So you're probably right. It's $5, so that's not bad.
Also, you're represented by a rabbit. I forgot to say that. You're the brother, you're the rabbit in the in the story, and she's the little plant person. So logic puzzles were actually really good. In the podcast they complained about those. I don't know, they're not hard, but they did make me think. Some of them had me stop and have to really figure it out for a minute, which I really like games like that make you think a bit, but aren't so hard that they're frustrating. This kind of hit that perfect medium for me. It does have a good ending. Like it is sweet and endearing and satisfying. But at the same time, like it's not so. I've played so many adventure games, that it's not so special that I, think it's amazing, right? Like it's got kind of a cool story going for it, but to me, the look of it is actually kind of forgettable. There's, like a million hidden object games with this like painted look to it, where it's all just digitally drawn and everything. So in that regard, it's not too special in that way, but it definitely opened my eyes to what hidden object games can actually be, and that they can be worth playing, really, because I kind of view them as just too random. Like you're just finding objects just because, and then it progressed for no reason. But this is definitely an actual real game and a full experience, like with a somewhat interesting story and like a kind of neat little fantastical world that you go through. So if you're interested in hidden object games or you like point and click adventure games, you'll probably like this game.
So the next game I played was AEW Fight Forever. I like wrestling. I like wrestling games. I actually don't buy them that often because I think they kind of start getting bad somewhere along the way. But I used to buy WWE games pretty often, and I haven't bought one since 2K15. But AEW, new company that came out, we actually watched it when I was up visiting last time, Michelle. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, I do.
That was the one we were watching with Sting and all that. So this game had been announced like 2 years ago, and the wrestling things kind of changed like crazy over 2 years, right? So it was actually a little outdated when it already came out, but figured I'd give it a shot. It kind of reminded me a little bit of Day of Reckoning, the games we used to play on the GameCube, with the way its match structure worked. But I think they just missed the mark a little bit here. I played the career mode, which takes you through a whole year of AEW, but what's weird about it is, and it started on easy difficulty. I just switched it to normal immediately, but even on normal, with the way the matches work, for whatever reason, you can beat someone in like 90 seconds every time. It's always the same, right? Hit them with a couple strikes, do a big move, You have your special, hit your special, you win, right? It's like so fast. I don't even understand why it's so fast. And maybe I could have bumped up to hard, but I didn't want to waste my time. This was free on PlayStation Plus. I did not buy it myself. I wanted to. I was like, I'm gonna buy it day one. I'm glad I did it now, because I finished the entire career mode at one night. Not even like a long night, just half of the night I was done. And I did every optional match I could do, every optional thing I could do. But it's just over. One weird thing about it is in the career mode, it lets you play as either a created character or someone who already exists. If you play as a created character, you can upgrade your stats as you go along, right? With all the experience you earn. If you play as a wrestler that already exists, you cannot do that. You just have your stats stuck. So all the experience you collect, all it does is at the end of the month, it converts it all to money, which you can use on unlockables. The unlockables are things to unlock, like moves for created characters and stuff, or different items for created characters. There's 2 optional characters you can unlock, and that's it. That was just weird, right? So it meant like the entire purpose of the season mode was gone. You were just going through doing the matches and experiencing the storylines. And I always think about, when I think about wrestling game, Here Comes the Pain is sort of the pinnacle for me as far as the season mode, because it was done so well and everything like linked into each other. I think this game tried to do that, but it didn't work. If I become world champion, the next time a storyline pops up in the game, I want it to be about that. Like, hey, someone's trying to beat me for the title, or someone's trying to do this or that. This game, I won the world title the first month I was there. They never brought it up again. I never walked out with the title. It never happened. I literally went to fight for another title that was lesser. It was so weird. And sometimes that can happen. Here Comes Pain, but this was like, okay, clearly these are just, nothing connects. There's no through line. It just sort of like is scattered all over the place. So I could see that they tried, right? And I don't hate the game by any means. And in fact, I think it might be pretty fun to play like multiplayer. And there's some silly matches, like a exploding barbed wire death match. That's kind of fun, right? Eventually, at some point, the ring will just explode, and whoever's closer to the ropes will get hurt a lot more. I think I didn't hate my experience with it, but I was just generally disappointed. Like, man, this could have been so much more. I see the ideas they have. I see some love that they put in specific places, but it needs more time to cook. So I think like, hey, maybe the second game they put out, if they put out a second game, it might be good. Also weird, about a month after release, they released a battle royale mode, which is called Stadium Stampede, which is a match type they have in AEW where they fight in this empty stadium. It was like a COVID thing. And I was like, okay, well, let's see what this is all about. One, took a very long time to get into a match. Turns out no one's playing this game. And then it sucked ass, right? It was like real suck ass. I didn't even factor that into my scores at all, but like, just know it was pretty lame and not worth your time. But yeah, AEW Fight Forever, glad I got to play it, glad I didn't pay for it. And it was, quote unquote free on PlayStation Plus, so that's always nice.
So, I started a game last year, in like, I don't know, October, November, that I've been wanting to play on the Switch that I did not realize released on the Vita, and I didn't realize it released on the Vita because it did not originally release on the Vita. It was put out by Limited Run. So this is a limited run release of The House and Fata Morgana on the Vita. And it is the Dreams of the Revenants edition that has the DLC. Or I'm assuming it's DLC. I listed part of it as DLC, so
I think it's fine to list. Even like when I played The Answer earlier, I probably could have listed that as DLC, right? And it gives you more room to review. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So this is I guess you could call it horror. Yeah. Yeah. This is a horror visual novel, and it is a straight up visual novel. There is no choices. You're just fucking reading for like 40 to 50 hours.
So I was clicking through and I was like, where's the game? Where even a menu? Nothing? It just plays.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can, and of course you can set the text to autoplay and stuff. And actually, for a long time, I did do that because I would love to just bring this outside when I had my cats out and I was watching them, and just let it go and just read it. And I was really chill about the pacing for a long time. And then I think I probably got 25 hours in, and I was like, oh fucking K, we have to beat this game at some point because it's been like 4 months. And I feel like there's no light at the end of the tunnel, that there's no end in sight. I was like, I know the game's gonna go somewhere, and I hope it has a really good end. It's like that thing. It's like I had to make it to the end to see if it was gonna be worth it. And that was my driving motivation after a certain point. So, in this game, you start off, you wake up in a mansion, and there's a maid in front of you. You have no memory of anything that's going on. And this maid's like, let me help you try to remember by showing you, we're going to go through some doors in the mansion, and they're going to see stories of the residents that used to live here. And when you see these stories, maybe you'll remember. And you go through 3 different doors, and everything that you see in these doors, for one, these are long stories, like, of the residents that were in here. They're like easily 5 to 6 hours apiece. And I didn't know, like, in the first story, I mean, I think it's the longest one. It was probably about 6 hours. And when you're just reading and there's no gameplay, 6 hours is a long fucking time.
Yeah.
It really is. And I was really cool with the pacing and everything. And I actually had forgotten all about the doors thing during the story, and that these were going to be separate individual stories. And I was like, okay. So, like, where's this going? Like, once I, got through the first 3, I was like, where's this going to go? Because these first 3 stories all end terribly. This is not a spoiler. Everything ends fucking bad. People die, and every single one of these, there's always a twist, a quote-unquote kind of twist ending where everything is just screwed. And you're kind of like, wow, what's, and the maid is in every one of these stories. The maid and a white-haired girl. And it becomes, who are these people? Who is this maid who's in front of me, showing me around the mansion and showing me these stories? Why is she showing them to me? And who is the white-haired girl? And I don't want to talk too much about the main story, because while it is, like, extremely long, it really takes a winding twist and turns, throw some red herrings in there, kind of pathway to the finish line. There's definitely a sort of time travel mechanic at work here a little bit. And the thing is, I would only be spoiling this for other people, because, John, I don't think you'll ever play this game, and I wouldn't even recommend it to somebody like you either. I don't think you'd want to go through it.
We'll see. It seems like everyone's playing it right now for some reason. There's like 5 people on my list that are playing
It's
it.
a big one on the Switch.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah, and I wanted to play it on the Switch too, and then, I was like, oh, I can have it for free on the Vita. Yay! Thank God. It also was weird because it runs on Unity on the Vita, and I was like, what the fuck? It takes a really long time to load up at first, and then it doesn't have to do any loading the whole rest of the game. It was just weird. I was like, a Unity game? Like, we could put Unity games on the Vita?
Okay.
Really? For real, it's a commitment. It's not just something that you're gonna blow through in a few weeks, even at the length it's at, because you'll just, like, you have to enjoy just reading, like, actual books, like actual novels.
Right.
To make it, and I know a lot of Japanese visual novels are really long, like, I mean, in the hundreds of hours. Like, there's multi-part games, not even a multi-part series, just the game itself is multi-parts, if that makes sense. Like, it's not like a game and a sequel. It's just like, this is part 1, this is part 2, this is up to part 7, and they're all 25 hours. So I know that there's way longer games than this.
Did it end up worth it?
It did, actually. I was very pleased. I was like, thank God this ended up being worth it. Because, there's a lot of horrible things that happen in this game. like it's really a bit hard to stomach, and I compared it to Corpse Party: A Book of Shadows, because that game I almost couldn't stomach because it had voice acting, and the voice acting was just like little girls screaming while they got like disemboweled and shit, and it was just awful. This game isn't quite that bad, but just some of the descriptions of things were like harder to stomach than others for some reason. Like, this isn't spoilers or anything, but at one point, this girl gets tortured because it's not like in a graphic gore kind of way. They repeatedly like kind of drown her in this human wastewater over and over again to like punish her. And I don't know why, something about that scene and the fact that it went on for a while of her just trying to plead, and like every time she was brought up for air for like a couple seconds to like let me explain myself, and they just wouldn't. I was like, Jesus Christ, because I feel like for some reason in my mind I can imagine how just horrible that would be.
Yeah.
You know, you're getting, all of that in your mouth, and you're drowning, and like you've done nothing wrong, and you're just trying to explain yourself to these people, and they don't want to listen to you. And there's a lot of that kind of stuff in this game. It does end up worth it, though. It ends up actually having a really compelling story. The setup for the story, though, with the first 3 original doors that you go through and everything, that setup is a very slow burn. I'll say that. And then once you get out of those stories, it really just opens up. Like, you start actually getting into what's really happening here. And it's really good. It ends up being really worth it. I only played one of the DLCs so far because they unlock sequentially in order, so you have to play one before you can play the other. And what I played was a Requiem for Innocence, and that was like elaborated on part of the story that they did not go into in the game, which is crazy because they elaborated on like fucking everything in the game. So the fact that they left something out that had to be added as DLC was a surprise, but they definitely did that on purpose because, like I said, they explained everything else in this game. Like, every last thread was pretty much just tied up. So I'm interested to see what the other DLC is about.
I'll say I probably will not show footage of this DLC.
It's fine.
Showing late chapters for a visual novel seems like a very bad idea.
Because this is very, very late into the game. Like, you're talking you're probably like 35 hours into the game at this point where this DLC takes place. It's a side story of how somebody came into the position of power that they were in when they did things in the main story. I really ended up kind of liking this better than the main game. I think it's because, for one, I'd already finished the main game, and I was like, oh, thank God it was worth it. So in my mind, the DLC was already going to be fine.
Right.
I wasn't going to get screwed over. And it was only about 6 hours long. I say only, but I say 6. I have no way of actually gauging the time other than how long I generally take my cats out for and how many days I was playing it. It could have been between 7 and 8 hours. Okay. Usually I take my cats out for about an hour at a time, and this took me at least a week to get through. So, because the Vita doesn't keep your time in any way, which kind of sucks. That's why it's like an estimated time that I put on Backloggery. This is one of those cases where on how long to beat, I'm like, I think the time might actually be more than what they said, because that's just what it feels like. But I could be wrong. So this was only about 6 hours. It went into everything perfectly. It didn't just assume that you remembered exactly what happened at the beginning and the end of these events, like in how they tie in with the main story. They showed you all of that, which is interesting because I wouldn't have expected them to do that since you had to finish the main game anyway. And I feel like you would go straight into the DLC. I don't feel like you would wait a long time between playing the main game and playing the DLC.
Or maybe the DLC came out later, right? So
that's true, but it's weird because I've only seen the version with DLC listed on places like the Switch, so I don't even know how the original game came out, if it came out on the Switch as just the House of Fata Morgana, or if it just or if it released maybe it released in Japan or something, And then when they brought it to America and put it on the Switch, they put the DLC with it and just packaged it with it.
I was gonna say I thought it was a PC game first, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, it could have been. Um, it's a very good game. It's a very hard to recommend game, though. It takes a very specific kind of person because you're probably seeing the footage and everything too, and it looks very. Uh, it's definitely still got some anime flair to it, but it's also very not that vibe, especially when you're playing and with the music and everything and just the whole atmosphere. It doesn't really feel that way at all. It feels very like European inspired. Um, it's just I feel like it takes a specific kind of person to want to play this game. Like I said, for one, people who read actual books and enjoy actual novels, I'm serious. You better love reading, or you will not like this game at all. There are multiple endings. I say that there's dead ends, and then there's just the ending of the game, right? Just like in Zero Escape and 999, like there's not really a good ending and a bad ending. There's the ending, and then everything else is wrong.
Oh, Michelle, I figured it all out. Big brain, right? I figured it out. Question, right? The whole structure of the game and why the DLC is the way it is. It released on iOS.
Oh, that's
in 2012 and it was also on Microsoft Windows, right?
Damn,
But
this game is old. I'm not surprised. It doesn't feel new. That's why it was weird when I saw it on the Switch, because that's where it's really taken off recently.
But that
and I was like,
that probably explains the door, because the doors mechanic, because it probably like did the whole like, hey, you can play the first door for free and maybe the rest of them cost money. Maybe it was that type of situation.
maybe so. I don't know. I kind of feel doubtful about the doors part, just because, like, it is definitely a purposeful setup. Like, and you can't just pay for how would you do that? You pay for the 3 doors, which is like a quarter of the game, and then just how would they sell the rest of it? Like, buy each of the doors and now buy the whole next 30 hours of the game. Here you go.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
But yeah, it takes a specific kind of person to like it. It's one of those things, like, it would be nice if you could try before you buy on it. Because it's like, it's a great story, but it's definitely not always enjoyable to read through it, because there's horrible things happening to people. People are getting murdered and tortured. And oh, you know what? You know how in the review for the main game, I was like, they never like have anything sexual happen to children. They still don't in the DLC, but boy, the stuff almost happened to children. And I was really surprised that they just off the cuff mentioned that, like it was okay. Like they were like, yeah, when so and so was 12, this guy tried to rape her and I killed him. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. And there was one point where I don't know if it was just the way it was translated or what, but they sounded like some people were going to rape a 5-year-old. They didn't do it, but they said they could. And I was just like, you're really riding such a fine line right now, and I need you to back it up. Okay, there's a certain point where you're going way too far. So that's just something to note about the DLC. The main game, they really go out of their way to tell you that nothing bad is about to happen to any children. Like, there's a character that's getting brought into a brothel at one point, you know, where there's a bunch of prostitutes, and she's like scared because she's like, oh my God, he's going to try to make me into a prostitute. And he's like, no, I'm going to bring you here so these people can take care of you. Like, because you were a child. Like, they don't leave anything up to your imagination. They're like, no, that's not what's happening. Because, you know, Corpse Party got kind of weird with that. It kind of just felt a little gross. So
yeah, it looks like a Requiem for Innocence came out like 3 years after the main game, so that explains why they were trying to catch people back up.
Yeah, okay. Well, that is crazy though, because it definitely doesn't feel like it came out 3 years later. It really feels like they made it all at the same time. You know, it doesn't feel inconsistent or odd.
In fact, I think I was reading about the artist who drew it all. Apparently got sick and he did not draw a lot of the new content. So he got some of his, so that was interesting, right? But very interesting game, interesting story behind it too.
Yeah, definitely. There is another DLC called Resurrection, and I have not played that yet. I'll probably go back. I just kind of need a little bit of a break. Um,
Yeah, you can't read too much.
I read like all day. Like any time in my free time, I'm reading stuff in Japanese or stuff in English to prep and reading like stuff in Japanese. Uh, so then going home and reading more was like sometimes it was kind of relaxing, but then because of the subject matter, it like kind of wasn't. So, I also had Clan Ad on my list of visual novels I was going to play because that also released on the Vita. That's 55 hours, and I just deleted that shit off my Vita. I was like, nope. I was like, I think this is the only 50 plus hour visual novel I want to play anytime soon at all. I don't know if I have the patience to play a lot of these.
You know what I played that was very similar to House of Fata Morgana?
What?
SpongeBob SquarePants: The Cosmic Shake.
Sticky sweet.
Oh, damn, really?
Very
I didn't know they went so
similar.
hardcore with SpongeBob now.
So this is a funny story, right? I bought the game immediately, like 3 days later, released it for free on PlayStation Plus. That's just how it works every time. So remember they made the Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated, right? That was the sequel. So that game did so well, they said, hey, what if we, and this is like your dream, the dream come true, right? You release a game and you want another game in that style, so they make another game in that style, right? But it's a sequel, it's not another remake. So that's kind of what they did. However, I will say, the story for Battle for Bikini Bottom is like basically like a hodgepodge of episodes, like stapled together and references, and like it's trying to be like a best of SpongeBob, right? This game does like a multiverse thing. Not like multiverse like Fairly Odd Parent shows up or anything dumb like that, but multiverse in like, oh, you cracked the dimension, so now you're going to all these weirdo versions of places you know. So you'll be like, oh, it's Rock Bottom, which is like the real dark place in SpongeBob. But it's the Halloween version of Rock Bottom, and those look cool. But I don't know if I like it as much. I think I would rather just be in regular SpongeBob locations personally,
Which is funny because like when you did your review for this game, I was like, this sounds way better than Battle for Bikini Bottom to me, like personally, and what I like in platformers. It sounded more consistent.
Mechanically, it probably is, right? A better game. Because one thing Battle for Bikini Bottom had is there's a little bit of stiffness to the way you moved around. It was a little bit B grade platformery. This one feels a little bit smoother with all that. For the most part, there are some sections where you're riding around a seahorse that are a little bit wonky. That's another thing. You have a seahorse you can ride around periodically in the hub world, which is kind of cool. But yeah, that's the general gist of it. You go to Glove World in the very beginning, and there's a lady there that's, hey, I'm selling you these bubbles. They're worthless, but it turns out they weren't worthless. We did so many bubbles, we cracked the dimension with the magic bubbles, and now we go through all these levels, right? It is not a collectathon like the first game was, which is surprising. Because the first game was like, go find the golden spatulas throughout the area. They'll allow you to access more of the game, right? And those areas had their own linear sections within them, but still it was like kind of go in different offshoots and collect the things however you want to. This game is just levels, right? And you can go back to the levels with some power-ups and grab like little things. I never did that because they're linear. That's not fun to do a lot of times. Go through a whole level again just to hit the one wall you can blow up. But still, I enjoyed the game quite a bit. Is it gonna blow your mind? No, it's not, right? Does it have some interesting areas that are very visually compelling? Yeah, I think so. The Rock Bottom we talked about comes to mind. I also think about the time when you're on a Squidward's doing like he's directing a movie and you're like in a karate movie, like fighting through downtown. Like that's kind of cool, right? You go to like a prehistoric era, you know, all that stuff. Cool. You go to Glove World again, and it's all crazy and psychotic, and you fight that glove guy. Do you remember him from the episodes at all? Evil
Yeah.
SpongeBob. And that's kind of cool. I like the game. I think I still like Battle for Bikini Bomb a little bit more. Again, just because of what I said, it's more consistent with the way the series is actually portrayed, and it's not like a. But I know why they did it this way, because once you start getting into later SpongeBob, no one cares anymore, right? So they had to do their own thing because they've already kind of covered all the early SpongeBob stuff they needed to cover. But I think if you're looking for just a simple platformer, this will do a good job, right? Especially if you like SpongeBob, it's worth playing for sure.
Oof. Next up is a game that I tried to pre-order from Amazon, and then Amazon canceled my pre-order and stopped selling the game. So I had to go get it from PlayAsia and then wait like 4 weeks for it to come in. And that is Endless Ocean Luminous. And I'm going to tell you right now, I bet I am the only person who watched that Nintendo Direct and was so excited about this being the final announcement on it.
I don't think that's true. You know why? Because they put it on at the very end. So they know there are people like you. It's a neat niche community, but people were excited. Not a lot, but enough to put it at the end of the direct.
Like, I was at work and I was just watching it on my phone, and I was worried somebody heard me. Like, I was like, oh God, somebody's going to come in here and check on me and be like, dude, are you okay?
I was thinking
no,
the same thing.
Endless Ocean's coming out.
I was thinking the same. I was like, I don't care about this, but I bet Michelle's losing her mind.
I was so excited. I was like, oh, they're really bringing out everything for the end of the Switch's life. They brought out another Endless Ocean came out. I love diving games. I'm very, like, not just like, I told somebody I worked with, like, that I hadn't worked with before. I told them that recently. They were like, oh, like Subnautica. And I was just like, no, you don't get it. I mean, Subnautica's great and everything, but that's not what I'm talking about.
That's not that's not a fun chill diving game. That's a horror game in disguise.
I mean, it can be if you change your settings up, but like, I mean, like, realistic diving games in terms of like, these are actual real fish that exist in the world, at least in this game for the most part. And they did something really interesting with this game that they haven't done before, and that's that all your dives are like randomly generated or procedurally generated. So that means none of your dives are the same. However, you can leave a dive and then go back into that same dive. You just can't start a different dive. It'll like replace the one you're currently doing. And that all that part's great. Like, just going around exploring the maps, because the maps are quite large, and finding all of these cool locations and areas and these sunken ships and these ruins and underwater lava rivers and stuff is all really cool, especially if you're playing multiplayer. And they boast that you can play it with up to 30 people. I never ever had 30 people in a single game. And I don't think that's because there weren't 30 people playing at the time. I think just the way they divvied people up in between the maps, I just think they'd happen to not have 30 people on one map at a time. I think the most I had was like 10 to 12, which was way more than enough people per map. Like, that was perfect, actually, everybody could kind of cover their own areas. And in the game, they have missions where, like, if you find a kind of suspicious or unusual sea life, which you'll know because your little marker in front of you will start throbbing like red when you're kind of getting closer to it. And then once you get really close to it, it'll, vibrate a lot and make some noise for you. So you can kind of scan the fish in that area and look at the one that's like got weird signs coming from it or whatever. And then the mission will start and it'll say, you need to find this many of these strange creatures on this map, and it'll kind of, as long as you've filled out the map, as long as you've like, you know, discovered the area, as long as somebody has swam over it, if there is one of those fish in that area, it'll highlight it for you so that you don't have to like look for it in this, in the ocean. You'll just know the general area it's in, and you can go in that circular area and go find it. And once you get all those, it'll make a, like, let's just call it like a legendary or like a mythical fish come up, usually a very large like animal. They have like a seal that likes to steal, like it'll like dig in the ground and like put different stuff on its body, like it'll put a crown on and like a string of pearls and stuff. They've got they have a bird, which is really weird. I feel like that was kind of cheating. They had like this pelican thing at one point. They got stuff, one that looks kind of like a variation of a betta fish, except it's, it's gigantic. So those were all actually pretty cool. Some of them were fantasy. Actually, I think all of them were technically fantasy animals, but they were based on real animals. Just kind of in a different variation of them to kind of make them seem more believable and like something that we could have actually just not previously discovered that we're finding now. So all that stuff's pretty cool, right? And then we have the main story of the game, which I don't ever think they actually intended it to have, and I think people complained about it, and I swear to God, I feel like this was slapped on in the last, like, 3 months of this game existing. They're like chapters or whatever, and each one's only like 10 or 15 minutes. You go into the chapter, there's usually like a little tutorial. You're the only like person that you interact with who's actually speaking to you is an AI. It was a bad idea. They just used an actual AI voice, like AI generated voice. So it's like awful, as it would be. It's very static and stilted sounding. And I actually just turned it off after a while, because even when you look at fish and stuff, she'll read the information off to you. And I was like, I don't want to hear you. I can read myself, thanks. I'm good. You find in the first mission, you find this thing called the mystery board, and it's got 99 mysteries of the Veiled Sea that you're swimming in on it. And these are items you find, fish that you find, whatever. And some of it's based on RNG, and that was like a really big problem. Like the very last item two items on the mystery board are based on RNG. And it was just an absolute nightmare to get those last two for a story that really wasn't worth it. The story wasn't very good, which was kind of a little bit of a bummer, and a lot of people were really upset about that. And I strongly doubt that like most people will actually see this story till the end, honestly. I feel like almost no one will, because it's just not really worth it. But the gameplay itself is a lot of fun, and I mean, really for the first like 20 or so hours, I was just having a great time. And it's when I started to hit that point where like I was having to try and grind to like get this extra unique creature to appear from the missions that you do, that it really kind of started becoming a lot less fun. I was like playing while I was like watching TV and stuff, and for me that's kind of a sign that it's a game I probably shouldn't be playing, or that I should stop playing, because I'm trying to not have to play the game. I'm trying to do something else but still make progress, just so I can say that I beat the game,
Right.
And that was what I did when I was grinding in like Digimon World 3. I was literally watching a show on Netflix while I did that, because I was just like, I don't want to waste my time with this. But up until then, it was great. It's a little bit disappointing though, because like, man, the first 10 hours of the game, I was just like so enthralled, because you're finding so many, like identifying so many new fish all the time. You're getting this big dopamine hit. You're scanning like hundreds of fish in the ocean. And then once I realized the story issues were going to be such a problem and it was going to be such a letdown, I was like, man, I thought this was going to be in the top 10, and it just didn't quite make it.
Oh.
I was like, man, it's not even at number 10 right now. But in all fairness, I did play some other really good games before this, so That said, though, I was so happy that this came out. They really did deliver on the name of the game, which is Endless Ocean. 'Cause the ocean is kind of endless. Everything's randomly generated. You can get dive site IDs. So if you've explored 80% of the map, they will give you an ID number for that specific map that you can put in again and dive in it again if you want. And that's basically how all the mystery board items have been put online because people have just put dive site IDs and just told you the location on the map of where they're at. So,
Just to
I
make
got
it
like,
easier.
yeah, I got like 65, 70 of them. And then I was just like, I'm just going to look up the rest.
Right.
Uh,
You don't have to deal with RNG or anything.
and then I got those within like 2 hours, So they knew that that was going to be an issue and they addressed it, before it was really a problem. So I definitely appreciated that. They've got to like patch that shit for those last two. Because John, like one day when there are not people online anymore, because there were very consistently people online when I was playing almost all the time.
But one day there won't be.
One day there won't be, and then it'll be a lot harder to get these RNG based things that you have to do the missions for on your own. Because then you'll have to go to every single one and find them all yourself, instead of a bunch of other people, all doing it together at the same time and working together.
I know this seems is probably unrealistic, but it's the kind of game I wish they would put on Steam.
Yeah, but
I think it would have a much better lifespan that way.
Yeah, I was still really surprised and really happy with the amount of people that were playing. Like, I mean, seriously, I thought like there was basically going to be no one online when I played, and there was always at least 5 or 6 people on my maps, that I was in with them all the time. And people will pop in and out of those maps as long as at least one person's in there. People will pop in and out. I mean, they do eventually kick everybody out. They have like a time limit on it. I guess just to keep people from milking the same map too much, because like you can like redo the mission thing over and over again, and that's how you can get the extra rare creatures. So you do it, and we do the mission like 3 times, and then that's about the amount of times you could do it before like you run out of time, as I think each map is open for like an hour before they close it, so that it can like the map can all be reset and like not everything in the map is discovered and marked and everything.
Right.
So but it was a great game. It was a lot of fun. It was very cool. I was like, it was just crack cocaine to me for a little while. The most important thing is in this game, there are giant oarfish. They do swim vertically. Just so everybody's aware. That was the most important part of the game to me, and they had it. So my favorite fishes in the game were all good.
It's funny. Next game I played, actually I've been playing this for a while, but I didn't add it until I beat it. We were looking for a co-op game to play as a family, me, my wife, my kid. And we started playing Sackboy: A Big Adventure. This was the wrong game to play together, because I was thinking, Michelle, have you ever played Little Big Planet?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, right. Pretty simple game. And I know a lot of it's level creation stuff. I never fucked with all that. This is not a level creator at all. This is a spin-off that's trying to be 3D Mario World, right? Mario 3D World. Like literally, it's like the 3-player co-op. We're going through the cameras in the same position as it is on those games. It actually gets pretty hard towards the end. Like, it's that type of hard that's hard for people who don't play games to understand. Like where it's like, okay, if you need to jump over something, you understand you need to jump over something. If you have to jump over something that's timed, like the platform's going to disappear, that gets a little bit harder. But if you need to jump over something and then grab something and then jump again, like a pattern, like over and over again, that is lost, right? That's so hard for non-gamers to pull off. So this is one of those situations where people are getting left behind, people are dying a lot. Not trying to wait, but like sometimes towards the end there are these timers where you're like, I gotta go, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout the levels you collect orbs. These orbs, you need a certain number to unlock the boss of the area, and unlock the next world. There are 5 worlds, I believe. I think technically 6, because after the credits I noticed there was um another world, which was basically you collected all the orbs in the entire game. One, I didn't do any of those. I read up that they didn't have a boss at the end or anything, so they were just like extra levels that were really hard. And that's cool. But what you see is what you get with this one. You're looking for like well-made 3D platformer that can be done co-op. That's fine. I will say it does have a bunch of costume items you unlock as you go through, which is like feeds back into that Little Big Planet thing, customization and all that. However, at this point, the game had like 1 million free downloadable costumes. So I would be unlocking like, oh, I get to be Little Red Riding Hood because I found all the costume pieces in the level. But actually, I just want to be Ratchet from Ratchet and Clank, you know, and I already have him unlocked, or Astrobot, or whoever, right?
Yeah.
So that effect is kind of lost because of the free DLC I downloaded. That's unfortunate. And I find, even though I can see there's clearly a lot of hard work put into the aesthetic of Little Big Planet and Sackboy, it always comes across as so milli vanilli. Does that make sense, Michelle? Like, it very generic.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, it just doesn't quite work for me, right? And the story is not like one of those good for all ages story. It's very like, this is for kids, right? And you could still enjoy that kind of stuff, but it's definitely less interesting. There's also a couple music stages where it plays licensed music, and you like play the level to the beat of that. It's not too bad, but I don't know. It was fine. It was very just fine, and that's the best I can say about it. Probably better games to play co-op with people.
Yeah. All right, we're kind of getting towards very, very recent games now. At least for me, anyway. The other day, GOG had some games on sale, and I didn't realize this game had come out. I had it wishlisted for a while. It is A Tower Full of Cats. Which is a hidden object game with hand-drawn scenes where you find all the cats. And a couple more of these games have come out. A building full of cats and a castle full of cats, and I really liked A Castle Full of Cats. It was a great game, a lot of fun. It kind of incorporated puzzles into the hidden object thing a little bit, or you got items and you were able to use those items in other places to unlock more areas to find more cats. And this game does something similar. It is quite a bit longer. It's more of like a 3 or 4 hour long game, which the last game was only about an hour and a half. And you're kind of going through up this giant tower where different sections of the tower are different periods of time. Like the bottom's prehistoric times, then you have like Greece and Egypt and medieval times, and all the illustrations are to go with that. It looks all very cool. I like the theming. It's not a whole lot to say about the game though. You find the cats, you keep going up, you build a spaceship, you go into space and find some cats, and then once you've saved all the cats, they kind of are like, oh my gosh, you've saved everybody. You know, you can save cats in real life too if you adopt a cat, because that's what these games are for. The money and the proceeds go towards helping like shelters and specifically helping cats. So it was kind of like a sweet little segue into that. They were like, you can still continue helping cats in real life by adopting a pet. So, and they showed the pictures of their own cats, of the developers in the game, and they're like, this is the this is the producer, this is our illustrator. You know, it's cute. They're only like these games are cheap. This one was only like $4 and some change because it was on sale since it had just come out. It was like 10% off or something. Very fun, worth it. I did like A Castle Full of Cats a little bit better because that game was just kind of just spooky themed throughout the whole thing. But this was still a lot of fun. And you know, if you like cats and you just want to have a chill time finding some cats, then I'd pick it up.
That's it. Cats.
Yep, cats.
Cats. Next game I played, actually what I thought was going to be the last game I played before the podcast. I was like, this is a great note to go out on. Turns out it wasn't, but I played Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. Right? We talked earlier. The remake it came out. I was late. By the time the remake came out, that was when I was starting the original Paper Mario. I was behind because of Persona. But I was actually worried about the Thousand Year Door, Michelle, because I was like, Paper Mario, the original, was so good. And actually, I made a little topic on GameFAQs about how good it was. And people were kind of like bitching about Thousand Year Door, like particularly about backtracking and the levels being kind of a little bit more straightforward. So I was like, maybe it's not gonna be as good. Maybe it's not gonna have what I like. Well, shit, you know, somehow they did it. I think Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door is even better than the first game, and I really liked it. And what it is the scenarios, right? They just went all out.
Yeah.
With the scenarios, it's like one of those games, and I think a lot of Nintendo games are good with this for some reason. All the Mario RPGs I played this year are, I think about Earthbound, things like that, where it's like I just think about an area, a scenario. I'm like, oh yeah, remember when you did that? Remember when you did that?
It's like Psychonauts 2.
Sure, yeah, that was a good.
Yeah, that's a
exactly. That's a good way of looking
or
at
like
it.
every section, every big area is memorable and
Right.
interesting.
Right. So when someone goes, hey, remember that time on Paper Mario: Thousand Year Door you were on the train, and you're like, oh, dude, yes.
Yeah.
Like,
You remember when you were in the wrestling ring? Like, oh,
yes. People don't like that part because you have to fight like 20 battles back to back. But I don't know. I didn't mind it. I thought it was kind of
man. Yeah, I thought it was kind of cool too.
cool. And then like Twilight Town, like that's just
Oh, yeah.
just I know it's like everyone's favorite, but it's just straight up like Tim Burton-esque area you're in. Very cool. Yeah, as you can tell, I'm a big fan. I thought it was incredible. Each scenario is super good. The battle system is very similar, but the mechanics have been updated. Now your partner has their own HP, so it's like a real party system. They've expanded some of the star moves you can do. There's a bunch of different moves you can add on. I will say I'm not a person. I always go badge power, almost usually. I get a little bit of HP and flower power, and then I just go straight badges. I do not add a lot of moves to myself a lot of times because I prefer the badges that just make me do more damage. But I really did still enjoy it, even though I play it really basic. Bosses were good. I didn't do any of the optional bosses. I know they added some new ones for this one.
Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess at the bottom of the 100 pit, if you do it twice or something, there's a new boss.
Yeah. I had forgotten about that.
I actually didn't even do it. I forgot about it too, and I was just like, oh well, too late. But still, man, what a game, honestly, and so happy that they remade it because when you had owned it, I played it actually a little bit. I borrowed it from you for a little bit, played it. Was at that point spoiled by autosave. I got like 6 hours into the game, got killed, and then there was no save data, right? Because I had not saved the whole time. I was like, well, I'll save whenever I need to, whenever I get done playing. So lost all that progress. And I said, well, one day I'll get back to it. And then right? It's just gone because the game's like $1,000 or so whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
And now it's re-released. Looks better than ever. The music is incredible. One thing, Michelle, that you may not have known, every single area has its own battle theme now that uses a leitmotif of the original battle theme. I didn't realize because there's a badge you can put on that costs 0 BP that you can put on the old music. And when I was
cool.
when I was doing my backtracking, I would put it on, right? And it's actually interesting because some of the old music is really good too, but it's different, right? Tonally, there's just some differences, but the battle theme is always the same. But except for maybe like some bosses. But in this game, it's like every battle theme is new and fleshed out, but still has those same notes in it. It was very, very good. Just real good. And of course, the thing we got to talk about, they added particularly a fast travel pipe that was not in the original game. So now it's 2 locations, but one right in the main town. There's a pipe that opens up. You have to explore the area first and get the crystal star. But once you get the crystal star, you can go down the area. The fast travel pipe will open up and it'll just lead you right there. So
cool.
And there's also another fast travel pipe in Twilight Town to skip over an area and go to the castle once you've been to the castle 2 or 3 times. So that's nice as well when you're doing the side quests as well. You know what? I didn't talk about the story at all. Princess Peach has been kidnapped. And you gotta save her.
All right, and that's it. Yep.
And that's it. But she's not kidnapped by Bowser this time. She's kidnapped by the X-Nauts, which are this new enemy. Who I really like because it seems like they're like, and you know what's funny? They're more stereotypical JRPG villain than Bowser is even. But something about that works because there's a level of seriousness about them that Paper Mario doesn't have. So when you look at them, like at least the leader, you're like, oh, he's a real threat. He's not like Bowser where he's just goofing around and like not gonna succeed. Like this guy's a real threat. And their minions are little goofballs, right? They'll be like, okay, dude, I'm on it, you know? And it's like, okay, you guys are trying to end the world, but you call each other dude, all right? In between the chapters, you do play as Peach, momentarily.
Yeah.
And you interact with a computer whose name is Tech, and there's a pretty emotional little story there, pretty well done. You also play as Bowser for a little brief moment. He is actually not doing shit in this game. He pops up at the very end. He's like, hey, I've been following you everywhere and I just can't catch up to you. And then you beat his ass at the end and then you move on to the real boss. It's just kind of funny. He's just sort of in the background, but he does add an extra layer of humor. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Super awesome. Definitely going to end up real high on my top 10. Check it out.
All right. We're down to my last one for the first half of the year. A game that I decided kind of almost on, like, I mean, I knew I was going to play it this year, but the timing of when I decided to play it was kind of on a whim. I was like, well, I have a break from work right now. I was like, I'm going to go ahead and just burn through Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Are you all right? I'm fine. You guys good to go? Here we go.
Because my brother-in-law bought this for me for my birthday like 3 years ago, like not that long after I had played the original Final Fantasy VII and beat it. So I was like, oh, cool, I can, go ahead and play this with the original game fresh in my mind. And then I didn't do that. I only played a few hours, like maybe 6 hours or so, and then I stopped playing. And I definitely can see exactly why I did that. Just replaying that first 6 hours sucked because that part of the game sucks. It's all just visually the same. You're going through Mako reactors, you're going through train tunnels, and you're just like, it's just all so bleh. Like it does look like Final Fantasy VII, but then I started to realize this, I didn't like those parts of the original game either, so not really anyway. I was really kind of pleasantly surprised by this because I really didn't like replaying the first 6 hours of the game. And even a little bit after that, it's like once you meet up with Aerith and you kind of like get a little bit more into the actual story and other areas of the game, and the game kind of opens up a little bit more, it starts to feel a bit better. And then once you get to Wall Market, the game actually becomes like really interesting. You know, they had to make sure they included that part where Cloud like ends up wearing the dress or whatever, and it's just so fucking ridiculous, insane, borderline really uncomfortable in this game to play through that whole part. But kind of funny and ridiculous in a way, and like I kind of just decided to take it in stride and just be okay with it existing. Because they have like this whole like song and dance section that's got like a rhythm mini game in it that actually doesn't matter, and I'm pretty sure you could just fail the whole thing and it would just keep going. It was fucking weird, but it definitely caught my attention and it was entertaining. So, and then after that, they kind of get into more of the actual main story stuff of the game, where it's not just all this filler content. Were Jesse and Wedge and Biggs were they in the original game?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But they're obviously not as fleshed out as they are in this game, particularly Jesse.
I really loved Jesse.
Yeah. Loved.
That one actually hurt a little bit. I was kind of like, you know, they throw a lot of fan service in there. I don't know if it's really for men or if it's just for women, but with Cloud like getting flirted with to some extent by every female in this game.
And he is so just oblivious. Like he's not for it at all.
I think he just thinks he's like too cool for school, and like he's too cool to be snuggling up to this fucking girl who's trying to hug on him. And, you know, I don't know. I definitely feel like if I were a teenage girl, I would be really, really for all this happening in this game. I really love Jesse, though. I was like, if there's any romance mechanic in this game, I am going for Jesse. And
come on, we know Cloud only has one romance, and that's Tifa.
Yeah, I didn't like her as much in this game, though. You know, I don't know. She's just not the same. Jesse's just she's too good.
Mm-hmm.
But I liked her backstory too, actually, with her dad and everything. I thought that was actually a nice little
addition.
I like when games have little slowdown moments where we can kind of build upon the characters and their stories and stuff. It was just everything that was surrounding that mission that kind of sucked. It was just too long. It was too long of a mission. There was too much fighting and stuff all back to back. But those moments I liked, and I kind of wish there was a little bit more of that throughout the game. Like I said, it just felt like there was a lot of filler in the first like 8 hours, to me anyway.
It's an RPG, right? So the beginning is gonna be slow.
Yeah, but it was almost like they kind of forgot how to like make RPGs a little bit.
Well, it's
they're like, what do we fill this time with now that we don't have now that we have all these like real time action battles and shit? It's like they just didn't know what to do anymore.
It's Square Enix, right? So some would say that is correct.
Yeah. It is a little bit, it's weird because I felt like it was a little too linear at first, and then I realized that this is actually how all Square Enix, like, this is how all Final Fantasy games are, pretty much. I mean, it's how Final Fantasy 10 and 12 were. It's more open than Final Fantasy 13, but it does feel a little corridor-like, but that's actually just normal for Final Fantasy, I guess. I guess that's the thing, because you are in a lot of buildings, right? So it is square room, gray walls, right? But even outside, I mean, it's just like how it's always been in Final Fantasy. I guess just because it's on the PS4, it feels a lot more noticeable because we're so used to everything being so open now.
Right, and then they do the like loading tricks where you have to crawl between a wall, and that type of
that was fucking weird.
Those type of modern intricacies are like so played out. And
it feels so fucking old.
I know they have to do it because of loading, right? And it's on a PS4,
and this game does have some pop in for sure. Like mostly when you like go to talk to somebody, in the background's blurred out, and it tries to like the textures all pop in all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal, but it's very noticeable, and the loading tricks are also very noticeable. Like the fucking elevator that goes down into the fighting pit thing. Like, what the dude? Seriously, come on. Also, the chocobos, like, so bad, dude. The loading times are terrible when you got on the little chocobo thing to fast travel. I mean, seriously, like 30 to 40 seconds. It was terrible.
Yeah. I have to ask, right? Sephiroth.
They really wanted to make sure that you knew that he was in this game instantly.
But what's funny, right? In this part of the game originally, he's not in the game. He doesn't exist. He literally doesn't show up until you leave Midgar. So it's weird. And
but once again, he's the selling point. They wanted to show him off,
I think someone made a good point. They were like, well, the problem is it's broken into 3 parts. So who's your final boss for Midgar? Otherwise, is it the spider in the elevator? It's like, okay, I guess you're right. Like, what do you have for the final boss? And it got a little Kingdom Heartsy, but I don't know.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by how much once we like got into the main story a lot more, and we're kind of really in it, and like in the area where Genova was at, in the Shinra building and everything, I was kind of like, this is all actually pretty cool. I'm liking this. I'm actually enjoying myself. I was a little bit prejudiced against the combat too when I first started playing, because damn, it starts off slow. You don't start out with shit, and it just makes it so boring. There's nothing to customize or do for like a long time. And it's really just mostly you mashing square, and then you occasionally hitting triangle to do like a spell or something. But even then, I feel like magic, for me, really took a backseat in this game.
Yeah, every now and then you need like a thunder spell for a machine or something. But
yeah, like healing, I just used like mega potions the whole game, because they were fucking faster. If you went to do Cura on anybody, by the time you used it, somebody's already hit you, and you might even be dead. That happened to me a couple times, and I was like, I'm just gonna use mega potions. Potions are usually faster in Final Fantasy anyway. Final Fantasy 12, they're the faster option. Like, I would set my gambits up so that people use potions before they use spells. But I don't know, I was like really pleasantly surprised by everything else that they did in the game. Like all the final scenes looked super fucking cool, like out in space on a fucking asteroid with Sephiroth. Like, this is awesome. Like, I mean, is this the original game? No. And they changed a bunch of stuff, and it's all a little weird and different, but like, I don't hate it.
It's not the original game. It's actually probably just a sequel to the original game in a weird sort of way. You kind of have to play the original to get the references it's making.
Dude, you have to like probably watch Advent Children and play Crisis Core 2, because Zach, is his name Zach? Yeah, Zach. Was he even in the original Final Fantasy 7? I don't think he was. Did he come in? He may have been mentioned.
Yes, he's just flat out there. He's there in multiple scenes. That's Cloud's whole arc. He's replacing him. Oh my god. Anyway.
But like that story is delved in a lot more in Crisis Core and stuff like that, and like, I don't know, I feel like they try to fit so much into this one game in some respects, like showing Sephiroth and Aerith so early and everything, for one.
To be fair, I haven't played Rebirth. It's out already.
And I would like to. It's just, I know it's going to come to Windows eventually, and it'll be on Steam.
Yeah, so the answer is already there. I just had to play it, right? I have to see what
and let's be honest, that actually looks really good to me. It looks kind of awesome. Like, yes, I like that it looks more open world.
Yes, it does.
I was like,
it looks incredible.
I think this was a pretty decent setup, though. Everything felt pretty good. Sephiroth wasn't that hard. But then actually, I did set this game to easy after a certain point, because I was kind of tired of fighting people in the beginning of the game. And I was like, it's not challenging. It's just taking too long, you know? And I was worried that it might screw me over later, because maybe like there would be more strategy if it was on a higher difficulty. But I don't know that that's necessarily true.
Well,
Like I said, there's mostly me whacking people and like guarding and dodging, and then me like occasionally using magic, and that was pretty much it. So
I'll say it's never a hard game, but there's definitely some hard ass fights, especially if you
there.
do the optional stuff. Like I remember fighting a behemoth that was just whipping my
Oh yeah,
ass.
yeah. I
That
fought
you
that
had
guy
to
too.
go back in the sewer to fight him, and
Yeah, yeah. I
man,
did that. That was actually a cool little fight though. And it
yeah,
played into like another quest that you had to do too, right? You got like his
exactly.
horn or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't do a lot of the side quest. I mean, I did a decent amount. But there's a certain point where I knew we were going to go towards the Shinra building, like you were going to use the grappling hook things.
Hmm.
And I did do a good amount of stuff before that, but there was like one quest where like I was going to have to go find something and I was just like, oh, it had to do with uh that guy's treasure. Oh, fuck, what's his name right now? Corneo?
Okay.
His like treasure or whatever. I finished the first part of that quest and then I was just like, it didn't give me enough direction on where to go. And also that's one problem this game has. The whoever did the map markers, that person needs to be fucking fired. I hate that person. They did such a bad job. Oh my god. Like this game can be really bad at directing you where you're supposed to be going sometimes. The map marker will come up and it'll be for a different floor than the one that you're on.
Oh
And I'm
yeah,
just
yeah.
like, oh my god, I want to kill this person. Just like, I don't know. It happened to me several times where I was like, I know that they either don't mean this floor or they mean where I'm going is just in that general direction and it's going to change and update after I go further. But it was just, I don't know. It was bad. There should be no problems with map markers. I should know exactly where to go if you put a map marker on the map. I shouldn't just be confused. And that happened multiple times. Sometimes if you take too long to find something, the game will direct you to where you're supposed to be going by them saying something. And then you're like, oh, okay. I think that only happened to me one time, though.
Yeah, I don't
But
remember having issues with that, but I know it's a problem in a lot of games where they're like the map doesn't, it'll put a marker and you're like, oh, okay, here it is, but then you'll walk over then you're like, where is it? Oh, it's on the floor beneath. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
yeah, you had to like get in the elevator and go up several floors. And I was like, why did you put it on here? Why did you not put the map marker for the elevator and then update it after we got in the elevator? I mean, come on. This is video games 101 here. Like, there's definitely parts of the game that feel a little bit antiquated, just in their own way. Which was kind of weird to play on the PS4. But overall, I thought it was great. And this is actually the game that kicked off Digimon Survive off the top 10. Just
okay.
barely. I think it won't be in the top 10 by the end of the year. But it did make it to the number 9th spot right now.
I guess it depends what you play the rest of the year, right? We'll see.
Exactly.
Hopefully it gets kicked off, right? I mean,
I
you
think
play
it'll
good
get
stuff.
kicked off. Even by the stuff I just ordered, John, I think some other stuff might end up on there out of what I ordered
Sure.
on Steam today. So we'll see.
Okay, that's the last game for you.
Mhm.
Last game for me. This was out of nowhere. I was just like, I had no intention of beating this game. I was just like, I just need something to play until we do the podcast. And then next thing you know, I started to realize, like, because I had to look a couple things up, I started to realize, oh, I'm just going to beat it.
Silent Hill games are actually really short. Like when I played Silent Hill 3, it was like 4 hours long.
What the fuck?
It was really short. It was four and a half, I think. It was super short. So
we're talking about Silent Hill 4: The Room. That's the one I played. I had previously played every other Silent Hill 1, 2, 3. Everyone before this, I also have played Homecoming, which I think is not as bad as people say, even though
yeah,
it is
I think so too.
even if it is a weird derivative Western wannabe of Silent Hill, right? Sometimes pretending is good. It's not good, but it's okay. Anyway, Silent Hill 4: The Room. So here we are, right? we're in an interesting time, right? Where Silent Hill 4, when Silent Hill 4 came out, everyone thought this game sucked ass and ruined the series and blah blah blah, right? And then Homecoming came out and Downpour and all that other shit, right? The weird Vita beat 'em up game. Um, and now people are like, hey, Silent Hill 4 The Room, that's one of the good ones because that's made by Team Silent. It's one of the last good ones. But like I remember people didn't like this game. And recently, I guess not recently, it's been like 2 years now, got a GOG port. So I finally bought it and played through it. And my opinion is it does some things well, but overall has some consistent issues through the whole game that almost ruin it. So you play as Henry Townsend, and immediately from the moment the game starts, you're in your apartment, and your apartment is locked by all these chains. I think they say they're evil-looking chains, and you cannot escape your room. The only ways you can see, and this is all in first person, the only things you can see is you can look at your peephole on your front door. You can look at your windows, and you can look out a weird hole that leads right into your neighbor's apartment. That's a little creepy. But it's important because you need to be able to see her because she's an important character. The only other way to get out is there's a hole in your bathroom, and you can crawl through that hole. And once you crawl through that hole, you are in a level. This is where it gets a little different than typical Silent Hill. Silent Hill 1 and 2 had an open world. You go to a dungeon. Silent Hill 3 was more linear in the way its dungeons were accessed, but you would go through a dungeon and then you would be just in the next dungeon all of a sudden. This one is just levels, right? So you go through the hole, you're in a level. That level usually has like one objective, right? Find this key to open this door. It's not like other Silent Hill games where there's like you explore the whole area procedural or gradually and find different items and use them in whatever order you want. There's really only one way to kind of go about it a lot of times, except for a couple levels. There's a huge melee weapon focus. You get a pipe early on that cannot break. There are other weapons that can break, but I never used them. Later on, you get some more melee weapons. There are 2 guns in the game, Michelle. There's a pistol and a revolver, which is just a pistol. The problem is this is the first Silent Hill game with limited inventory. The pistol takes up a spot, the ammo takes up a spot, and every other case of ammo takes up a spot. So let's say with a pistol, 6 bullets is a slot, then 6 more bullets is a slot. 6 bullets is not very much, right? So I actually used the pistol the first time I got it, put it away because I was like, hey, I need to save this for when something important happens. I'm just going to leave it alone. The melee weapons are working fine. Never brought out the pistol ever again. The melee weapons do just fine. You'll never need it. The only time I brought out the pistol was the revolver. I used it on the final boss, just so I could keep my distance from him. Speaking of bosses, there's only one real boss in the game, and there's one other puzzle boss in the game, both of them towards the end. I will say, even though there isn't a lot of puzzles in the game, some of the puzzles are a little interesting because they use both worlds. They use they use the level and they use the apartment. So one of the earliest examples is you run into some guy and he's like, man, I'm thirsty. I want some chocolate milk, right? And this is kind of like your tutorial puzzle, right? They won't tell you what to do, but you say, man, what the hell does he want, right? And you go back to your apartment, open the fridge, there's a chocolate milk in there, right? And you bring it back and you give it to him. That's the most basic way that's going to happen, right? But it's that loop is pretty interesting. The enemies that you fight are like your normal dogs that attack you. There is one enemy called the Twin, Michelle. I don't know if you've seen it before.
I have.
What a freak. I hate it. But also very easy to kill, so it's not that big a deal. There's another enemy type that's like a tall man, and then every time you hit it, it makes a comical burping sound. It's like the stupidest thing ever. I don't know why they chose that as a sound. And the final enemy type, and this is like the one that kind of is controversial, are the ghosts, right? Sometimes called the victims. the ghosts follow you around everywhere. They can go through walls, and so you move into a new area, they'll come through the wall and attack you unless it's like a cutoff point for them. They cannot be killed, so when you knock them down, they immediately get back up. If you knock them down a couple times, you can stomp them and they'll stay down for like a little bit, but basically if you exit the room and enter back in, they'll be back up. They are so annoying because they're so fast and they're on your ass at all times, right? But no big deal, right? You can just run through the area. As I've established, there's not too many items to collect outside of optional stuff, so hey, no big deal, right? In the second half of the game, you get the neighbor lady. She starts following you, and the way it works is every level that you've been through already, you have to go back through and bring her with you and do different objectives in the levels, and she can get hurt while you're walking through. So you're trying to walk through and there's like 1,000 ghosts and they're attacking her, and it's just pissing you off the whole time. And of course, Silent Hill has different endings, so how much she gets hurt affects your ending. So it was really pissing me off, because if you walk too far and try to transition the room, she won't follow you. And if she's in I guess the way it works is if she's in a room with enemies and you've left the room, she like immediately starts taking damage. So you really have to manage her and babysit her, and sometimes she gets caught up on stuff. And if you knock a ghost down, that ghost still has a hitbox, so sometimes she'll just running into the hitbox that's on the ground, and you're like, God, run around. And it's not to say it was hard or anything like that, but it was annoying, especially on my first time through, because I'm trying to get a good ending, right? It's just a little annoying. The other aspect of it is to get the good ending, there are these hauntings that'll be in your apartment in the second half of the game, like, oh, my TV turned on, it's all staticky, right? Stuff like that. And they will hurt you if you get close to them, but the way to get rid of them, you find a holy candle, you drop the holy candle, and then it'll go away eventually, assuming you have a holy candle, because it is a limited resource. So the holy candles are a limited resource. So my assumption is they wanted to discourage you from kind of going back to the apartment too much, because the apartment is the only place you can save. And you can find holes around the levels, and they'll let you go back to there and save. And while you're there, in the first half of the game, you will heal. Second half of the game, you don't heal there anymore. So, but it's supposed to discourage you from running back and saving, because otherwise you might run into a haunting and you don't have a holy candle. I will say I had more than enough holy candles for the entire game. I had 5 left over at the end, so it wasn't really an issue. And I went back all the time. I don't hate the game. I wouldn't say I like the game. I think it's real messy. It's a lot of ideas. I think, Michelle, you might actually like it more than I do, because you
I have
tend to.
a feeling I would actually.
Yeah, you tend
Sounds
to
like me.
tend to like. You liked Fatal Frame 3, which had those.
I knew you were gonna bring that up.
Although I will say Fatal Frame 3 did those scares in the apartment better. These are just like goofy gags and stuff. And there are ways to mitigate the ghosts and the issues. There's an item called the Sword of Obedience that sort of helps. It pins them to the ground. Those can be helpful. They are rare though, so you have to manage them. And if you leave them, you lose them. So, and you definitely want them for later in the game when all the ghosts come out, including boss ghosts, right? Boss ghosts are just harder versions. They just can't be, but otherwise they're the same. And somehow, some way, I don't know how I pulled it off, I got the good ending. I guess the girl, even though I saw her like get knocked on her ass a bunch, and I was like, well, there it goes, I'm not getting the good ending. I was like, I don't really care, but I'm still gonna try for it, but it's okay, right? And I was worried about the hauntings, because I know some of them, like, you might just miss, right? You may not see that there's an issue. But I got the good ending. Upon watching all the endings, I actually think the worst ending is the most interesting one. So keep that in mind if you ever play it. Don't worry about it too much. Otherwise, I think the mechanics between the apartment and the levels is kind of cool. The level structure is a little weird. The levels being real sort of basic, like one singular objective kind of levels. Like there's not too much to find outside. In fact, there's a lot of like empty rooms you can walk into with just enemies in it, and it's like, okay, well, what the fuck was the point of this? Silent Hill 3 had that same problem. But Silent Hill 3 was designed in a way where sometimes there would be enemies, sometimes there wouldn't. It's supposed to keep you on your toes. But this one just has some areas where there's enemies in, sometimes there's no enemies in. There was a level at the end of the first half, hospital, that I thought was a little weird until I understood mechanically how it worked. There was just a big long hallway with a bunch of doors, some of them with enemies, some of them with like one item in it. And there'd be like 50 doors, and only 2 of them I needed. One had a key in it, one unlocked. But one was the locked door I needed to unlock. I thought that was weird. I watched a speed run recently. Turns out those doors are completely randomized, which what's behind what. So I was
that's
like,
annoying.
yeah, but at the same time, I was like, okay, I see why it was like that. And I think they're trying to dive more into the survival aspect of it. That's why you have limited inventory and all that. So like the game does cool things, but I think overall is not executed well, and sometimes is more annoying than it should be. I know they're trying to elicit emotion from me, but sometimes that emotion is just like, can this lady hurry up and stop attacking? I know I could just take the weapon away from her and she wouldn't attack, but I need her to have the weapon a lot of times because she's very helpful. But some of that aspects are just annoying, but so it's definitely not my favorite Silent Hill. In fact, it's probably my least favorite Silent Hill, but I'm happy I played it, happy I experienced it, happy it's available on GOG, runs fine. Oh, one thing that's important, controller setup was a fucking nightmare. Like an actual nightmare. I put in an Xbox controller, they said, hey, it's gonna work fine, but it does not register the left trigger and right trigger, which are like important buttons for a survival horror game. Usually those are your ready weapon button. The first time I turned it on, Michelle, I got killed by a dog, and I was like, I do not understand. Like, I'm pressing every button on the controller, and I was finally like, I don't know, I'm just gonna quit the game and I'll look up what the hell's going on. Maybe it's messed up. Went to press start was the ready weapon button. So right, so I had to rebind that the best I could, and even at the end of it, it wasn't perfect because I had to put the strafe buttons on start and select, which you never need, but it was just like, I got to put them somewhere, but it was just weird the way it didn't understand that there was a left trigger, right trigger with the most basic Xbox controller you can buy. But either way, happy I played it. Would one day love to play Downpour, Shattered Memories, but we'll see, right? Those games are super expensive right now, so.
Luckily, I have a modded Wii, so I can play Shattered Memories.
Yeah, you could.
It is literally on my desktop right now, the ROM.
Nice.
When I'll get around to that, who knows?
Yeah. So that's it, right, for the whole year. I am ahead. I don't remember exactly by how many, but let me pull it up real quick. Looks like I have beat.
I think it's 8.
I have beat
7 or 8.
51, and Michelle. Let me figure out how to navigate this entire mess.
44.
44. So a little bit behind, but not too far where you can't catch up pretty easily, depending on what everyone's playing, right? But overall, I think we're doing pretty good, right? So Michelle, what are the plans for the rest of the year for you?
So I still have a lot of games that I have planned to beat this year that I just haven't actually made it to just yet. Like right now, I have currently started Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. I'm working on Master Detective Archives and Solo to Robo. Solo to Robo is probably going to get beaten. Either Dragon Ball Z or Solo to Robo will get beaten first because Solo to Robo is really short. It's less than 20 hours. We'll see on that one though. And there's all the other games that I want to beat this year are long games. There's like Earthbound. I want to play Earthbound this year. The other 2 Pokemon Ranger games. Fallout 4. The Book of Unwritten Tales 2. Yakuza 0. Corpse Party Blood Drive. A few other shorter games like Gex 3, The Misadventures of Trombon, and Medieval Resurrection, John. They remade Medieval before the remake that came out on the PS4.
Right.
They remade it on the PSP.
Right, it's the PSP one that no one likes, yeah.
I didn't even know anything about it, so now I have to play it.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah, people
I've
don't,
got to compare 'em.
people don't like it for whatever reason. But
I'll have to figure out why.
yeah.
I also want to finish all the Leisure Suit Larry games. That one shouldn't be too hard to do because I'm just going to use a guide with those. And there's a couple Japanese games I want to play. I might not delve into those until the end of the year too much though, because I'm in a lot of Japanese book clubs right now for longer like novels, and I have like my reading goals for the year that I want to make. So that kind of takes precedence right now when you've been reading for several hours out of the day. Sometimes you don't want to come home and read for several more hours, you know?
I heard you mention Earthbound.
Yes.
Luckily, Earthbound's not that long, right? I think it's like a 15-hour game, 20-hour
No,
game.
it's you're completely wrong. It says 30 hours.
Where?
How long to beat? It says 28 hours.
You know, I don't respect how long to beat at all.
Yeah, but they're usually somewhere within the ballpark. So I'm going to say it's definitely over 20 hours. I feel like 25 is a safe bet.
I played it.
Like 23 to 25.
I'll say out of every game you named, that game's one of those really special games. It's old, right? And some of the systems it uses are old, right? So there's some weirdness with like just buying items and.
Oh, have you played the Earthbound?
Yes, I have.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible and ends on a pretty incredible note. Yeah, it's very, very interesting actually. Very good game. I played it on stream a long time ago. People are very annoying when you're playing RPGs on stream. They'll be like, "Hey, just go in that room." It's like, I'm gonna explore the whole town. You know, that's what I want to do. My plans for the rest of the year. Well, I bought the rest of the Paper Mario games, all of them. Super Paper Mario, Color Splash, Origami King.
Oh God, I forgot Color Splash existed.
That's the one that's actually most fascinating. Oh, I also bought Sticker Star. I know Sticker Star is quote unquote bad, right?
Oh, I mean it's not bad. That's really over exaggerated. Like the gameplay doesn't work, but the vibe is very much of Paper Mario.
Well,
like the atmosphere.
I'll say what we talked earlier about the regular Paper Mario, about how it annoys me when I fight enemies and they don't give me experience. I know none of the enemies give experience in Sticker Star, so I don't know. We'll see. I hear Color
Splash.
Splash.
Like that was definitely a weird choice for sure.
I hear Color Splash is similar to that game, but it has some better writing. So I'm interested just to hear about that, I guess. So I'm gonna play through those games. That's gonna take up a lot of my time. I know the rest of them are all I think technically shorter games, but we'll see. Silent Hill 2 remake's coming out in October. I bought that. That's the day one type of thing.
Oh right, yeah. Fantasy Life comes out in October. I'll pre-order it when I figure out where I want to actually pre-order it from.
We did talk about playing Fatal Frame 4 and 5 this year. I don't know if that's gonna happen.
It's probably not.
I do have to play the game you got me for my birthday, which you just said you were playing. What was the name of it, Michelle?
Yeah, we just found out Master Detective Archives.
Master Detective Arc. Yeah, Raincode.
Which we found out is getting a release on Steam in October, so we didn't have to play the Switch version that has, visual
frames per second
problems.
Yeah, the Steam version does look pretty damn good, to be honest.
Like I even ended up today, just when I was playing some, where like there ended up being this black flashing like area around the ghost companion that you have, and it didn't go away. I had to exit the game out and pull it back up. I was like, why did this happen? I didn't know there was like bugs and stuff as well. So we'll see. Oh well, I paid $40 for it, so I'm gonna commit now. I've also played like 7 hours of the game, so
yeah. I'm considering. I'm not gonna lie, Michelle. I know you bought it for me. I feel bad because you bought it for me, but also like that new version looks really good. So
yeah, I just can't bring myself to pay for it again because I know it's gonna be like full price on Steam, and then it'll go on sale like for a reasonable price.
That is the benefit, is that I didn't pay for it the first time, so it's still me just paying for it the first time. So maybe I will.
And now you have a collector's item that will be expensive one day, probably.
And it's not even open yet, so it's actually very expensive.
Yeah.
But maybe I'll do that. It just sort of depends how things flow, right? And that doesn't come out till October, so that's another fucking October release. So that's kind of my rough plans. I would like to play some other RPGs, but I know those Paper Mario games are gonna take a long time to get through. I haven't added to backlog yet playing another RPG, turn-based RPG, not one you'll ever guess. So it'll pop up later in a couple days. But right now that's my general flow to the end of the year. Hopefully it goes well. Let's talk about top fives, Michelle. We don't do top tens at the middle of the year, although I will show you mine afterwards. But let's talk about the rotating top fives.
All right.
What's
We
yours?
wanna-
Start with 5.
I'll start with 5. Moon.
Oh.
Number 4, another Code R. 3, Doraemon Story of Seasons. 2, Persona 4 Golden. And number 1, Natsumon 20th Century Summer Vacation.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I think the top 3 would be very hard to break. I think the number 1 isn't going to get broken.
Okay. My number 5, Final Fantasy 16. Number 4, Persona 3. Number 3, Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon.
Ooh.
Remember, it was number 1 for a long time. What do you think number 1 and 2 are?
Oh god, let me suddenly remember what you played. Hold on. Okay. Oh, well, Paper Mario is definitely in there. Thousand Year Door's in there.
Number 2, Paper Mario. Number 1, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door.
See, I can't do that though. In my mind, I would only pick one of the Paper Mario games.
I wouldn't want to, but it just shit. I mean, it was there, right?
Yeah. I guess what I did with Disney Magical World, I ended up only picking one of the 2 games because I didn't want them both to be in my top 10. I wanted to like save space for other stuff.
Yeah, and the Paper Mario games kicked off Shin-Chan from the top 10, just so you know. But
Oh, well, that's okay. I'm okay with that.
rest in peace.
I mean, it was worth it if we can get Paper Mario in the top 10.
Yeah, but that's our rotating top 5 because it'll rotate, it'll change by the end of the year, and we'll talk top 10s plus honorable mentions when we come back in January. But there's one more thing we gotta talk about. We always buy each other a game. And Michelle, the game I'm gonna buy you, if you want it, and there's options. I snuck it in earlier. I would like you to play Catherine.
Oh, interesting. I don't know why that's not what I thought you were. I thought for some reason you were going to say Super Mario RPG because you were like, if it just falls in your lap one day, and I was like, this is it. This is the one he's picking.
No. That's why I said you had options of how you want to play it. There's 2 versions of the game, unfortunately. There's Catherine Classic and there's Catherine Full Body. Full Body has more content, has an extra Catherine. Her name is Rin. You can end up with is all kinds of different endings. It is the better version of the game. Catherine Classic is available on Steam. You cannot get the Full Body edition. Catherine Full Body is on the Switch, so you can get it there. So whichever one you want, I do not care. I played the classic version, obviously, before there was a Full Body edition, and it was fine. But the Full Body edition is the one I would get myself if I was buying it right now.
I'm definitely not looking up how much Full Body it actually is.
It's only like $25. It's not that bad.
Oh. But man, you see how little it is on Steam right now?
Yeah, but that's irrelevant, right? Just it's more about how quickly do you want it.
What version were you looking at for Catherine Full Body? It is not $25, John.
The Switch.
Oh, never mind. Let's just go classic then.
Why? How much is it?
Classic's $5. It's not just the price; it's the fact that it's a Switch version, and I don't trust that it's actually going to run well. So,
I guess technically you could have the PS4 version if that's up your if that's better, but
those are $75. No, we're not going to do that. That is crazy amount of money.
It just depends where you buy it from, right?
We can just go with Catherine Classic.
Okay, I will do that then.
That is perfectly fine. And then one day if I want Full Body, it's there.
I know I want to play Full Body just because it's an additional character, but it just didn't come out on Steam for whatever reason. It's very annoying.
Watch out. Once you buy it for me, it'll come out on Steam.
Oh, that's just how it works, right? Yeah, full body edition on. Nope, that's a different. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, classic. I'm not gonna look any further because it's just annoying me now. Oh yeah, you can buy it on Switch for $26, but so it wasn't that bad.
Like maybe if I could play a demo and confirm that it actually runs well on the Switch, maybe I would do it. But like, I really don't have faith that it does.
I did look it up and everyone said it ran well. Because I was worried about that as well. I was kind of like, I don't even know if I want to recommend it if it's gonna run like shit, but who knows, right? Anyway, if you change your mind, you can let me know. I'll get you the classic version on Steam. Michelle?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
I'm still here.
What are you buying me?
Okay. So this will not come as a surprise when I actually tell you.
Okay.
You're not getting your game until August.
Is it my god, I forget the name of it. The one getting the English patch.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
Natsumon. I'm definitely gonna just buy you Natsumon
you're number
when
one.
yeah. It's just I can't not now. See, I was gonna buy John Super Paper Mario, and then he had to be a piece of shit and just buy them all. Thank God. Like I literally had several times, and I was like, I need to go ahead and do that. I need to like find something on eBay. I had several that I had watched on eBay, just in case somebody decided to try and give me a deal or whatever. But I just hadn't gotten around to buying it yet, and I was like, well, thank God I didn't do that. That really worked out because like I was gonna have to order it ahead of time so that it could like get to your house within like a reasonable amount of time. I was hoping the package would be at your house like before the podcast so that during the podcast you could open it or whatever. That would have so not worked out.
That would have been real awkward.
Yep. It would have been like, at that point, that's when you just pretend like you didn't buy it. And you're like, oh yeah, this is great.
Oh man, that would be funny. Yeah, Bokunatsu, right? And in August, so don't buy it until August though, because just in case.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna wait. Yeah,
just in case that English patch is like doesn't come through, or it was weird, or something else.
Or it's they list them both separately or something on Steam, and you can't just select what language you want or whatever.
Yes.
Say, I already rebought it on Steam so I could play the DLC, which I'm still like, oh my god, there's DLC, and that is the first release of that DLC as well. Like it apparently was not released in Japan or anything beforehand because I can't I guess I can check the Japanese eShop. I just don't because you have to like jump through hoops to be able to buy stuff on there.
Right.
You have to like buy, you've got to buy like Japanese like eShop gift cards from like PlayAsia to be able to buy stuff on the Japanese eShop. So it's kind of sucks. But apparently that's the first, like the other day when they put it on Steam, that's their first release of the DLC as well. So.
Okay, well I'm excited because that game looked awesome. Just when I first put the reference trailer or reference footage up so we could watch it while we are doing the podcast, I was like, damn, this looks totally different. Like this seems like serious. Like
it's so much sharper on Steam too. The loading is still like kind of, I'm not going to say it's weird. There's nothing really wrong with it. It's just I would expect to not see things loading in really at all. And you still have that like kind of like dithering loading in that they did on the Switch, but the whole game looks so sharp and clean. So much more so than the Switch version did. And the frame rate is like, 60 frames a second.
Nice. Okay, well, I will check it out in August, right?
For some reason, I haven't gifted it to you in August. Maybe bring it up, be like, you're supposed to do that thing.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
oh shit.
No problem. We'll do. But that is it for us. I don't think I'll beat as many games this coming up because we won't have these 17 random games in the middle, to beat. But we'll probably be cooking around the 80s, right? Or up there potentially. And
yeah, we'll see. It looks like I've actually already played more than I did last year by this point because I think last year I had about 400 hours in, and this year I've got 500 hours in. So
yeah, it's getting pretty serious. So
530. That's kind of ridiculous.
And I think we all know that I will have played more. That's just normal. But what was that?
I was agreeing. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were gonna not agree. Okay.
Oh.
You were just like, oh yeah, probably. Okay, but that's it for us. We'll be back in January with the full tally for the year. And we'll see you guys next time.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.